Chapter 20. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. The night air was cool and carried the damp, mineral scent of the coastal hills, undercut by the sharper tang of asphalt and a faint thread of diesel exhaust from the distant state highway. Katie stood in the cracked concrete island of the motel parking lot, the yellow glow from the vending machine's humming interior casting her shadow long and thin across the oil-stained ground. She pressed the cold plastic of the phone to her ear, the receiver slick against her skin. She listened to the hollow, automated prompts of the prison call system. Press 1 for English, press 2 for inmate services, each one a mechanical step into a place she couldn't control. Each one felt like a countdown to a verdict. Her thumb was damp on the keypad, leaving a faint smudge on the number 2. Somewhere in the dark, a dog barked twice, the sound sharp and lonely, then cut off. Finally, a series of clicks, a hiss of static that seemed to pull at her eardrum, and then a voice, thin and frayed, layered with a fear so profound it seemed to warp the connection. "You shouldn't be calling this line. They monitor this line. I need more, Marcus." Katie kept her voice low, turning her shoulder to block the view from the motel room window. The rough brick of the motel wall scraped against the sleeve of her jacket. She could see the blue flicker of Nina's laptop screen through the narrow gap in the cheap polyester curtains, a steady, sane pulse in the dark. The contrast to the chaos in her ear was dizzying. She focused on a single thread unspooling from the curtain hem, lit by the vending machine's glow. Marcus Fell's breath hitched on the other end, a wet, ragged sound that ended in a cough he tried to stifle. "There is no more. It's over. Can't you see that? They're cleaning house. You hear what happened to Lyndon. To Reeves. It's on every TV in here. The news vans are like a carnival outside the gates. They're not just killing them. They're putting them on display. They're writing the headlines for them. That's exactly why I need the rest of the names." Katie forced her tone to be calm, a steady pressure. She stared at a crushed soda can glittering near the base of the vending machine, a beetle crawling over its crumpled lip. "The logistics chain you mentioned. Who else was moving things? Who else was getting paid?" A bitter, terrified laugh crackled down the line, devoid of any real humor. "You think it was just a county club? Some good all boys passing envelopes under the table at the golf course. Katie, you're not listening. They had reach. A real reach. The kind that doesn't stop at a county line or even a state line." Katie began to pace, a short, tight circuit. 3 steps from the vending machines, warm hum to a cracked parking block sprouting weeds, then back again. The concrete was gritty under her shoes, little pieces of gravel catching in the tread. She focused on the rhythm, step, pivot, step. The laces of her right shoe were coming loose. She didn't stop to tie them. "What kind of reach, Marcus? Be specific. Federal agencies. Which ones? Customs. DDA. Give me a direction." "The kind that makes evidence disappear from locked rooms," he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that was almost swallowed by the static. She could hear the rustle of fabric, as if he'd cupped his hand tighter around the receiver. "Not lost. Not misfiled. Disappear. Poof. The kind that can take a murder with federal implications. A murder like your father's, a decorated agent, and make it a local footnote in a sheriff's log, and then make the footnote vanish from the book entirely." As she stopped pacing, her loose shoe scuffed hard against the concrete, the sound abrasive in the quiet lot. The hum of the vending machine's compressor seemed to swell, filling her skull with a low, insistent drone that vibrated in her molars. The neon vacancy sign across the lot buzzed and flickered, painting the shallow, oil rainbow puddles in garish pink. Her throat tightened. My father. Ken Ford was asking the wrong questions in the wrong places, Fell said, the words coming faster now, tumbling out as if a dam had broken. She could hear the click of his tongue against his teeth, a nervous tick. He had a list. He was connecting dots that went way past the county line, past the usual suspects. He was a good cop. A straight cop. That's why he had to be a dead cop. Good cops are predictable. They follow the evidence. They're easier to steer into a wall. The words landed like physical blows, each one a punch to the diaphragm. Katie's breath left her in a short, sharp exhale that fogged the plastic face of the phone. A wave of nausea, hot and sour, rose in her throat, tasting of the bad motel coffee she'd drunk hours ago. Her free hand went to her stomach, pressing hard against the knot forming there. She leaned her other hand against the cool, vibrating metal of the vending machine, the sensation a grounding anchor against the sudden tilt of the world. The metal was beaded with condensation that wet her palm. She could feel the fine tremble in the muscles of her forearm, a vibration separate from the machine's. Who did it? Her voice was tighter now, a wire pulled taut. Who gave the order? A name, Marcus. Give me one name. One person in a room. I don't know names. I was a bagman, a courier, not a board member. His frustration bled into the fear, making his voice spike. I handed cash to judges, to a couple of assistant sheriffs, to a planning commissioner. I didn't get introductions. I got a time, a location, a description. The man in the green jacket, leave it under the bench, but I heard things. In cars, in hallways, when they thought I was just furniture, he took a shuddering breath. When your dad's case was heating up, when he started pulling threads that led back here, there was a meeting. Not here. Not in Sonoma. Somewhere else. Someone came in from out of town, to manage the situation. To provide a solution. From where? Katie pressed, her knuckles white where she gripped the phone, the plastic casing creaking faintly under the pressure. She watched a moth batter itself against the vending machine glass, a frantic, silent dance of gray wings and tiny body thuds. The field office. Headquarters. Give me a city. I don't know. A DC. A Quantico. Some field office. It was just talk. But after that meeting, the tone changed. The fear did. His voice dropped again, so low she had to press the phone painfully hard against her ear. It wasn't just about losing an election or taking a fall for a DUI anymore. It was about disappearing. Permanently. And then the case files, they didn't just get buried in a basement. They got sealed. At a federal level. You don't get that with a county judge's signature. You need weight. You need authority from inside the machine. The implication unspooled in the dark, cold and clear as a razor wire. It didn't creep, it snapped into place with a finality that made her stomach clench, a visceral cramp of understanding. Her mouth went dry. The FBI. Someone inside, Fell whispered, the word almost lost to a sudden surge of static that crackled and popped, making Katie jerk the phone from her ear for a second as if shocked. When she pressed it back, his voice was fainter, desperate, fading in and out. Someone with enough rank, enough juice, to kill an investigation without a paper trail. That's what they said. The ones who weren't scared, the ones who sounded sure. It's handled at the federal level. That was the phrase they used. Handled like your father was a leaky pipe. A nuisance. An administrative problem. Katie closed her eyes. Behind her lids, she didn't see darkness. She saw the gleaming, polished lobby of the J. Edgar Hoover building, the Great Seal embedded in the floor, the silent, efficient glide of the elevators. She saw the case review rooms with their dry erase boards, the evidence lockers with their tamper-proof seals, the chain of command she reported into every day, a flowchart of names and faces she respected, or tolerated, or navigated. The conspiracy wasn't a relic, a dusty secret from the past. It was a living, breathing thing, and its roots, pale and fibrous and strong, ran straight into the heart of the institution she'd given her life to. The very hallways she walked, the badges she trusted, the protocols she relied on to separate truth from lies. The air in the parking lot felt too thin to breathe, starved of oxygen. She took a shallow, insufficient gulp. "They'll know I talked to you," Fell said, his voice breaking into something close to a sob, wet and ragged. "They know everything. They have eyes. They'll send someone. Even in here. You think these walls, these guards, keep them out? They don't. They own some of the guards. You've signed my death warrant with this call. You understand that. You just put a date on my calendar. You painted a target. I can request protective custody." The words sounded hollow even as she said them, bureaucratic platitudes in the face of his raw terror. "I can file a motion, I can." "Don't," the word was a final, shattered plea, cutting her off. "Don't call me again. Don't say my name. Don't even think it where they might see you. Ever. Forget you ever knew me. Forget this number. Just forget." The line went dead with a soft, definitive click, followed by the dial tone, a flat, endless drone that seemed to mock the frantic conversation that had preceded it. Katie lowered the phone. The plastic was warm and damp from her grip. She stood in the parking lot, unmoored, the silence of the night pressing in around her with a physical weight. It was a different silence than before. Before, it had been the quiet of a place asleep. Now it felt watchful, charged, as if the darkness between the parked cars and under the eaves of the motel was holding its breath. A truck rumbled by on the distant highway, its engine groan fading into the hills, a sound that seemed to travel up through the soles of her feet. Its taillights bled twin streaks of red into the dark, like wounds slowly closing. The motel sign buzzed overhead, a sound that seemed to vibrate in her teeth, in the fillings at the back of her mouth. Slowly, as if her joints were stiff with cold, she turned her head. The movement felt granular, muscle by muscle. She looked at the window of their room. The blue flicker was still there, a steady, rhythmic pulse. Nina was inside, working the case. Plugging names into databases, following protocols, trusting the system, relying on the resources and authority of the Bureau to find the truth. Katie's partner, her ally, the person she shared hotel rooms and rental cars and crime scenes with, the person she was supposed to trust without question, whose back she watched in a crowd. And now Katie knew, with a certainty that felt like ice forming in her veins, a crystalline cold spreading from her core, that somewhere within that vast, labyrinthine organization, behind one of those thousands of identical gray desks, someone had looked at a file with her father's name on it, with crime scene photos he would never see, with witness statements he would never give, and had made a decision. Not to investigate, but to erase. To sanitize. To make a problem go away. Someone had wielded the authority she now carried in her own pocket, the same badge, the same creds, and used it not to seek justice but to bury it. Someone with a badge. Someone who might still be there, older, higher ranked, moving through the same corridors of power, drinking from the same coffee urns. Someone who might, at this very moment, be reading their daily briefing on the archivist case and seeing her name, Katie Ford, listed as the lead investigator. Someone who might be wondering how much she knew, or how close she was getting to a truth they had spent decades concealing. The ground beneath her feet, the solid concrete of the parking lot, seemed to liquefy for a dizzying second. The world tilted on its axis. The vending machine, the motel sign, the dark shapes of the cars, all swam in her vision. She put a hand out again, steadying herself against the vending machine. The chill of the metal was a shock, a brand against her palm. She left it there until the cold bit deep, until the sensation overrode the vertigo. She took a deep breath, pulling the night air into her lungs, air that smelled of damp earth and decaying leaves and the distant, acrid tinge of some unseen industry. She held it, counting to 4 in her head, feeling her ribs expand, then let it out slowly through pursed lips, forcing the tension from her shoulders, consciously relaxing the muscles of her jaw, her neck, the tight band across her forehead. She practiced in her mind, staring at the moth now still on the glass, neutral. A smooth brow, no furrows. A slight, casual press of the lips, not a smile, not a frown. Just professional detachment, the mild focus of someone thinking through a puzzle. She wiped her damp palms down the thighs of her jeans, the rough denim absorbing the moisture. She rolled her neck once, a slow, deliberate circle, a gesture she hoped looked like someone working out a kink from too much screen time, not someone trying to dislodge a nightmare lodged in the base of her skull. She bent and meticulously tied her loose shoelace, double knotting it, focusing on the simple, physical task until her hands were steady. She walked back to the motel room. Each step was measured, her heel coming down first, then the ball of her foot, a conscious control of her gait. She focused on the sound of her own footsteps, the initial crunch of gravel at the edge of the lot, the softer scuff on the worn asphalt, then the hollow, echoing thud on the wooden staircase that led to the second-floor walkway. The wood was warped, painted a flaking dark green. She counted the steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Her hand, when she reached for the tarnished brass doorknob, was steady. She could see her reflection, distorted and pale in its curved surface. She turned it, felt the cheap lock mechanism yield with a gritty click, and pushed the door open. The door swung inward and clicked shut behind her with a sound of finality, sealing her inside. The room's atmosphere hit her like a wall. The stale, recycled warmth from the baseboard heater, the thick smell of old carpet shampoo and instant coffee granules, the ozone and plastic scent of overworked laptops and charging cables. The blue flicker was now a dominant light source, painting long, stark shadows up the walls. Nina glanced up from her laptop, the light from the screen reflecting in her glasses, turning them into opaque, luminous blue rectangles that completely hid her eyes. Her fingers paused over the keyboard. "Get some air," she asked, her voice casual, but with the slight edge of someone pulled from deep concentration. She shifted in her chair, the vinyl giving a soft squeak. "Yeah," Katie's own voice sounded normal in her ears. "Yvette." Professionally bland, the tone she'd used 1,000 times in interagency debriefs and witness interviews where she revealed nothing. It came from a place deep in her throat, controlled. "Needed to clear my head. Too many files in a small room." She offered a half shrug as she moved further into the room, a gesture meant to convey minor irritation, the mundane complaint of any worker stuck in a cramped space. She kept her movements fluid, hanging her jacket on the back of her chair, the fabric rustling. Nina's gaze held for a fraction of a second longer than necessary. Her head tilted just a degree, a bird-like motion of assessment. It wasn't suspicion, not yet. It was the instinctive check of a partner, a radar ping reading for changes in atmosphere. She was looking for signs of fatigue, of stress-induced pallor, the normal tells of a difficult case. Katie kept her breathing even, in through the nose, out through the mouth. She let her posture stay loose, one hand resting lightly on the back of her chair as she surveyed the desk, as if deciding where to start next. "Anything from the field office?" Nina asked, turning back to her screen, her fingers resuming their tap dance on the keys, but Katie saw the slight delay, the half-beat of silence before the clatter resumed. She was still listening, still assessing the quality of Katie's silence, the timbre of her movements. "Not yet." Katie sat down in her chair, the same worn, upholstered seat she'd left 20 minutes before. It felt profoundly different. The nubby fabric seemed scratchier against her legs, the wooden arms less solid, as if they might give way. The chair creaked under her weight, a sound she'd never noticed. She opened her laptop, the action routine automatic. Her thumb found the latch pressed. The lid rose with a familiar, faint sigh of hinges. The screen glowed to life, harsh and white in the dim room, the FBI logo in the corner a stark, accusing emblem of a faith now broken. She placed her fingers on the home row of keys, feeling the slight, textured give of each button under her fingertips. She willed them not to tremble, focusing on the pressure points where skin met plastic. She did not look at Nina. She did not dare meet those hidden eyes, even in reflection. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the luminous rectangle of her screen, seeing nothing and everything. The glow was a barrier, a shield of light between her face and the rest of the room. She could feel the space between their two chairs, a mere 3 feet of worn, burgundy-patterned carpet, as a vast, unbridgeable canyon. On the other side was partnership, trust, shared purpose. On her side was a bottomless secret, a corrosive truth that would poison everything it touched. The sound of Nina's typing, a steady, proficient clatter of fingertips on chiclet keys, became a distant, meaningless noise like rain on a roof far away, a sound that had nothing to do with her. Katie opened a database query window. The login screen appeared, and her fingers moved, typing in her credentials, the muscle memory perfect. The click of each key was a tiny, precise sound in the room. She navigated to the property records database, her movements fluid from a decade of practice. She typed in strings of case numbers from the list Hollies had given her, pulled up parcel maps and deed histories for names they'd flagged, her brow furrowed in a convincing pantomime of concentration. She was the perfect picture of an agent focused on the work, spine straight but not rigid, eyes intent on the scrolling data, a slight, thoughtful purse to her lips. She even reached for her cooling coffee mug, took a sip, and made a faint, displeased face at the bitterness, a normal human reaction. Inside, where no one could see, a cold, silent fracture had opened. It was not a crack, it was a crevasse, wide and deep and dark, splitting the bedrock of her identity. On one side was Katie Ford, FBI agent, the woman who believed in the system, in procedure, in the slow, hard grind toward justice. On the other was Ken Ford's daughter, who now knew the system had been used to murder her father twice, first his body, then his memory. She sat at her makeshift desk in a cheap motel room, the glow of the screen painting her face in a pale, ghostly light, pretending everything was fine. The performance was excruciating. Every blink, every shift in her chair, every tap of a key was a conscious act of theater. She performed the pantomime of investigation, of trust, of loyalty, while the walls of her world, the very foundations she had built her life upon, justice, truth, the sanctity of the badge, the bureau, turned to sand and began to whisper away into a void. The truth was no longer something out there in the dark, to be found and brought into the light. It was inside the room with her, in the badge weighing heavy on her hip, in the government-issued laptop she queried, in the chain of command that would receive her report. And it was poisonous. It was a gas with no smell, seeping into every corner, threatening to suffocate the partnership 3 feet away. She typed, and the letters on the screen, names, addresses, dates, blurred for a second into gray smears before she blinked, hard, forcing them back into sharp, terrible focus. The act of blinking felt like a curtain falling and rising on a stage. She was alone in a way she had never been before, isolated inside the very armor she'd always worn for protection. The performance of normality, the maintenance of the calm, capable facade, was the heaviest weight she had ever carried. It pressed down on her collarbones, tightened her scalp, made the simple act of drawing breath feel like a calculated risk. She kept typing, the clicks of the keys a metronome counting off the seconds of her solitude, each one taking her deeper into the lie she now had to live, and further from the partner she could no longer truly trust. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. The air in the sheriff's department conference room was stale with reheated coffee and the sour tang of frustration. A flickering fluorescent tube buzzed overhead, casting a sickly pallor over the laminate table, its surface marred by ghostly rings from forgotten mugs and deep scratches. Katie Ford stood before a whiteboard, a dry erase marker held loosely in her hand. The faces of the dead, Dorothy Brennan, Victor Salinas, the couple from the reservoir, looked back from the photos pinned there, their silent gazes and unrelenting pressure. Nina Shaw leaned against the wall near the door, arms crossed tightly over her chest, her posture a closed door. Captain Reyes sat at the head of the table, his chair tilted back, fingers steepled under his chin. His expression was a study in weary skepticism, the lines around his eyes deepened by the unforgiving light. Katie let the silence stretch, feeling the weight of their stalled progress. She finally broke it, her voice cutting through the quiet with a flat, determined edge. "We're chasing shadows. He's always 3 steps ahead because he's dictating the terms. He picks the time, the place, the pattern. We react. That ends now." Nina didn't move, but her eyes tracked Katie's face. "I propose." Katie turned and tapped the whiteboard, her finger landing with a soft thud on a printed screenshot of Jace Whitfield's blog. "His platform. The killer uses it. He reads it. It's his preferred feedback loop, his way of controlling the narrative." She turned fully to face them, planting her feet. "So we feed the loop. We use Whitfield to plant a story. False information. We say a source inside the county archives has discovered new, definitive physical evidence from one of the original cold cases. We name a specific location, somewhere remote, controllable. We say it's being secured tomorrow. He'll come to intercept it. To own it before it can be analyzed." Reyes let his chair legs hit the floor with a thump and rubbed his temples with thick fingers. "You want to bait a serial killer with a blog post. You understand how that sounds. I want to force him off his script and onto ours," Katie said, her gaze unwavering. "He's a preservationist. The curator. The idea of new evidence surfacing, evidence that could contradict his narrative or that he hasn't accounted for, it's an existential threat to his entire project. He'll have to investigate. He'll have to verify. It's a compulsion." "It's a huge assumption," Nina said, pushing off the wall. She took 2 steps into the room, her movements precise. "We're assuming he monitors the blog in real time. We're assuming he'll see this specific post. We're assuming his ego or his methodology will override his caution. She ticked the points off on her fingers. And it puts Whitfield in the middle, officially. Makes him a co-conspirator. He's already in the middle, Katie countered, her voice rising slightly. He just doesn't know which side he's on. We bring him in, control the message completely. He publishes exactly what we write, nothing more. We make the bait irresistible by tying it directly to his obsession, the integrity of the evidence itself. Reyes leaned forward, his elbows on the table. And the location. It can't be random. It has to fit his map. Katie pulled a manila file from the table and opened it, sliding a topographic map toward them. The old Henderson farmstead. Off Route 128, near the county line. It's been abandoned for 15 years. It was a secondary site in the 1994 Millerton Lake case, a place the original investigators thought the couple might have visited before the murder. It's referenced in the case file notes. It's isolated, has a single access road, and we can secure a wide perimeter without being seen. It fits the geography of his previous scenes. Nina came over to study the map, her brow furrowed. She traced the access road with a fingertip. A terrain. Mostly flat, overgrown. The main structure is a single-story farmhouse, roof partially collapsed. Several outbuildings, a barn that's more or less a shell, a rusted equipment shed. Good sight lines from the tree line to the west. Poor ones from the road due to overgrowth. Silence settled back into the room, thicker now. Reyes looked from the map to Nina, his face asking the silent question. Isha, your read. Nina's gaze was fixed on Katie, assessing, weighing. Katie could see the calculations going on behind her partner's dark eyes, the risk assessments, the procedural pitfalls, the potential for catastrophic failure. Finally, Nina let out a slow breath. It's theatrical. It's a high-stakes gamble on a psychological profile we've pieced together from corpses and photocopies. She paused, her jaw working. But we're out of solid leads, and he's accelerating. The reservoir was a double. He's not slowing down. A controlled environment where we choose the ground is better than waiting for him to pick another couple in the dark. She gave a tight, reluctant nod, a sharp dip of her chin. It's our best bad option. Reyes exhaled, a long, weary sound that seemed to deflate him slightly. All right. I'll run it up the chain, but I'll frame it as my idea. Less friction that way, he pointed a finger at Katie. You own Whitfield. You keep him on the shortest leash imaginable. He tweets a single emoji, I'm holding you responsible. He turned to Nina. You own the tactical layout with my team lead. I want overlapping fields of fire, silent comms, and a fallback position that isn't the damn creek bed. I can get county tactical. They're good. Low profile. We'll need full surveillance, concealed vehicles, the works. Total blackout on the real operation. Whitfield publishes, we go dark and wait. No leaks. Not to the press, not to the state boys, not to the guy who delivers the coffee. Katie felt a surge of tense energy, the first spark of forward motion in days. Then let's move. We have less than 12 hours to get it ready. The coordination was methodical, a slow, meticulous unfurling of silent force. By late afternoon, the rural property was being transformed from a forgotten relic into a sophisticated trap. The sun hung hot and heavy in the sky, bleaching the color from the dry grass. County deputies in plain clothes, jeans, work shirts, ball caps, moved with deliberate slowness to avoid kicking up dust plumes. One, perched on a lightweight climbing ladder, carefully positioned a wireless camera within a knot of skeletal oak branches, its dark lens focused on the crumbling farmhouse porch. He adjusted the angle minutely, then gave a thumbs up to his partner on the ground, who checked the feed on a tablet. The image was crystal clear, the sagging front door, the empty window frames like eye sockets. A quarter-mile from the farmhouse, a rusted, corrugated steel water tank, perched on crumbling concrete stanchions, had been commandeered as the observation post. Inside, the air was close and metallic, smelling of rust, stale water, and the sharp ozone of electronics. Captain Reyes and the tactical commander, a wiry man named Vasquez with a severe buzz cut, hunched over a folding table. 4 monitor screens glowed with green-tinged feeds from the tree cameras, the thermal imaging view, and a live map of the property with friendly positions marked as blue icons. A low, constant hum came from the battery packs and signal repeaters stacked against the curved wall. "Bravo team, sound check," Vasquez murmured into his throat mic, his voice barely a whisper in the confined space. "Bravo clear," came the immediate, crackling reply in his earpiece. "Alpha check." "Alpha clear." Concealed in a dry creek bed that snaked along the northern tree line, 2 blacked-out SUVs were parked nose to tail beneath a camouflage net woven with local brush. Inside the lead vehicle, the air conditioning ran on low to keep the electronics cool. 6 members of the county tactical team sat in the gloom, clad in dark multicam gear. They checked weapons with quiet, practiced clicks. Safety on, magazine out, visual inspection, magazine in, safety on. One man meticulously applied black paint to the exposed skin on the back of his neck. Another sat perfectly still, eyes closed, regulating his breathing. Their radios were set to a secure, encrypted channel, and each man had an earpiece with a bone conduction mic. The only sounds were the faint hiss of the AC and the rustle of gear. Katie walked the perimeter with Nina, the dry, brittle grass whispering and snapping against their bootlaces. The heat of the day was beginning to leach away, leaving a dry, cool stillness. The sun was a low, orange wound on the western horizon, bleeding light across the rolling hills. "Primary access is here," Nina said, stopping at the edge of the property where a gravel road, nearly swallowed by weeds, vanished into the thicket. She pointed with 2 fingers. "1 vehicle in, same vehicle out. We'll have a deputy a mile down, disguised as a broken-down pickup with the hood up, to monitor any approach. No one comes in after we're set without us knowing. If a civilian gets curious, he turns them around with a story about a gas leak." "He'll scout first," Katie said, her eyes scanning the distant tree line. "He's careful. Meticulous. He won't just drive up. He'll want to observe, find our blind spots. That's what the tree cameras are for. We've got thermal, night vision. The feed is being monitored in real time in the tank. If a rabbit twitches out there, we'll see it." Nina crouched, picking up a handful of dry soil and letting it sift through her fingers. "Ground is hard. Won't take clear prints. Wind is from the west, steady. It'll carry sound away from the road." They finished the loop, their path taking them past the decaying barn. Katie peered into the gloom through a gap in the wall. The interior was a jumble of shadows and collapsed beams, the air inside smelling of rot and animal musk. He could use this for cover to approach the house. "Noted," Nina said, making a note on a small pad. "We'll put a motion sensor on the east-facing wall." Silent alert. As they headed back toward the command tank, The crunch of gravel announced a new arrival. Jace Whitfield's silver Prius rolled to a stop, looking absurdly out of place among the sheriff's trucks and tactical vehicles. He climbed out, clutching a laptop bag to his chest like a shield. His face was alight with a nervous energy, his eyes darting from the deputies to the equipment to the two agents approaching him. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, a quick, jerky motion. Nina approached him first, stopping a few feet away, creating a barrier of space. Her voice was a low, controlled blade. "You published the post exactly as written. Word for word. No embellishment. No editorializing. No sources suggest or insiders hint. You do not mention this location, the FBI, or anything about an operation. You hit publish, you drive directly home, and you do not touch your blog, your social media, your podcast feed, or your phone until you hear from me directly." She took a half step closer, and he flinched almost imperceptibly. "Do you understand the word compromise in this context? It means if you deviate 1 inch from these instructions, you will be responsible for tipping him off. And if he doesn't show up tonight, I will personally ensure you are prosecuted for obstruction of a federal investigation. Is that clear?" Jace nodded rapidly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. Yes. Crystal. Absolutely. And I want to help. This is bigger than a story, you know. This is about the truth." "It's not a story," Nina said, her contempt barely leashed, showing in the tight line of her mouth and the cold flatness of her stare. "It's a live wire. And right now, you're the insulation. Try not to fray." Katie watched as Jace, chastened, set up his laptop on the hood of his car, using it as a makeshift desk. His fingers flew over the keys with a familiar, frantic speed. He was in his element, even here, even now. The act of creation, of putting words into the digital ether, was his anchor. He pulled up his blogging dashboard, copied and pasted the text Katie had provided into a new post. He read it over once, his lips moving silently. The post was succinct, ominous in its vagueness. A source deep within the Sonoma County Evidence Archives has made a critical breakthrough. Previously overlooked material from the Millerton Lake scene, 1994, was discovered misfiled earlier this week. The material is described as potentially definitive. It is being transported for secure, independent analysis tomorrow. The location, a private holding facility, is being kept confidential pending arrival of state investigators. This could change everything. He added a deliberately vague stock photo of a generic evidence bag on a table, tagged it with his usual keywords. Sonoma County Cold Case The Archivist Millerton Lake, and took a deep, shaky breath. He looked up at Katie, who gave a single, slow nod. His finger hovered over the trackpad, then clicked publish. "That's it," he said, his voice thin. "It's live. It's out there." "Go home, Mr. Whitfield," Nina said, not looking at him, her eyes already scanning the darkening tree line. "Lock your door. Do not answer it for anyone but us." He packed up his laptop with trembling hands, fumbling the charger cord before shoving it into the bag. He threw one last, lingering look at the operation. The men in gear, the command tank, the serious faces. A look that held both awe and a dawning, fearful understanding of what he had stepped into. He got in his car, started the nearly silent engine, and the Prius whispered away down the gravel road, its taillights soon swallowed by the dusk. Katie watched him go, a knot of unease in her stomach. He's a loose end, she thought. But he's our loose end now. As the last of the dusk bled into a deep, velvet night, a cold clarity settled over Katie. Her breathing slowed, becoming deep and even. The low-grade anxiety that had hummed in her veins all day receded, replaced by a focused stillness. She found a spot away from the huddle of deputies near the tank, leaning against the cool fender of a sheriff's cruiser parked in the shadow of a large oak. Overhead, the stars began to prick through the violet-black sky, hard and bright in the absence of city lights. The wind had picked up slightly, a constant, patient sigh through the dry grass, carrying the scent of dust and distant sage. In the quiet, an unwelcome and slippery thought surfaced. Does he deserve to be caught? This killer was murdering murderers. He was exposing rot they had all missed, or ignored, or been powerless to stop. He was doing, with brutal, theatrical finality, what the courts and the badges had failed to do for decades. He was holding up a mirror to a broken system, and shattering the men who had looked into it and seen no problem. Judge Linden, D.A. Reeves, Deputy Rourke, they had all, in his eyes, forfeited their right to the protection of that system. Was she here to serve some abstract justice, or just to enforce the brittle rule that only the official system was allowed to fail? That only the state could administer lethal punishment, even when the state was the corrupt entity. She shook her head, a sharp, physical motion as if to dislodge the thought from her skull. It was a seductive, dangerous line of thinking, the kind that could paralyze you at the moment you needed to act. The man out there in the dark wasn't a philosopher or a vigilante hero. He was a predator who used a moral framework as a weapon, a justification for his own pathology. He chose who died. He staged the scenes. He played God with other people's guilt and other people's lives. That was the only truth that mattered tonight. She pushed the ambiguity aside, compartmentalizing it with the ruthless efficiency of professional habit, locking it down in a mental box marked for later. The night deepened around her. The tactical team in the creek bed were now just a collection of still shadows, invisible unless you knew exactly where to look. In the observation tank, the soft green glow of the monitor screens illuminated the intent faces of Reyes and Vasquez, their eyes rarely blinking as they scanned the feeds. Nina materialized beside Katie, a silent silhouette against the star-flecked sky. She didn't speak, just followed Katie's gaze out toward the black, shapeless mass of the farmhouse. All set, Reyes' voice crackled softly in their earpieces, so close it felt like he was standing beside them. Perimeter is sealed. All eyes are live. Motion sensors are armed. Now we wait. And stay sharp. Radio silence unless you have contact. Katie adjusted the snug fit of her earpiece, her eyes never leaving the dark outline of the farmhouse against the slightly lighter sky. The trap was set. The bait was taken, floating now in the digital currents the archivist swam in. Somewhere in the vast, sleeping county, a man who called himself the archivist was perhaps, at this very moment, reading a blog post on a screen in a dark room. He would be making a calculation, weighing risk against compulsion, his finger tracing a map, his mind already working through angles of approach. The wind sighed again, a lonely sound. A coyote yipped far in the distance and was answered by another. Katie became aware of the beat of her own heart, a steady rhythm in the quiet. She glanced at Nina, who gave a minuscule nod, her profile grim and set. They waited. The stars wheeled slowly overhead. The monitors in the tank glowed. The men in the creek bed didn't move. The farmhouse sat, empty and dark, a silent question hanging in the cold night air. Minutes bled into an hour. The cold seeped up from the ground through the soles of Katie's boots. She shifted her weight, rolling her shoulders to keep the stiffness at bay. The routine of the wait was familiar. the hyper-alertness slowly giving way to a strained, watchful monotony, where every rustle in the grass became a potential footfall, every shift of shadow a possible human form. Then, a soft, triple click sounded in her earpiece, the prearranged signal from the observation post. Katie's body went rigid, all fatigue forgotten. She didn't look at Nina, but she felt her partner tense beside her. Vasquez's whisper was taut in her ear. A movement. Thermal camera 2. West tree line, 200 yards from the house. Single heat signature. Moving slow, parallel to the property edge. Stopping now. He's stationary. He's observing. Katie's breath caught in her throat. He came. The calculation, the gamble had paid off. The predator had taken the bait. She slowly, carefully, turned her head just enough to look toward the western darkness. She saw nothing but pitch black and the jagged silhouette of trees against the sky. "Can we get a visual?" Ray's voice hushed in the comms. "A negative. He's under thick canopy. Thermal only. He's just waiting." 5 minutes passed. The heat signature on the screen didn't move. Katie imagined him out there, a man shaped by grievance and loss, peering through night vision goggles or a telescopic lens, studying the silent farmhouse, looking for the telltale signs of a stakeout, the glint of glass, the shape of a vehicle out of place, the heat bloom of a hidden man. "Movement again," Vasquez reported, his voice tightening. "He's advancing. Cautious. Using cover. 150 yards, 120, he's at the edge of the clearing. Holding again." Katie's hand drifted to the grip of her service weapon, a comforting, solid weight on her hip. Her mouth was dry. This was the most dangerous moment, the approach. If he spotted them, if he sensed the trap, he would melt back into the night, and they would never get this close again. "He's moving toward the barn," Vasquez continued, a note of urgency creeping in. "Using the long grass for cover. He's good. 80 yards. Alpha team, do you have visual?" A different voice, thin and strained, came over the channel. It was the team leader in the creek bed. "A negative visual. We have audio confirmation. Light footsteps, approximately north of our position. He's passing between us and the house. He was inside the perimeter. He was in the kill zone." Katie's mind raced. He was heading for the barn, just as she'd speculated. It was the perfect staging point, cover, concealment, a vantage to watch the house. "He'll clear the barn first," she whispered into her mic, the sound barely audible. "Then he'll move to the house to search for the evidence." "Confirmed," Vasquez whispered back. "Thermal shows him at the barn's east wall. He's stationary, he's entering through the gap. Signature is inside." Now was the time. He was contained, if only briefly, in a structure they had wired. "Alpha Bravo moved to intercept positions," Ray's ordered, his voice calm but firm. "Contain the barn. Do not engage until he exits. We want him alive for questioning. I repeat, alive." In the creek bed, there was the softest rustle of fabric, the faintest crunch of gravel, as 6 men began to move like ghosts, flowing out of their concealment and into a wide, encircling formation around the dilapidated barn. Katie could just make out the faintest shift of deeper black against the night as they took up positions behind trees, a rusted tractor, the low remains of a stone wall. Silence descended again, more profound and pressurized than before. The wind seemed to die. Even the crickets had gone quiet. Inside the observation tank, every eye was fixed on the thermal feed, showing the bright white-yellow blob of a human body moving slowly, carefully, through the cooler blues and greens of the barn's interior. "What's he doing in there?" Nina murmured, more to herself than to the comms. As if in answer, Vasquez spoke. "He's stopped in the center. He's not searching. He's just standing there." A cold trickle of doubt dripped down Katie's spine. It was wrong. He should be searching, looking for the planted evidence crate they'd placed in the farmhouse. Why would he go to the barn first and just stand there? The thermal signature on the screen suddenly dropped to the ground, disappearing into a mass of cooler clutter. "He's down. He's crouching," or Vasquez's voice cut off. The signature on the screen didn't move. It remained a stationary, heat-emitting pile. 10 seconds. 20. "Alpha lead, can you get a visual through the wall gap?" Reyes asked, tension bleeding into his voice now. "Negative, Captain. Angle is wrong. We see nothing from here." A full minute passed. The signature didn't move. "Something's wrong," Katie said, the words leaving her lips before she could stop them. The cold trickle was now a flood of icy certainty. "He's not in there." The thermal rays began. "Is reading something?" Katie interrupted, her mind racing. "The heated rock. A chemical hand warmer pack taped to a piece of debris. He knew about thermal. He's diverting our attention." Even as she said it, a new voice, tight with panic, burst over the secure channel. It was the deputy stationed a mile down the road in the broken-down truck. "Command, this is Lookout. I've got a vehicle. A dark-colored van, no lights, just past my position. It's not slowing down. It's coming your way fast." The trap hadn't been sprung. It had been sprung on them. The blog post, the farmstead, the careful approach, it was all misdirection. The archivist hadn't come on foot to scavenge for evidence. He had come in a vehicle, openly, boldly, using the thermal decoy in the barn to freeze the entire tactical team in place, while he drove right up to the front door. "All units, he's in a vehicle on the access road," Reyes barked, the calm gone from his voice. "Intercept. Stop that van." But it was too late. From their position, Katie and Nina heard it first, the low growl of an engine, not the whisper of the Prius but a deeper diesel rumble. Then they saw the headlights flick on, two blinding white spears that sliced through the darkness, illuminating the overgrown yard, the crumbling porch, the startled faces of the Alpha team members caught in the open as they turned from the barn. The dark van, a bulky, older model, didn't stop. It didn't even slow. It roared past the farmhouse, its passenger window down. For a single, frozen second, Katie saw a figure in the dark interior, a pale, featureless oval of a face turned toward the command tank, toward her. Then an arm emerged from the window. Not a weapon. An object. It arced through the beams of the headlights and landed with a thud in the dry grass 20 feet from the sheriff's cruiser, rolling to a stop. The van accelerated, its tires spitting gravel, and vanished back down the access road into the night, its taillights disappearing as quickly as they had come. For a moment, there was chaos on the radio, shouted orders, the roar of the tactical SUVs starting up in the creek bed to give chase. But Katie's eyes were locked on the object in the grass. It was a rectangular box, pale in the gloom. "Hold pursuit," Reyes shouted, making a snap decision. He could have the road mined or blocked. Secure the scene. Secure that package. Katie was already moving, Nina a half step behind her. They approached the box cautiously, their weapons drawn but held low. It was a simple, white cardboard document storage box, the kind used in archives. It was sealed with clear packing tape. Resting on top of it, weighed down by a small, smooth river stone, was a single sheet of paper. Katie holstered her weapon, pulled a penlight from her pocket, and shone the beam on the paper. It was a photocopy of a blog post. Jace Whitfield's blog post. The one published just hours ago. But this copy had been annotated. In precise, neat handwriting in red ink, a circle had been drawn around the phrase, private holding facility. An arrow pointed to the margin, where two words were written in the same red ink. Too obvious. Below that, another note, the evidence you seek is not here. It is with the source. P.S. Your insulation is fraying. Katie's blood ran cold. She looked up, her eyes meeting Nina's wide, horrified stare. They both understood at the same moment. The trap had been seen through, instantly. The archivist hadn't come for the bait. He had come to deliver a message, to demonstrate his superiority, his omniscience. And his final, chilling postscript. Jace, Nina breathed, already turning and sprinting for their car. He's going after Jace. The night, which had held such cold clarity, now shattered into 1,000 fragments of urgent, screaming dread. The wait was over. The killer had not only avoided their trap, he had redirected the hunt, and he had pointed them toward his next victim. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. The abandoned farmstead sat under a moonless sky, a collection of skeletal shapes against the deeper black of the surrounding fields. Katie crouched behind the rusted husk of a tractor, the metal cold and gritty against her gloved palms. The night vision goggles pressed against her brow, turning the world a grainy, pulsating green. Shapes resolved into the sagging porch of the main house, the jagged silhouette of a collapsed barn, the dark maw of a dry well. To her left, Nina was a still shadow against the porch's rotten wood, her posture a study in coiled patience. To her right, 20 yards away, 2 sheriff's deputies were invisible in the brush, but she could hear the faint, rhythmic scratch of one adjusting his position in the dry grass. The air was a cold knife in the lungs, smelling of dry grass, damp earth, and the sweet, cloying decay of old wood. Somewhere in the distant trees, an owl called, a low, mournful sound that hung in the silence. Dew was beginning to form, a slick sheen on the tractor's fender catching the faint starlight. Jace Whitfield's blog post had gone live at 6 p.m. A detailed, breathless account of new, explosive evidence, recently uncovered by the FBI, a lockbox, buried at the old Henderson place, containing the original case files that proved the 1990s cover-ups. It was all fiction, crafted by Katie in the motel room and approved by Nina after a tense, silent review. Bait. The farmstead was a perfect trap, remote, historically linked to the old cases through the file, and, according to their fabrication, the killer's own buried insurance policy against his collaborators. A lure for a preservationist. Katie shifted her weight, her knee popping softly. The cold was seeping through the knees of her trousers. She focused on her breathing, watching the green-hued landscape for any shift, any bloom of heat that shouldn't be there. A set of headlights pierced the darkness down the county road, 2 pinpricks that grew, washing the skeletal branches of roadside oaks in sudden, stark relief. Katie's breath caught in her throat. Vehicle approaching, she whispered into the mic at her collar, her voice barely a breath. A single set of lights. Slow. No plate visible yet. In her earpiece, Nina's voice was a low, calm crackle. A copy. All units stand by. Hold positions. The car, a boxy, older sedan, its color indeterminate in the dark, turned off the asphalt onto the dirt track leading to the farm. It didn't use its high beams. It rolled forward slowly, tires crunching on gravel, sending up little puffs of dust visible in the taillight's glow. It rolled to a stop 50 yards from the first outbuilding, the collapsed barn, and the engine cut with a final shudder. Silence rushed back in, deeper now, broken only by the faint ticking of the sedan's cooling engine. The driver's door opened with a protesting squeal. A figure emerged, silhouetted against the dim green glow of the dashboard lights. He was old, his movements stiff and cautious, one hand braced on the door frame as he levered himself out. He held a heavy, industrial flashlight, its beam sweeping the ground in frantic, jerky arcs. He wasn't scanning for threats. He was searching for a specific spot, the beam pausing on tree stumps, lingering on piles of rubble, darting away. "He's alone," Nina murmured, the comms picking up the subtle tension in her voice. No sign of a tail. No second vehicle. Let him commit. Let him get to the spot. The man closed the car door softly, not latching it fully. He stood for a moment, listening, his head cocked. The flashlight beam trembled slightly in his hand. Then he moved with a painful sense of purpose, hobbling past the dark bulk of the main house toward a smaller stone foundation at the property's edge, the old spring house, its roof long gone. His breathing was audible now, a ragged, wheezing sound as he navigated the uneven ground. He reached the low stone wall, ran his hand along its mossy top, and knelt with a soft grunt of effort. He set the flashlight down, beam pointing at the corner of the foundation, and from his coat pocket produced a small, dark-handled trowel. He began scraping at the dirt and rotten wood near the corner, digging with urgent, clumsy strokes. He's digging." "Now," Nina said, the command clear and sharp. They moved. Katie pushed off from the tractor, her muscles protesting after the long crouch. Flashlights blazed to life from 3 directions, pinning the old man in a blinding, intersecting cone of white light. "The FBI. Don't move. Hands where we can see them." Nina's voice cut through the night, authoritative and loud. The man cried out, a high, thin sound of pure terror. He dropped the trowel as if it were red hot and threw his hands up, palms out. The flashlight was knocked over, rolling in a half circle and casting crazy, leaping shadows across the stone. Don't shoot. Please. I'm not armed." "I'm not armed," his voice was a reedy quaver. Katie reached him first, her own weapon leveled, the flashlight in her support hand keeping the beam on his face. The light caught every wrinkle, every pore. The bushy white eyebrows were drawn together in panic. Watery blue eyes, wide with shock and unblinking, reflected the beam back at her. The mouth was a slack, wet circle of fear. It was a face she'd studied across a dusty living room just days ago. Detective Holly's? The name left her lips before she could process it, the disbelief turning the title into a question. Ray Holly's retired. The man she'd interviewed in his tidy, haunted bungalow, surrounded by the ghosts of his failures. The man who'd given her the first real thread about the cover-ups, who'd been afraid of the walls listening, who had looked at her with a weary recognition. Nina came up beside her, holstering her weapon with a sharp, definitive click. She let out a long, controlled breath that was more a sound of disgust than a sigh. Her shoulders slumped for a fraction of a second before she straightened, her jaw tight. "You have got to be kidding me." The two deputies closed in, their own lights now lowered, their expressions shifting from tactical focus to confused annoyance. One of them, a young guy with a buzz cut, kept his hand on his sidearm, looking from the cowering old man to Nina for direction. Holly's was trembling violently, his raised hands shaking like leaves in a wind. "Agent Ford," he gasped, recognition dawning through the terror. I didn't, the blog." "On your feet, detective," Nina said, her voice devoid of all warmth. Slowly. "Keep your hands visible," she nodded to the younger deputy. "Pat him down. Gently." The deputy stepped forward, and Holly's complied, stumbling as he got to his feet. The pat-down was quick, professional. "Clean," the deputy reported. "What are you doing here, Ray?" Katie asked, finally lowering her weapon, though the adrenaline was still a drumbeat in her ears. The scene felt absurd, anticlimactic. The cold night air seemed to mock them. "I saw it," Holly's babbled, his eyes darting from Katie to Nina to the deputies and back. "The blog. That Whitfield kid. He said you defound it. That it was here, at the Henderson place. He described the spring house. He said it was a lockbox. I panicked. I thought he'd found it." "The blog was disinformation," Nina repeated, each word clipped and hard. "The trap. For the killer. Which you just sprung." She turned her head, scanning the dark tree line, the empty fields, her profile sharp with frustration. Holly's flinched as if she'd struck him. His shoulders hunched forward. "He'll come for me. Don't you see? If he knows about the box, he knows I have it. He'll know I talked. He's cleaning house. Lyndon Reeves, I'm next." His eyes, desperate and pleading, locked onto Katie S. "You asked me if I kept anything. In my house. I lied. I'm sorry. I was scared then. I'm terrified now." A tear tracked through the grime on his cheek, catching the light. Katie holstered her own weapon, the motion feeling heavy and final. She looked at Nina, whose face was a mask of controlled anger, then back at the broken old man shaking before her. "What did you bury, Ray?" she asked, her voice dropping, becoming softer, more deliberate than Nina's. She took a step closer, ignoring the warning tension in Nina's posture. "Insurance," he whispered, the word barely audible. He wiped his nose with the back of a trembling hand. "From 96. The Millerton Lake case. The double." The order came down from the DA's office, Reeves's office. "Close it. Murder-suicide. Destroy the physical evidence." But I couldn't. He took a shuddering breath, his gaze fixed on the disturbed dirt at his feet. "I signed the chain of custody forms. I boxed it all up for the incinerator. But I made copies. Late at night in the records room. Photographs of everything. The original witness statements that contradicted the narrative. Internal memos on Reeves's letterhead. I put it all in a lockbox. A fireproof one. I buried it out here because I didn't trust my own garage, my own house. I thought if they ever came for me, if they ever decided I was a loose end, I'd have something to trade. Something to make them pause." "Where is it?" Nina pushed, stepping forward. She loomed over him, not touching him, but her presence was a physical pressure. "Where I was digging," Holly said, pointing a shaky finger at the corner of the foundation. "Under the northeast corner. There's a flat stone. Under that. About 2 feet down." Nina looked at the older deputy, a grizzled man with a salt and pepper mustache. "Get a shovel from the unit. Dig it up. Now." The deputy nodded and jogged back toward the patrol SUVs hidden down the road. The wait was excruciating. The younger deputy stood watch over Holly's, who had sunk back to his knees, not in submission but in exhaustion, his head bowed. Katie stood apart, her arms wrapped around herself against the cold that now felt internal. Nina paced a short, tight path, her boots crunching on the gravel. She stopped occasionally, staring out into the blackness, as if expecting the real prey to emerge laughing from the shadows. The deputy returned with a short spade. He positioned the flashlight, set the blade against the earth, and began to dig. The sound of metal biting into soil was loud in the quiet. He worked methodically, tossing dirt to the side. After a few minutes, the spade struck something with a solid clunk. He cleared more earth away, then reached into the hole with gloved hands. With a grunt, he pulled out a mud-caked metal box, about the size of a large shoebox. It was scratched and dented but intact, with a sturdy keyhole. He carried it over and placed it on a relatively flat section of the old stone foundation wall. The mud was wet and dark. Holly's, with a sigh that seemed to come from his bones, fumbled in his pants pocket and produced a keyring crowded with old keys. His fingers shook so badly he dropped it. The younger deputy picked it up. Holly's pointed to a small brass key. The deputy took it, wiped mud from the lock, and after a moment of resistance, turned it. The latch sprang open with a click that sounded like a gunshot in the tense silence. The deputy lifted the lid. Inside, protected by clear plastic sleeves and organized in neat, labeled folders, was a time capsule of corruption. The deputy, following Nina's terse gesture, began laying items out on the stone. Grainy Polaroid photos of a crime scene that didn't match a suicide. A close-up of ligature marks on a wrist that showed a distinct pattern not from the rope found at the scene. Signed, notarized affidavits from witnesses who'd seen two men arguing with the victims at the lake hours before they were found. Handwritten notes from a patrol sergeant questioning the rush to close. And most damningly, a memo on the crisp, formal letterhead of the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office detailing a press strategy to manage the narrative and dispose of extraneous materials to prevent prosecutorial confusion. It was signed by Martin Reeves's chief deputy, with a handwritten, approved MR scrawled in the margin. Katie picked up the memo, her fingers careful on the plastic sleeve. The paper was yellowing at the edges, but the type was clear, the signature bold. It was legally explosive. It was everything Marcus Fell had implied in his cagey, fearful way. It was proof, solid and cold, that her father had been right to chase the whispers, that he had been silenced for getting too close to this very truth. And it meant their meticulously planned trap had completely, utterly failed. They had caught the wrong old man. The interview room at the Sonoma County Sheriff's Department was a sterile, oppressive cube. The walls were a glossy, industrial beige, the floor scuffed gray linoleum. A single, buzzing fluorescent light fixture overhead cast a harsh, shadowless glare. It smelled of stale coffee, industrial lemon-scented cleaner, and beneath that, the faint, sour tang of sweat and anxiety. A formica-topped table was bolted to the floor, with two metal chairs on one side and one on the other. A mirrored window took up a portion of one wall, but everyone knew it was just a window tonight. The observation room behind it was dark. Ray Hollies sat hunched on the single chair, looking like a man slowly collapsing in on himself. He clutched a foam cup of tepid water with both hands, his knuckles white. The cardigan he wore seemed to swallow him. Under the relentless fluorescent lights, every age spot on his scalp, Every broken capillary on his nose was visible. He looked smaller than he had in his own home, diminished by the institutional setting. His eyes were fixed on the cup, refusing to meet theirs, darting occasionally to the mirrored window, as if expecting a specter to materialize. Nina leaned against the wall by the door, arms crossed tightly over her chest. She hadn't taken off her jacket. Her posture was a closed door. The blog was disinformation, detective, she said again, her voice flat and weary, stripped of the earlier anger but no less cutting. The trap. For the killer. Which you just sprung. Hollis flinched at the word trap, as if it were an accusation. He'll come for me, he whispered, his voice raspy. Don't you see? If he knows about the box, he knows I have it. He'll know I talked. He's cleaning house. Lyndon Reeves, I'm next. His eyes finally lifted, swimming with a desperate animal fear, and found Katie, who had pulled out the chair opposite him. You asked me if I kept anything. I lied. I'm sorry. I was scared then. I'm terrified now. A tremor ran through his hands, making the water in the cup shiver. What did you bury, Ray? Katie asked, her voice softer, a deliberate contrast to Nina's. She sat down, not leaning forward aggressively, but creating a space for confession. She kept her hands on the table, palms down, trying to project a calm she didn't feel. Insurance, he said, the word a sigh. He took a tiny, shaky sip of water. From 96. The Millerton Lake case. The double homicide they called a murder-suicide. The order came down from the DA's office, Reeves's office. Close it. Destroy the physical evidence. Avoid confusion, they said. Spare the families a circus. He gave a bitter, choked sound that wasn't a laugh. But I couldn't. I was the evidence clerk on duty. I signed the chain of custody forms. I boxed it all up for the incinerator. But that night I stayed late. His gaze went distant, seeing the past in the blank wall. The records room was quiet. I made copies. On the old photocopier, the one that jammed if you did more than 10 pages. Took me hours. Photographs of everything, the scene photos that showed the inconsistencies, the original, unedited witness statements that contradicted the narrative. Internal memos on Reeves's letterhead authorizing the evidence destruction. I put it all in a lockbox. A fireproof one from an office supply store. And I paid cash. I buried it out there because I didn't trust my own garage, my own house. My wife was alive then, I couldn't have it near her. He blinked, coming back to the present. I thought if they ever came for me, if they ever decided I was a loose end, I'd have something to trade. Something to make them pause. Where is it? Nina pushed from her spot by the wall, not moving closer, but her voice filling the small room. Where I was digging, Hollis said, his finger tracing an invisible map on the table. Under the northeast corner of the Spring House Foundation. There's a flat stone, looks like part of the foundation. Under that, about 2 feet down. Nina had already dispatched a deputy the moment they'd arrived at the station. The wait in the interview room was thick and silent, broken only by the hum of the lights and Hollis's ragged breathing. Katie studied him, the way his shoulders curved inward, the constant, minute trembling of his lower lip, the sheen of sweat on his temples despite the room's chill. This wasn't a mastermind. This was a guilty, frightened man who had carried a secret for decades, and the weight had finally broken him. After 20 minutes, there was a sharp rap on the door. Nina opened it. The older deputy with the mustache stood there, holding the mud-caked metal lockbox carefully in both hands, a fine dusting of dry earth falling from it onto the hallway's scuffed linoleum. "Got it," he said simply. Nina took the box and placed it on the table between her and Katie. Hollis stared at it as if it were a live bomb. With a nod from Nina, Katie took the small brass key from the evidence bag where it had been placed. She wiped the last of the mud from the lock, inserted the key, and turned it. The mechanism was stiff but yielded with a solid clunk. She lifted the lid. The interior was meticulously organized, a stark contrast to the box's battered exterior. Neat manila folders, labeled in precise block letters with case numbers and dates, were stacked inside. Each piece of paper, each photograph, was encased in its own clear plastic sleeve. Katie, with gloved hands now, began laying them out on the table. Nina moved closer, her analytical gaze sweeping over each item. There were the grainy Polaroids, a close-up of a woman's wrist, the ligature marks showing a distinct diamond weave pattern, while the rope found at the scene was a simple twisted nylon. A photo of tire tracks near the lake's boat ramp that were never cast or logged. Then the documents, signed affidavits from a waitress and a gas station attendant who placed two unidentified men, described as well-dressed, arguing with the victims hours before their bodies were found. Their original statements were stamped, recanted in red ink, with a follow-up note citing credibility issues. And then there was the memo. Katie lifted it out, the plastic sleeve crinkling. The letterhead was unmistakable. The language was bureaucratic, cold, and damning. To manage the narrative and prevent unnecessary speculation, all physical evidence not directly supportive of the concluded murder-suicide theory is to be disposed of via secure incineration. This includes duplicate photographs, outlier witness statements, and any forensic reports suggesting alternate scenarios. The priority is closure for the families and the community. It was signed by the Chief Deputy DA. And in the top right corner, in the same bold, slashing handwriting they'd seen on other documents, was the notation, "Approved, Mr. Martin Reeves." It was legally explosive. It was a direct, paper trail link from a staged crime scene to the district attorney's office. It was everything Marcus Fell had implied in his cagey, fearful way. It was proof, solid and cold and undeniable, that her father had been right to chase the whispers, that he had been silenced for getting too close to this very truth. A secret relief bloomed in Katie's chest, cold and clear and sharp. This was vindication. This was the why. And it meant their trap had completely, utterly failed. They had shown their hand, revealed their tactic, and caught a terrified rabbit instead of the wolf. Nina stalked out of the interview room without a word, the door swinging shut behind her with a soft whoosh of air. Katie took a last look at Hollis, who was now staring blankly at the evidence of his long-buried conscience spread on the table. She followed Nina into the hallway. The hallway was a study in institutional neglect. The linoleum was worn to a dull gray along a central path. The walls were lined with faded posters about community policing and anonymous tip lines, their corners curling. From down the hall came the distant, tinny sound of a dispatcher's voice over a radio and the clatter of a keyboard. The air was cooler here, smelling of dust and old paper. Nina didn't go far. She stopped a few feet from the interview room door, turned, and slammed the heel of her hand against the wall. The impact was solid, a dull thud that echoed in the corridor. She left it there for a second, head bowed, before pulling it back and flexing her fingers. "He was watching," she said, her voice low and tight. She didn't turn around. "He had to be. Out there in the trees. Or he's got a source so deep inside, were basically broadcasting on his private frequency. A deputy. A dispatcher. Someone in this building right now. She finally turned, her eyes blazing with a frustrated, impotent anger. We just showed our hand for nothing. We announced our play. He knows we're using the blog as a fishing line. That card is worthless now. Not for nothing, Katie said, her own voice quiet but firm. She glanced back through the wire-reinforced window in the door at Holly's, who was now being approached by the mustached deputy. The deputy was speaking to him formally, one hand resting on his duty belt. Holly's listened, then nodded slowly, his shoulders slumping further in resignation. We have the evidence, Katie continued, turning back to Nina. Actual, physical, documentary evidence. We can nail Reeves. We can expose the whole cover-up. This is what we came here to find. Nina took a sharp, controlled breath, mastering the fury that wanted to erupt. Her lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line. We're not here to nail a retired DA for 30-year-old malfeasance, Ford. We're here to stop a killer who is going to kill again, and now he knows we're using the blog as a fishing line. She took a step closer, her intensity a physical force in the narrow space. He's laughing at us. Right now. He was probably halfway to his real target, while we were out there playing archaeologist with a pensioner and his guilty conscience. We wasted a critical night. We gave him the gift of knowing exactly how we're trying to find him. Katie said nothing. The secret relief she felt was a cold stone in her gut, separate from Nina's hot frustration. Holly's evidence was tangible, corroborating. It was a key that unlocked the past, that vindicated her father's obsession and Marcus Fell's whispers. The cover-up was real. The network was real. The killer's motive, however violent and twisted, was rooted in a truth the system had deliberately buried. Part of her, the daughter's part, wanted to seize this box and run with it, to shine a light on all the rot at the expense of everything else. Nina saw it on her face. The detective's eyes narrowed, reading the conflict. This isn't about your father right now, Katie. It's about the next person he's going to string up or strangle and pose in a park. This evidence, she jabbed a finger toward the interview room door, it's history. It's important, yeah. But it's not going to stop the next murder. Before Katie could respond, Nina's phone, clipped to her belt, rang with a shrill, insistent trill. The sound was violently out of place in the tense quiet of the hallway. Nina answered it, turning her back to Katie. Isho. Katie watched the line of Nina's shoulders, the set of her neck. She saw the initial, slight relaxation, a hope perhaps for a different update, then a subtle tension, a tightening of the trapezius muscle. Then it snapped back into a rigid straight line. Where? Nina's voice was all business, but there was a new, hollow note beneath it. A pause as she listened, her head dipping slightly. When? Another longer pause. Katie could hear the faint, tinny chatter of a voice from the phone, but not the words. Nina's free hand came up and pinched the bridge of her nose, her eyes squeezing shut for a second. I'm okay. We're on our way. She ended the call. The motion of lowering the phone was slow, deliberate. She turned around. All the frustration, the anger, the heated argument, it was gone. Wiped clean. Replaced by a grim, hollow certainty that was somehow worse. Her face was pale under the fluorescent lights. That was Ray's, she said, her voice now flat and drained. They just found a body. A female. Mid-30s. White. Staged in a public park in Los Gatos. Zoak Meadow Park. Across the county, she paused, letting the geography sink in. Los Gatos was a good 90-minute drive south, in a different jurisdiction entirely. He was hunting elsewhere, Nina stated, the words final and absolute. Her eyes held Katie's, and in them was no accusation, just a devastating shared understanding. The whole time we were watching the farm. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. The glow from the laptop screen painted the case file walls a sickly blue, the only light in the windowless room. It was a flat, depthless light that turned the stacks of bankers' boxes into angular monoliths and leached the color from the photographs pinned to the corkboard. The air was still and carried the faint, dry scent of aged paper, printer toner, and the constant, low hum of computer fans from the bank of monitors on the secondary desk. Beneath it was the smell of his own skin, of coffee long gone cold in a chipped mug, of the dust that settled no matter how often he wiped the surfaces. The blog post was still up, the browser window maximized, a monument to their arrogance. Jace Whitfield's triumphant, reckless headline glared back in bold, blocky font. Exclusive, FBI baits killer A.T. Henderson farmstead. They'd seen it. Of course they'd seen it. The whole point was for them to see it, to read the fabricated details about soil samples and a buried evidence locker, to feel the itch of a loose end they couldn't ignore. But they hadn't taken the bait. They'd watched. And he had watched them watch. From a quarter-mile away, nestled in a shallow depression on a brush-covered hillside, the view through the high-powered scope's eyepiece had been perfectly clear, the image stabilized by the heavy tripod. The rubber eye cup had pressed a perfect circle around his vision, sealing out the world. The afternoon sun had been at his back, casting long, distorted shadows that stretched like grasping fingers across the barren field. First came the unmarked vans, 2 of them, arriving hours before dusk. They didn't park in the open. They were driven behind the sagging remains of a barn, out of direct sight from the road. His finger had rested lightly on the scope's adjustment ring, his breathing shallow and controlled. Men in dark tactical gear, matte black helmets and vests obscuring their faces and forms, had spilled out silently. They moved with a fluid, practiced economy that spoke of drills run 1,000 times, fanning out, disappearing into the scrub oak and the skeletal outbuildings with barely a rustle. One, a sniper, took a position on the collapsed roof of the farmhouse, becoming a still, dark bump against the weathered wood, the long barrel of his rifle a subtle line against the shingles. Another melted into the shadow of the rusted tractor, a shape that only moved when you looked away and back again. It was a careful, professional choreography of a federal trap, a net woven from sightlines and radio silence. He had counted them. 8, maybe 9. A full team. For him, the respect was almost flattering. Then the old man. The retired detective, Hollies, arriving in his wheezing sedan just as the last of the daylight bled into a deep purple bruise on the horizon. He'd seen him blunder into the center of it, his movements jerky with a panic that was visible even at this distance. The beam of his cheap flashlight was a wild, swinging blade that sliced through the gathering dark, illuminating patches of weeds, the side of the spring house, his own frightened face in fleeting glimpses. He'd watched him drop to his knees by the spring house, the dirt staining his trousers, clawing at the hard-packed earth like a frantic animal digging for a bone, utterly oblivious to the ring of armed observers surrounding him. The scope's crosshairs, fine black lines intersecting in a perfect plus, had rested, for a long, considered moment on the back of Hollies' balding head. The shot would have been trivial. The distance was nothing. The wind was calm. A gentle squeeze, and the farce would have had a different, more final punchline. But that wasn't the point. It was an insult. A pantomime of justice performed for an audience of one, and he had been forced to sit through the entire, tedious, insulting play, his eye cramping from the strain, the cold earth seeping through his pants. A fist slammed down on the laminated desk, a sharp, flat crack that made the laptop jump and a pen roll off the edge, clattering to the floor. The sound echoed in the small, sealed room. The anger was a cold, expanding mass in the chest, a pressure ballooning behind his sternum, pressing against his ribs, making each breath feel shallow and insufficient, like trying to inflate a lung already full of stone. He inhaled slowly through his nose, held it until spots danced at the edges of his vision, felt the tension cord the muscles in his neck and shoulders into hard knots. His jaw was clenched so tight a dull, rhythmic ache began to radiate up into his temples, syncing with the slow beat of his heart. He stared at the headline until the letters blurred. It wasn't directed at the agents, not precisely. They were instruments, well-trained tools. It was for the institution they represented, the vast, faceless engine of containment that absorbed individual will and spat out procedure. The FBI wasn't here to follow the trail of evidence to its rotten source. They were here to stop the exposure, to contain the truth, to box it up and file it away with a new, neater classification, to protect the system, even as it bled corruption from every seam. They weren't investigators. They were janitors, sent with tactical gear and sniper rifles to clean up a mess that threatened to stain the hallowed hallways of power. The thought made his molars grind together, a low, unpleasant sound in the quiet room. The plan had been elegant. A revelation in stages, a curriculum of corruption. Each scene a meticulous argument, a physical proof constructed from rope and posture and placement, an undeniable demonstration of the conspiracy that had murdered justice for decades. But elegance required time. It required a certain theatricality. It assumed the audience was willing to see, to follow the logical thread from one exhibit to the next, to feel the mounting weight of the pattern. It demanded a respect for the narrative, for the story the evidence told. The audience was willfully blind. The institution was plugging its ears, shutting its eyes, and now, sending men with rifles to stand guard over the lies. They weren't engaging with the argument, they were trying to silence the speaker, to tackle the lecturer instead of debating the thesis. Fine. The word formed in his mind, cold and hard as a river stone. If they would not see the art, they would feel the hammer. The thought solidified with a finality that was almost physical, a heavy switch being thrown deep inside a dark room of his psyche. The cold, diffuse anger began to change, to condense from a swirling cloud into something harder, sharper, more purposeful, a diamond-tipped drill bit. The artistic phase was concluding. The administrative phase was over. The executive phase was now beginning. He pushed back from the desk, the chair's wheels rolling silently on the plastic mat. The movement was stiff, his body aching from hours of stillness. He stood, feeling the blood flow back into his legs with a faint pins and needles sensation, and walked to the opposite wall, where the timeline stretched from floor to ceiling like a malignant tapestry. A spiderweb of red string-connected photographs, photocopied documents, and neat, handwritten notes on index cards. His fingers trailed over the strings, making them vibrate softly. It was a map of failure, a genealogy of betrayal. It ended with 4 faces, arranged in a stark column. Martin Reeves deceased. A red X drawn in permanent marker over his photo, the ink slightly raised to the touch. Arthur Linden remaining. His photograph, taken from a bar association directory, showed a man with carefully groomed white hair and a judicial robe, his smile thin and practiced. The other two secondary players, a former court clerk named Gable, a retired sheriff's lieutenant named Ruiz, their roles less direct but their guilt just as cemented by the paper trail pinned beside them. Routing slips initialed, evidence logs altered. The recreations were for them. The proof was for them. The slow, symbolic unmasking. That protocol was now obsolete. The rules of this engagement, which he had meticulously followed like a sacred text, were nullified by the presence of the tactical team. They had escalated from investigation to occupation. The response had to be proportionate and, more importantly, decisive. A message that could not be misinterpreted, could not be redacted, could not be buried in a subfolder. Judge Arthur Linden. The final signature on the falsified reports. The gavel that had sealed the lies into official record, giving them the weight of law. His recreation was to have been the masterpiece. The 1994 Millerton Lake scene, a couple in a car, a staged murder-suicide that had, in his ruling, paved the way for all the other cover-ups by establishing the precedent of convenient, purchased doubt. It was poetic. It was deserved. He had imagined it in vivid detail, finding the right vintage sedan, the careful positioning of the bodies to mimic the specific slump seen in the crime scene photos, the replication of the specific knot used on the steering wheel, a knot not common to law enforcement. A full, faithful restoration of the original crime, and thus the original lie. He would not get poetry. Linden did not deserve the dignity of a curated death. He would get a bullet in a parking garage. Or a blade in a dark hallway. Something fast, brutal, and utterly devoid of the symbolism the old man would never appreciate anyway. The message would be in the act itself, execution. A clinical termination. Let the news cameras show his body bag being zipped and loaded into a coroner's van on the evening news. Let the talking heads in their studios speculate about muggers, or random violence, or a disgruntled litigant. The connection would be made. The podcaster would make it, screaming the link to anyone who would listen. The acceleration would force everything into the light, a flashbulb pop of truth that would blind and burn, instead of the slow, dawning horror he had planned. He returned to the desk, the chair accepting his weight with a soft sigh of compressed air. The anger was a tool now, a fuel being fed into a simpler, more brutal engine. He opened a new tab on the laptop, the screen's sterile light reflecting in his unblinking eyes, creating twin squares of blue in his pupils. He navigated through a series of bookmarks, a portal to live traffic camera feeds maintained by the city's Public Works Department, another to the county's online public records database, a third to a subscription-based people finder site that aggregated data from 100 different sources, from magazine subscriptions to property tax records. He had done this research weeks ago, in preparation for the staged scene. Now he was reviewing it with a new, surgical objective, not for symbolism and setting, but for vulnerability and vector. Judge Linden kept a predictable, almost pathetic schedule, the rigid routine of a man who believed his world was still orderly. Bench duties 3 days a week at the county courthouse, a building with a crumbling neoclassical facade and mediocre, complacent security. A members-only club for lunch on Tuesdays and Thursdays, where he ate overcooked salmon and discussed golf handicaps with other retired ghosts of power. Home to his gated community in the hills by 7, barring the charitable functions that served as his last remaining theater of influence. His security detail was a joke, a single private contractor from a second-rate firm, a bored-looking man in a cheap suit who drove a late-model sedan and occasionally, lazily, walked the perimeter of Lyndon's house while scrolling on his phone. A man of illusion, living behind walls he believed were still standing, guarded by men he believed were competent, all of it paid for by the silence he had enforced. His fingers flew over the keyboard, cross-referencing calendars pulled from public charity filings with credit card charge patterns he'd mapped months prior. The fundraiser tonight. An evening for judicial integrity at the Gables, a pricey downtown restaurant with valet parking. It would be ending soon, between 10:30 and 11:00 p.m., based on the agenda posted online. Lyndon would likely linger near the bar, shaking soft, liver-spotted hands, accepting hollow praise from sycophants, sipping a single malt. The contractor would be waiting with the car in the adjacent paid parking garage, a multi-level concrete structure with poor, yellowing lighting, stained concrete pillars, and multiple pedestrian exits. It was ideal. Not the restaurant, too public, too many eyes. Not the house, which had an alarm system, however basic. The transition point. The liminal space. The moment between the illusion of public respect and the illusion of private safety. That was where the truth always lurked. A file folder icon on the desktop, labeled Holly's Surveillance, caught his eye. He opened it almost absently, a momentary diversion from the planning, a glance back at a previous chapter. Inside was a series of high-resolution photographs, taken from a discreet distance with a long lens from a neighbor's overgrown yard. The subject was the retired detective's house, Ray Hollies' dilapidated bungalow with its peeling paint and weed-choked lawn. Not from tonight, but from 2 days prior. The time stamp in the corner read 14:37. In the cracked asphalt driveway, next to Hollies' dented pickup truck, was a different car. A generic, mid-size sedan in a forgettable shade of gray, a rental. The photo was sharp. He could make out the barcode sticker on the rear bumper, the specific agency logo on the license plate frame, the dust on the hubcaps. The next image in the sequence, taken 3 minutes later, showed the front door opening. And emerging, after a visit that the metadata said lasted 1 hour and 14 minutes, was the younger FBI agent. Katie Ford. She was alone. She paused on the warped porch, her head down, one hand pinching the bridge of her nose as if warding off a headache or a wave of frustration. The sunlight caught the strands of hair that had escaped her ponytail. Then she straightened, her shoulders going back, her expression settling into something neutral and determined, a mask sliding into place, and walked to the rental car. She never looked around, never checked the street for observers. She was preoccupied, her mind somewhere else, wrestling with something Hollies had said or shown her. Why? The question hung in the stuffy air of the room. Hollies was a broken-down old guard dog, put out to pasture with his bones of guilt. The official interview had already happened at the station, with both agents present. That was in the file, a sterile transcript. So why would Agent Ford visit him alone, off the record, driving a rental car not assigned to the task force? What could she possibly want from him that wasn't already in the cold case file, the same file he himself had compiled from Hollies' own stolen boxes? What thread was she pulling that the official investigation was? Unless she wasn't just following the case file. The thought unspooled slowly, a delicate silver thread in the midst of the hardening resolve. What if she was following the same thread, but from the other side? The institution wanted the noise to stop. But what if she, individually, wanted to hear what was making the noise? Her pursuit was relentless, intelligent. She had set the trap at the farmstead, yes, but it was a smart trap, a nuanced one. She had used the blog, understood the killer's reliance on narrative, his need to control the story. She was trying to think like him. To understand the pattern, not just disrupt it. Not just to catch, but to comprehend. To see the whole ugly picture. The anger softened just at the edges. It was a subtle internal shift, a slight, almost reluctant release in the tight, wire-like tension across his shoulders. His breathing, which had been shallow and controlled, deepened almost imperceptibly, a longer draw of air that didn't quite catch. The rigid line of his spine against the chair back eased a fraction, a minute surrender to gravity. The emotion transformed, bled into something perilously close to recognition. A fellow scholar in the archive of the damned. A delusion, probably. A projection born of isolation. But a humanizing one. She wasn't the adversary. The Bureau was the adversary, the monolithic, she was a potential witness. A fellow traveler on a dark road, approaching the same terrible destination from the opposite direction. She had seen the rot. She must have. Why else would she be digging in the graves the system had ordered filled? Why visit Holly's alone, unless she was seeking something the official record couldn't hold? The human stain. The guilt in the old man's eyes. The unrecorded confession. He imagined a conversation with her, not as hunter and prey, but as colleagues in a silent library after hours. Debating the evidence under the glow of a single lamp. "You see the Linden signature here," he would say, his voice low and measured, pointing to a document on the table between them. "The language is deliberate. It doesn't just dismiss the testimony. It eviscerates the witness's character, cites prior arrests for misdemeanors, implies instability. It makes any future recantation irrelevant. It's not jurisprudence. It's demolition." And she would nod, leaning forward, her eyes scanning the lines, seeing it not as a legal ruling but as a tactical maneuver, a preemptive strike. "He wasn't judging the case," she might reply, her finger tapping the paper. "He was burying it. He was ensuring no one would ever dig here again." They would share a look then, a fleeting moment of understanding that transcended the badges and the bodies and the blood. A shared, profound contempt for the elegant, official lie. The fantasy was vivid, almost tactile. He could feel the cool, smooth surface of the table, see the dust motes dancing in the lamplight between them. It was a comforting fiction. It made the vast, silent, crushing weight of this project feel less lonely. For a few seconds, he allowed himself to inhabit it fully. A slight, almost imperceptible smile touched his lips, a mere twitch at the corner of his mouth, then vanished as if it had never been, replaced by a soft, resigned sigh that escaped his nose. He shook his head, a quick, dismissive motion, chastising his own sentimentality. Foolish. She would put him in a cage if she could. She would read him his rights, snap the cuffs on, and walk him past the cameras. She was still the agent. The instrument. But perhaps, just perhaps, she was an instrument that had begun to question the hand that wielded it. An agent with eyes that could actually see the stain, not just the approved report about it. The decision was solid now, crystalline, faceted, and cold. The acceleration was not just a tactical shift, it was a moral one. The time for subtlety, for teaching, for curated revelations was past. The institution had declared its hand by deploying a SWAT team to protect a secret. The response had to be declarative in turn. A statement written not in staged tableaus that required interpretation, but in blood and consequence that even the willfully blind would be forced to acknowledge. The laptop was closed with a definitive hollow click. The room was then methodically shut down, a ritual of disengagement performed with monastic care. Open physical files were closed, their edges aligned, and placed in their designated drawers, which were locked with a small key. Loose notes on the desk, a scrawled reminder about rope tensile strength, a grocery list that served as camouflage, were gathered and fed into the throat of a small crosscut shredder next to the filing cabinet. The machine whirred with a hungry, grinding sound, reducing words and thoughts to inert confetti. USB drives were ejected with a careful click and slotted into a shielded Faraday case that would block all signals. Nothing digital, nothing physical could point to the next move. The workspace was left neutral, a stage between acts, waiting for the next scene to be built if there ever was one. He walked to a floor-to-ceiling cabinet that looked like part of the wall. It seems nearly invisible until he pressed a hidden latch. A small key from a chain around his neck, warm from his skin, unlocked it. The door opened with a whisper. Inside were several kits, each in a different bag or case, arranged by purpose. He bypassed the large, heavy-duty plastic case that held the ropes of various diameters, the buckets, the specific tools for staging and posing. That was the artist's toolbox. He reached past it for a smaller, nondescript black nylon backpack from the top shelf. It was well-worn, slightly faded, the kind a student or a cyclist might use. This was the simple kit. The mechanic's kit. He unzipped it on the cleared desk, though he knew its contents by feel and weight and the specific order in which they were packed. A reliable, untraceable handgun, a common 9 with its serial number chemically erased to a smooth, faint scar. He picked it up, the weight familiar and comforting. He checked the slide, racked it back, felt the smooth, oiled action, and inserted a full magazine until it clicked home with a solid sound. A spare magazine followed, slid into a front pouch. A box of spare ammunition. A pair of latex gloves, still in their sealed packet, which he tore open and then tucked into the main compartment. A black knit cap, rolled tight into a dense cylinder. A small, powerful flashlight with a pressure switch. A pocket-sized multi-tool with a sharp, locking blade. A burner phone, prepaid, charged, and inactive. Tools for a short, direct transaction. Instruments of punctuation, not prose. He zipped the backpack closed, the sound loud in the quiet room. The case file walls were left as they were, a silent cathedral of failed justice. The photographs of the dead girls, Lena, Dorothy, the others, the redacted reports, the faces of the guilty, they watched him go from their fixed positions. They had served their purpose. The evidence was within them, and it was also within him now, a part of his marrow, a rhythm in his pulse. It didn't need to be looked at again. He carried it with him, a complete and terrible archive in the vault of his mind. He shouldered the backpack, adjusting the strap so it sat snug and didn't shift. He killed the main power strip for the electronics with a foot switch, plunging the room into a darkness so complete it was a physical presence, a velvet blackness that pressed against his eyes. He stood in it for a long moment, letting his eyes adjust to nothing, listening to the sudden, profound silence, the absence of the fan hum a ringing in his ears. Then he found the door by touch, the cool metal of the knob familiar, opened it, and stepped into the short, narrow hallway that led to the garage, pulling the door shut behind him with a soft, final click. The garage was a separate, detached structure at the back of the property, unheated and smelling of concrete dust, old motor oil, and the faint, dry, musky scent of rodents that lived in the walls. A single fluorescent tube flickered to life with a persistent buzz when he hit the switch, casting a stark, shadowless light over the empty space save for one vehicle. It was a plain, common sedan, a decade-old model in a common shade of silver, different from the darker, older sedan used for the reconnaissance at the farmstead. It was utterly forgettable, a car that would blur into the background of any parking lot or traffic camera feed. He opened the passenger door and placed the backpack on the seat, the nylon rustling against the cloth upholstery. He performed a final check, a pilot's pre-flight wallet with a credible, boring ID and a few 20s in the center console. Registration and insurance in the glove box, matching the ID, slightly worn at the folds. A half-empty travel mug of old, cold coffee in the cup holder for texture, for the lived-in look of a commuter. He walked to the side wall, the concrete cold under his shoes, and pressed the button for the automatic opener. The mechanism engaged with a low hum and a rattle of chains, the segmented door lifting slowly, juddering on its tracks, revealing a widening slice of the night outside. The night air that washed in was cool and damp, carrying the rich, organic smell of wet grass from the lawn, the sharper scent of distant eucalyptus, and underneath it all, the faint, ever-present exhaust tang of the city. The suburbs were quiet, asleep in their profound, collective illusion of safety. Porch lights glowed like fallen stars. Streetlights cast orange, sodium vapor pools on empty sidewalks, making the asphalt look wet. Behind one curtained window, the blue flicker of a television, a lonely lighthouse in a sea of dark houses. No one saw the silver sedan back out smoothly, its headlights off until it reached the street, then flicking on to cast twin cones of light on the damp pavement. Judge Arthur Linden's last known location was a restaurant downtown, where he was attending a fundraiser for judicial ethics. The irony was almost too blunt, too childish to bear. He could picture it with contemptuous clarity. White linen tablecloths, soft, flattering lighting, canapes passed on silver trays by silent staff, men like Linden making quiet, meaningful eye contact over checks and credit card slips, donations that were really investments in continued silence, in the preservation of the club. A room full of people polishing the veneer, while the wood beneath rotted to pulp. They would be clapping soon, a hollow, self-congratulatory sound. The car pulled onto the main arterial road, joining the sparse late-night traffic. A few delivery trucks with rattling gates, a taxi with its roof light off, the occasional sedan heading home from a late shift, the driver's face pale and tired in the dashboard glow. He drove at the exact speed limit, signaling every lane change with meticulous, boring precision a full 3 seconds in advance. The anger was no longer a cold mass or a diffuse cloud. It was a focused beam now, a guiding laser sight painting a path through the night, from this quiet street to that concrete garage. The system had chosen containment over justice. It had looked at the meticulously arranged proof of its own crimes and responded not with accountability, not with a reckoning, but with force, with men in helmets and rifles. So be it. The words were a mantra in his mind, syncing with the rhythm of the tires on the road. They would now witness what happened when justice itself decided to contain them. When the archivist, tired of cataloging the crimes, decided to close the final file, not with a redaction or a classification stamp, but with a period. A full stop. The thought was clean, sharp, and without remorse. It felt like clarity. He merged onto the freeway, the engine note rising to a steady drone, heading toward the city's glow, a hazy dome of light pollution hanging in the distance like a false dawn. The backpack sat on the seat beside him, a simple, heavy promise. The performance was over. The curtain had fallen on the theater of symbols. The reckoning had begun, and it would be written in a language even the blind could understand. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. The fluorescent lights hummed a flat, dead note in the empty county records office, a sound that seemed to vibrate in Katie's molars and press against the back of her eyes. The air was a stale cocktail of old coffee grounds, overheated toner, dust from a million paper fibers, and beneath it all, the faint, sweet metallic scent of blood. It was after hours, the vast, open-plan space a grid of shadowed cubicles under the relentless glare, the kind of light that bleached color and cast long, distorted shadows from every chair and monitor. Katie stood at the entrance to the cubicle farm, her hands already buried in the pockets of her jacket. Her eyes tracked past the silent printers, the blank screens glowing with standby lights, to the shape slumped over a desk in the back row. A still life of ordinary office death. Patricia Voss, 58, County Records Supervisor. Her head rested on a green blotter, turned to the side, her cheek pressed into the worn leather. A single, precise trickle of dried blood, the color of rust, ran from a small, dark entry point at her temple down the curve of her cheekbone to the sharp line of her jaw, where it had pooled slightly in the hollow before drying. Her glasses sat askew on the desk, one temple arm bent outward as if knocked off in a final, gentle motion. The scene was stark, almost clinical. No elaborate staging, no symbolic recreation of a decades-old death. Just a woman at her desk after hours, as if she'd simply fallen asleep mid-task. And on her chest, placed with deliberate, centered care over her beige cardigan, 2 items. Katie pulled a pair of nitrile gloves from her pocket, the snap of the latex against her wrists loud in the profound quiet. She stepped closer, her shoes whispering on the industrial-grade carpet that smelled faintly of vacuum cleaner dust and mildew. The first item was a photocopied page from a case file, the paper aged to a yellowish cream. It was heavily redacted with thick, impatient strokes of black marker. The second was a fresh square of plain white printer paper. On it, 2 words were handwritten in neat, block capitals, you knew. "Minimalist," Nina said from the adjoining cubicle. She was crouched, her knees popping softly as she shifted her weight, examining the base of a 4-drawer filing cabinet. Her voice echoed in the silence, too present, too human for this sterile tomb. She stood, holding up an evidence bag containing a small, clean pry bar, about 10 inches long. Tool steel. No cereals. Wiped clean, you can see the sheen of the solvent. She tilted the bag under the light. Back door was jimmied with minimal force. No prints on the handle, no scuff marks on the frame. He walked in, did the job, walked out. Nina looked around the mundane office space, her gaze critical, sweeping over the motivational posters, the family photos pinned to fabric walls, the dying spider plant on a filing cabinet. And no theater. No audience but us. And her. He's changing the pattern, Katie said, her eyes fixed on the note. Her voice was low, tight, the words feeling like gravel in her throat. The archaeological digs at the reservoir, the recreations at the marina, they were public statements. Performances for an audience he was trying to educate. This is private. This is an accusation. She leaned in, not touching anything, her shadow falling across the dead woman's hands. They lay in her lap, one curled loosely as if holding a phantom pen, the other palm up on her thigh, fingers slightly curled. No defensive wounds, no skin under the nails. She hadn't seen it coming. She'd been looking down at a file, perhaps, or turning to see who had entered her cubicle row after hours. A tap on the shoulder, a question, then the cold press of steel against her temple. One shot. Efficient. A crime scene tech in a blue Tyvek suit, the material rustling with every movement, carefully lifted the redacted page from the victim's chest using a pair of plastic tweezers. He angled it under the overhead light, his head cocked. Agent Ford, he said, his voice muffled by his mask. There's a name here. At the bottom. The redaction marker missed a few letters, or it bled through. Might be something. Katie took the offered evidence bag, holding it up so the fluorescent light shone through the plastic. In the lower right corner, in the processed by and date filed fields, the black ink had either faded with time or been applied carelessly. She could make out the looping tail of a V, the doubles, and beneath it a date stamp, October 17, 1997. Her breath caught, a sharp, shallow inhale that made her ribs feel tight. She filed it, Katie murmured, more to herself than to Nina. She lowered the bag, her gaze going back to the woman's slumped form. "Oh, she's in the chain." She processed the falsified reports for the 94 and 97 cases. She took the master file, made the redacted copies for the official record, and logged them in. She was the clerk. So she knew the names, Nina concluded, coming to stand beside her. She peered at the bagged document, her shoulder brushing Katie's. Maybe not the whole conspiracy, maybe not the why, but she knew the paperwork was dirty. She knew which judges and cops were being protected by those black markers. She knew where the bodies were buried, metaphorically speaking. She had the map. And she did her job, Katie said. The fury was a cold, hard stone in her gut, a weight that made her shoulders tense and her jaw ache so fiercely she had to consciously unclench her teeth. She could feel the heat of it in her cheeks, a flush that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. For 25 years, this woman had sat at this desk, in this humming, fluorescent purgatory, and systematically buried the truth. She had stamped and filed and archived the lies that covered up murders, that let killers walk, that left families like Michael Brennan's in the dark. She had made it neat. She had made it official. Katie's gloved hands clenched into fists at her sides, the material straining, before she forced them to relax, to hang loose, fingers splayed. For 25 years, she was the gatekeeper. And she let the wrong people through. She kept the door locked on the right ones. Nina's phone buzzed, a harsh, insistent vibration against the silent, papery air of the office. She pulled it from her jacket pocket, her expression shifting from focused assessment to sharp concern as she listened. Her eyebrows drew together, creating a deep furrow above her nose, and her free hand came up to pinch the bridge of it for a second. She gave a single, sharp nod, her lips a thin line. "Understood. We're on our way." She ended the call and looked at Katie, the fluorescent light glinting in her dark eyes. "We're done here. The local ME can handle the rest. We have to move. Now." "What is it?" Katie asked, though the chill in Nina's tone, the sudden readiness in her posture, feet planted, weight forward, already told her. The next domino was teetering. The next name on the list. The biggest one. Judge William Linden. His personal clerk just called the sheriff's office. Linden received a personal delivery by courier this morning at his home address. A single page from a redacted file. His name was visible. "He's running," Katie said, the words out of her mouth before the thought had fully formed, propelled by a gut-deep certainty. She was already turning, her body coiling toward the aisle between the cubicles, muscles taut. "He's already gone," Nina confirmed, falling into step beside her as they moved swiftly, almost in unison, between the fabric-walled partitions. The crime scene techs paused in their work to watch them pass, silent figures in a silent play. "Left town around 9 this morning. Clerk doesn't know where. He just got a call, saying the judge wouldn't be needing him for the foreseeable future." Indefinite leave of absence were the exact words. They moved through the empty, overlit corridors of the county building, their footsteps a rapid, syncopated rhythm on the speckled linoleum. The sound bounced off the locked doors of darkened offices, tax assessor, human resources, planning commission, a drumbeat of urgency in a mausoleum of bureaucracy. The air grew cooler as they neared the exit, the smell of blood and dust replaced by the ghost of industrial cleaner. "We need to find him," Katie said, her mind racing through possibilities, discarding them as fast as they came. "He's a target, and he's a material witness." If the killer is simplifying, speeding up his timeline, Lyndon is a walking bullseye. He's out in the open, scared and alone. That makes him vulnerable and unpredictable. He's also a primary participant in a multi-decade conspiracy to obstruct justice, Nina said, her voice pragmatic, almost detached, as she hit the steel bar to push through the heavy double doors that led to the rear parking lot. The night air hit them, cool and damp, carrying the scent of wet asphalt and distant eucalyptus. It was a relief after the stifling, blood-scented office, but it did nothing to ease the tension. His flight is probable cause for arrest. It's leverage. The best kind, the kind that comes prepackaged with fear. Katie stopped by the passenger door of their unmarked sedan, the argument crystallizing between them in the visible vapor of their breath. She turned to face Nina, the car's dark roof between them like a barrier. "Leverage for what? Our priority is to prevent a murder. He's a potential victim, not just a source. We get him into protective custody, we keep him alive. Then we talk. You can't debrief a corpse." Nina slid into the driver's seat, the interior light casting harsh, unflattering shadows on the planes of her face. She didn't start the car immediately. Instead, she placed her hands on the wheel at 10 and 2, her knuckles pale. "We need to get him to talk," she countered, her gaze fixed straight ahead through the windshield. "His panic is our best tool. We find him, we don't just show up with a blanket and a safe house. We show up with the deal. Full, pre-negotiated immunity from the U.S. Attorney's Office in exchange for his sworn testimony, naming every other name in that file. The killer is doing our discovery for us, Katie. He's handing us the witness list on a platter made of corpses. We can't just treat them like victims. We have to treat them like co-conspirators who are about to be erased. Their value is their testimony, and their fear is the key that unlocks it." Katie got in, pulling the door shut with a solid, definitive thunk that sealed them in. The interior of the car felt close, charged with the conflict smelling of stale coffee from their travel mugs and the faint, clean scent of Nina's leather jacket. "Our mandate is to stop a serial offender. That starts with preserving life. You start with the threat of prosecution, he clams up, he runs again, or he decides he's safer taking his chances with the killer. We offer protection first. Trust second. You build a bridge, you don't hold a gun to his head and call it an invitation." Nina started the car, the engine growling to life, a mundane sound that underscored the life and death stakes. She flipped on the grille lights, no siren, and pulled out of the lot with controlled speed, the tires giving a soft chirp on the damp pavement. He's both a victim and a source. And right now, the fact that he's scared might be the only thing that saves his life. It got him off the X. But it won't keep him safe for long. We find him, we control the narrative. We say, the man coming for you is methodical. He's killed everyone else. We are your only exit. Then we drop the immunity paperwork on the table. She glanced at Katie, her profile sharp and unyielding in the dashboard glow. Sentiment won't crack this. Calculus will. This isn't about giving him a hug. It's about giving him a single, narrow path to survival that also serves our investigation. Katie stared out the window at the darkened streets flashing by, the occasional streetlight painting rapid, streaking bars of yellow across her vision. The tension between their approaches was a live wire in the confined space, humming with unspoken history. She understood Nina's logic. It was clean, strategic, designed to maximize prosecutorial gain and break the case wide open. It was the textbook play. But it felt like treating a bleeding man as an evidence bag first, a human being second. She saw her father's face, the way Marcus Fell had described him in that sterile visitation room, a man who saw the victim first, the crime second. Who built the bridge? Maybe that was his flaw. Maybe it was what got him killed. She clenched her hands in her lap, the nitrile gloves still on, the powder inside them making her skin itch with a persistent, irritating heat. The judge's residence was in an older, wealthy enclave nestled in the rolling hills, a neighborhood where the lots were measured in acres, not feet. Mature valley oaks canopied the winding street, their massive, twisted branches filtering the weak glow of the sparse, antique-style streetlights into a shifting pattern of shadow and faint gold on the pavement. A private security sedan, a dark blue Crown Victoria with a light bar subtly mounted inside the front windshield, was parked conspicuously at the curb just before the property's entrance, its driver visible as a dark silhouette behind the wheel, the red tip of a cigarette occasionally glowing. The house beyond the ornate, black iron gates was a sprawling, single-story California ranch style, but every window was a dark, blank eye, not a single porch light or interior lamp burning. It didn't look asleep. It looked dead. Nina pulled up behind the security car and was out almost before they'd fully stopped, her badge already in her hand. The security guard, an older man with a thick neck and the deliberate, assessing movements of ex-law enforcement, stepped out of his vehicle. He dropped the cigarette and crushed it under his heel, his eyes never leaving Nina's badge. "Agents," he said, his voice a gravelly baritone. "The judge isn't in." "We gathered," Nina said, her badge still held up, catching the distant light. "When did he leave?" "Just after 9 this morning." "Hired car, a black Lincoln Town car." Driver helped him with 2 suitcases. "A rollerboard and a larger one, a hard shell." "Looked heavy." "Did he say where he was going?" Katie asked, coming around the front of their sedan. She kept her voice level, non-confrontational, adopting a posture of simple need to know. She rested her hands on her hips, her jacket falling open. The guard's eyes flicked to her, then back to Nina. "No, ma'am." "Did not." "He was curt. Not rude, just short. Told me to keep the routine, check the gates twice a night, said he'd be in touch. Seemed in a hurry. Preoccupied. More than usual. Did you see a delivery?" "A courier earlier today," Katie pressed. The guard nodded slowly, folding his arms across his broad chest. "Earlier, yeah. Maybe 8:30. Bike messenger. Kid in spandex. Handed me a flat envelope, legal-sized, said it was for the judge, personal and confidential. I logged it in my book and took it up to the house myself. Judge answered the door in his robe, signed for it himself right there on the step. He opened it right there too. Just tore the end off." "What did he do after he opened it?" Katie asked, taking a small step closer, her focus absolute. The guard's gaze went distant, replaying the memory. He just stood there in the doorway for a long minute. Staring at it. Didn't move. His face went kind of slack. Then he folded it back up, real careful like it was hot. Nodded at me, said, "Thank you, Carl," and closed the door. Quietly. About 20 minutes later, my log shows he called the car service. Nina had already gotten the clerk on her phone, her tone leaving no room for obstruction. After a tense, brief conversation, where she invoked federal investigative authority and the imminent danger to a material witness, she obtained the gate code. The iron gates, heavy and imposing, swung inward with a low electric hum and the faint grind of well-oiled machinery. The house, once they entered and stepped into the foyer, felt hollow in a way that went beyond emptiness. It was abandoned in a rush, the silence thick and listening. The foyer was marble-floored, a cold, veined white that echoed their steps back at them. A stale, closed-up smell hung in the air, undercut by a faint trace of lemon polish and the dry, papery scent of potpourri from a decorative bowl on a side table. To the left, a formal living room held expensive, uncomfortable-looking furniture, stiff-backed Victorian-style chairs, a velvet settee, arranged with geometric precision around a massive, cold fireplace of river rock. Everything was perfectly ordered, not a cushion out of place, yet it felt like a museum exhibit after hours, a stage set with no actors. Katie moved through an archway into the kitchen. It was a chef's kitchen, all dark granite and stainless steel appliances, spotless and gleaming under the emergency light over the stove. Except for one detail. On the vast central island, a delicate bone china teacup sat, half full of murky, cold tea the color of weak tobacco. A single-use tea bag, a tag reading Earl Grey, rested on a saucer beside it, its string trailing over the edge onto the granite. A small silver spoon lay next to it. The scene was intimate, a snapshot of interrupted routine. The man had been making tea, perhaps steeping it while he thought, when the doorbell rang with the delivery. He'd never come back to finish it. The envelope itself was gone, either taken with him, tucked into a suitcase, or discarded somewhere in the house. From elsewhere in the house, Katie could hear the methodical sounds of Nina's search. The soft click of a door opening, the shuffle of feet on carpet, the faint scrape of a drawer. She was a systematic presence, moving through the stillness. "Study's clean," Nina called out, her voice muffled by walls. "Desk drawers are empty of anything personal. Just office supplies. Laptop's gone, charger cord too. Bedroom closet has gaps, a dozen empty hangers in a row, suits missing. Toiletries gone from the master bath." Standing in the center of the lavish, silent living room, Katie felt the investigation tilting on its axis, sliding from a deliberate hunt for a meticulous killer to a desperate, reactive race to find a fleeing man before a bullet did. The plush carpet under her feet felt obscenely soft. "He could be anywhere," she said, her voice sounding too loud, too raw in the consuming stillness. A friend's cabin in Tahoe, a boutique hotel in San Francisco under an alias, an airport headed for a country with no extradition. He has the money, the connections. If the killer has been watching these people for years, he might have followed him the moment he left. Or he might already know all his bolt holes. Or, Nina said, emerging from a hallway, her small flashlight now off and tucked away. She stopped a few feet from Katie, crossing her arms, her silhouette framed by the wide, dark picture window. The killer sent the page specifically to flush him out. Make him run to a more predictable, more isolated location. A second home, a family property, a hunting cabin. Somewhere easier to take him without witnesses, somewhere off the grid. The beam from a distant streetlight sliced through a gap in the drapes, cutting a sharp diagonal across her face, illuminating one intent eye. "We have to split the focus. You're right, we need to locate him for protection. I'll get the bureau to flag his credit cards, cell phone, put out a bolo to all state and local agencies. But when we find him, Katie, we play it my way. The immunity deal is on the table immediately, the second we make contact. We lay out the stark choice, prison or a grave, with us as the only viable alternative. We may not get another chance to crack this conspiracy open from the inside. He's the linchpin. The one who signed the orders. Katie met her gaze across the shadowed room, the disagreement a solid, immovable wall between them. She could feel her own pulse in her throat. And if he refuses? If he's so terrified of the people he worked with, or so guilty over what he did, that he'd rather take his chances on the run? What if he looks at your deal and sees a different kind of death sentence? A life in witness protection, his name a curse, his legacy ashes. Then we have a harder choice, Nina said, her voice devoid of inflection, a flat statement of operational reality. She uncrossed her arms, letting them hang at her sides, a posture of readiness. We either place him under a 24/7 protective detail, which ties up a massive amount of resources, creates a visible target, and may not stop a determined, patient killer who only needs one moment of lapse, or we take him into custody on a material witness hold. Which looks and feels exactly like an arrest, handcuffs and all, and burns any chance of cooperation to the ground. It's a last resort. That's why the offer has to be real, and it has to be first. Before Katie could formulate a response, the weight of that impossible choice heavy on her tongue, Nina's phone buzzed again, a stark, electronic intrusion in the velvety dark. She pulled it out, the screen lighting her face from below in a cold blue wash. She read a text message, and her lips pressed into a thin, bloodless line, all the softness vanishing. She held the phone out so Katie could see the screen without taking a step. It was from Ray's. Preliminary Todd for Voss, between 1700 and 1900. Found at 2030 by janitorial. Courier log shows Linden delivery 9:05. Sequence is clear. Katie did the math, the timeline snapping into place with chilling, surgical clarity. The killer had known the judge's name, known his home address. He could have gone there first in the pre-dawn dark. But he didn't. He waited. He went to the records office in the late afternoon, when Patricia Voss would likely be working late to avoid the daytime bustle. He killed her, left his accusatory note. Then, hours after the murder was done, he sent his message to the judge. Not a threat, but a receipt. Proof of work completed. He's working down the list, but he's not waiting for us to catch up, Katie said, a cold knot forming in her stomach, tightening with each word. He's creating momentum. Voss today. Maybe Linden tomorrow. He's not just exposing them anymore. He's executing them. Pruning the tree. He's moving faster than we are, Nina said. She didn't look away from the phone screen, as if the words there contained some fatal truth. Her admission was quiet in the dark, opulent room, but it carried. It wasn't defeat in her voice, but a cold, factual assessment, the kind made in a war room looking at a map where the enemy's arrows are advancing. We're reacting. He's executing a plan. The elaborate, symbolic phase is over. The public statements have been made. Now it's just cleanup. Tying off loose ends. Administrative closure. Outside, the low hum of the security gate closing behind them was the only sound, a definitive click followed by silence. The world beyond the windows was still and dark, a vast, indifferent landscape. Somewhere on a rain-slicked highway, or in the hushed terminal of a private airfield, or huddled in a dark room with the curtains drawn, a retired judge was hiding, his heart pounding with every creak of the house, every set of headlights that slowed on the road outside. Somewhere else in the shadows between places, a killer was hunting, his list growing shorter, his methods becoming brutally, horrifically efficient. And they were standing in an empty, expensive house that smelled of lemon and fear, holding two conflicting plans, one to save a life, one to salvage a case, watching the clock tick down on both a man's last breaths and the buried truth he carried inside him like a tumor. Katie turned away from the window, her eyes doing one more slow, desperate scan of the room, looking for anything, any clue he might have left in his panic. A notepad by the phone on the side table, the wastebasket beneath the desk, His mail, she said suddenly, the thought arriving fully formed. What? Nina followed her gaze to a small, elegant mahogany table by the front door where a stack of envelopes and a few magazines lay neatly sorted, awaiting attention. He left in a hurry, but he took the threatening page. He might have taken other sensitive things, the laptop files. But he wouldn't take his everyday mail. Katie walked over, pulling a fresh glove from her pocket with a practice snap. And she flipped through the stack. Utility bills, a charity solicitation from a symphony, a glossy alumni magazine from Stanford. Then her fingers stopped on a heavier, cream-colored envelope. It was hand-addressed in precise, old-fashioned cursive, no return address. The postmark was local, from 2 days ago. She carefully used a pen from her pocket to slit the top open, the paper making a crisp, tearing sound. Inside was a single, folded sheet of heavy linen-weave stationery. The message was brief, typed on what was probably an old electric typewriter, given the slightly uneven impression of the letters. Bill, the discussion we had about the old lake property. The offer is finalized. The developers are impatient. We need to settle this before the end of the month. Call me. Martin Reeves, the former district attorney. Another name on the list, now dead, found hanging in his garage. It's about property, Katie said, showing it to Nina, holding it by the corner. An old lake property, a discussion he needed to settle. A financial entanglement. Nina took the letter, her eyes scanning it once, then again more slowly. The financial tie. Maybe a joint investment, a partnership. A reason they were bound together beyond the courtroom, beyond the paperwork. A profit motive layered on top of the cover-up. She pulled out her phone again, her thumbs flying over the screen with practice speed. I'm having the Financial Crimes Unit run an immediate cross-check on property holdings between Linden, Reeves, and any other names on our list. Corporate shells, LLCs, trusts. If he's running to ground, he might go to a property he owns, especially one that's secluded. Somewhere he feels is his, where he thinks he can control the environment. It was a thread, thin as spider silk but suddenly tangible in the dark. Katie felt a surge of grim, focused energy. The clock was ticking, the fundamental debate between them unresolved, but the next step was now clear, a point of convergence. Find the property. Find the judge. Get to him first. Then the real argument would begin, not in theory, but over the living, breathing, terrified man himself. Let's go, Katie said, heading for the door, her movements decisive. We need to meet with Ray's, get this bolo expanded with any vehicle description from the security guard, and see what property records turn up. We're not just waiting for him to use a credit card at a gas station. We go where he's likely to go. Nina was right behind her, already on her phone, her voice crisp and authoritative as she relayed instructions to the field office, painting the picture of an imminent homicide and a fleeing key witness. As they stepped back out into the cool, damp embrace of the night, the gate beginning its slow, electric swing open behind them, the two agents were a united front in motion, a single organism driven by urgent purpose. Even as the fundamental rift in their strategy remained, a fault line running right through the center of their partnership, waiting for the immense pressure of finding a terrified, guilty man to expose it. The hunt was on, a race against a shadow, and the stakes had just been stripped down to their barest, most brutal essentials. A life traded for the truth, with the two of them as the brokers standing in the middle. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The county record's office smelled of dust, spilled blood, and the sharp, chemical tang of death. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed with a low, persistent hum, casting a sickly greenish-white pallor over everything. Katie Ford stood just inside the yellow tape, her hands shoved deep into the pockets of her jacket, her eyes cataloging the scene with a methodical detachment that felt like armor, a necessary layer between her and the raw fact of the violence. She could feel the grit of the industrial carpet under her boots, a fine layer of dust kicked up by the comings and goings of a dozen county employees now stilled. The room was a study in bureaucratic sterility violated. Beige filing cabinets lined the walls, their drawers neatly labeled with white plastic inserts, while in the center of the space, Patricia Voss lay slumped over her steel government issue desk, a single, precise stab wound to the base of her skull. The blood had seeped into the fabric of her cream-colored blouse and pooled in a dark, almost black circle on the scuffed linoleum floor beneath her chair, its surface catching the light with a dull, wet shine. The case file page, the one Lyndon had received, its redactions like blacked-out eyes, was spread beside her slack hand, the paper stark and accusing under the unforgiving forensic lights. A second sheet, a simple note card with 2 handwritten words, lay precisely centered on her chest, a stark white rectangle against the darkening fabric. A local crime scene tech in a blue Tyvek suit moved around the periphery, the rustle of the material the only sound besides the lights and the faint, tinny echo of a radio from the hallway. Katie watched him dust a filing cabinet for prints, his movements practiced and slow, the brush whispering against the metal. She took a slow breath through her nose, the air tasting of copper and stale paper, of the faint, sweet undertone of spilled tea from the mug on the desk. Minimal staging, Katie murmured, more to herself than to Nina, who was 1,000 miles away on the other end of her phone pressed to her ear. She walked a slow circle around the desk, her boots making soft, sticky sounds on the floor where they'd avoided the blood, each step a conscious placement. She tilted her head, studying the angle of the body, the way the victim's head had fallen forward onto a stack of invoices. The scene. It's different, she spoke louder now, for the phone, her voice echoing slightly in the high-ceilinged room. The others had theatricality. The notes were placed, the bodies arranged with intention. This is efficient. Almost sloppy, her gaze swept the floor, the chair, the edges of the file. A pen had rolled off the desk and lay near the victim's foot, a cheap ballpoint with a chewed cap. A half-empty mug of tea sat cooling, a faint, wrinkled skin forming on its pale surface. It's a departure. The killer's deteriorating. Something making her urgent. Or she didn't need to send a message here. The message was the act itself. Say again. The connection's patchy. Nina's voice was clipped, threaded with the hum of a car engine and the faint rush of wind, breaking up on the last syllable. Katie cleared her throat, pressing the phone tighter to her ear as she repeated herself, her eyes never leaving the desk. It's cleaner. Vaster. No rope, no bucket, no careful posing. Just entry, execution, and the placement of the page and the note. You knew, it's an accusation, not a performance. It's personal in a different way. There was a burst of static, then Nina's voice came back, clearer now. Or she got what she needed from Voss and moved on. Interrogation versus statement. I'm tracking Lyndon north on I-5. Credit card hit at a gas station, outside, reading 40 minutes ago. Premium unleaded and 2 energy drinks. Cell pings have him heading toward Oregon, moving fast. I've got Oregon State Police coordinating for a protective intercept near Grants Pass. He booked a motel there online an hour ago. The Sundown Motor Lodge. Keep him alive, Shaw. He's a link. He might be the last one who knows the full shape of what they did. Katie's own words sounded hollow to her. A link to what? A conspiracy they were already piecing together from the dead. Working on it. What's your play there? Anything else in the room? Nina's tone was all business, a focus that felt like a lifeline. Katie's eyes, scanning the desk in a meticulous grid pattern, from the blotter to the phone to the in-out tray, stopped on the edge of the redacted page. Not on the text, but on the cheap, photocopied paper itself. Near the bottom right corner, just where someone might pinch the sheet to pull it from a stack or place it down, was a faint, greasy smudge. It wasn't a full print, but a partial, a curved ridge pattern blurred by movement, like someone had grabbed the page and slid it into position. Her pulse quickened, a sudden hard thump against her ribs that she felt in her throat. She leaned in closer, careful not to let her shadow fall over the spot, her free hand coming up to hover, not pointing, just indicating the space. My play is she finally made a mistake. She signaled to Reyes, who was by the door documenting the perimeter with a digital SLR camera, his back to her. He didn't see her at first, his attention on the jamb of the door. A uniformed deputy standing nearby caught Katie's eye and nudged Reyes' arm. Reyes turned, his face a mask of professional solemnity, the camera hanging from his neck. He saw her gesture and came over, his shoes squeaking faintly on the linoleum. What have you got? Here, Katie said, her voice dropping to a near whisper. She pointed with a gloved finger, hovering an inch above the paper. This smudge. Get multiple shots, macro if you can. Different angles with the sidelights. Then we need it lifted and rushed to the county lab. Tell them it's priority 1 from the FBI. I want it run through IAFIS and any state databases. Everything. Before the paper degrades any further. Reyes nodded, his eyes narrowing as he bent at the waist to see the mark. He adjusted the camera settings with quick, practiced clicks, the shutter snapping rapidly in the quiet room. The flash popped, bleaching the scene for a split second each time, leaving purple afterimages in Katie's vision. It's faint, he said, peering at the camera's display, zooming in. But there's texture. Could be grease, could be sweat. It's there, Katie said, her voice low and firm. She was in a hurry. Maybe she didn't wear gloves when she handled this copy. Maybe she took them off to write the note. Urgency. Distraction. She stepped back, giving him space to work, her mind racing ahead of the physical process. A fingerprint. The first physical, non-staged, non-planted piece of evidence the killer, the archivist, had left behind in all this carnage. Why here? Why on this victim, in this office? Voss was a record supervisor. She was part of the system, a custodian, but not a decision-maker like Linden or Reeves. Was this the killer getting careless as the net closed, as the pressure mounted? Or was it somehow a deliberate offering? A piece of herself left behind because the story was nearly told, because she no longer cared about being caught, only about being understood. As Reyes carefully applied fingerprint powder with a fine, squirrel hair brush, the black granules clinging to the oils in a ghostly, swirling pattern, Katie turned and walked to the window. It was dark outside, the parking lot lit by orange sodium lamps that cast long, distorted shadows from the parked cars. She saw her own reflection superimposed over the glass. A pale, tired face, the lines around her eyes more pronounced under the harsh interior light, her hair a dark, messy frame. She looked like someone who hadn't slept in days. She thought of the pry bar Nina found, clean and new, bought for this one job. Efficient, disposable. The killer was adapting, shifting methods based on the target. Public spectacle for the corrupt, private execution for the complicit. Patricia Voss had known. She had filed the papers, she had seen the orders come down, she had stamped the folders sealed and sent them to the basement. You knew, not you decided, a different level of guilt. The guilt of the bystander, the enabler, the one who looked at the lie and filed it away. Got a decent lift, Reyes called out, his voice tight with concentration. He was using lifting tape now, sealing the partial print onto a clear acetate card, smoothing it down with a thumb. He held it up to the light. It's not perfect, but there's enough ridge detail for a comparison. A few clear points. Get it to the lab now, Katie said, turning from the window. The reflection vanished, leaving only the dark parking lot. I'll call ahead, get the duty supervisor on the line. I'm coming with you. I want to be there when it runs. The white lines of I-5 blurred under Nina Shaw's headlights, a hypnotic, dashed stream leading north into the gathering dark. The rental car was a generic mid-size sedan, beige interior smelling faintly of pine air freshener and old fast food. The steering wheel was cool and hard under her palms, the leather worn smooth in spots. Her phone was on the dashboard, connected to the car's speakers via Bluetooth, making Katie's voice sound tinny and distant in the spacious, empty cabin, as if she were speaking from the bottom of a well. She had the cruise control set 7 miles over the limit, a steady, eating pace that matched the rhythm of her thoughts. The landscape outside was a flat, dark expanse of farmland, broken occasionally by the distant cluster of gas station lights or the glowing sign of a truck stop, islands of sodium yellow in a sea of black. The hum of the tires on the asphalt was a constant, droning bass note, punctuated by the sudden whump of passing a semi-truck, the rental car shuddering slightly in the wake turbulence. The dashboard clock glowed a soft green, 10:47 p.m. OSB, confirm your position, she said, her voice loud in the quiet car, directed at the hands-free mic. A crackle of static, then a male voice, calm and professional. Unit 7 is 10 miles south of the Wolf Creek Inn exit. We'll be at the motel in 20. You want us to go in hot or establish a perimeter? Nina's jaw tightened. She could feel the muscle flex along the side of her face. Perimeter first. Absolutely perimeter first, she enunciated each word. The subject is a retired judge in his 70s, likely terrified and possibly armed for self-defense. He's a victim, not a hostile. I need him breathing and talking. Do you understand? Your primary objective is to isolate and secure his location. I'm 90 minutes out. Do not let anyone, uniformed, plainclothes, anyone, approach that room until I'm on scene. The threat is external and highly mobile. Assume she is armed, intelligent, and may be watching. She may already be there. Copy that, Agent Shaw. We'll set up a loose cordon, no lights, no sirens. We'll ID the vehicle and monitor. We'll hold at the tree line across the highway. Good. Out, she ended the call, her hands gripping the wheel tighter, her knuckles standing out pale and bony against her skin. She forced herself to relax her grip, one finger at a time. Arthur Linden was running like a scared rabbit, heading for the state line with a desperation that was almost pathetic. He'd used his own credit card, his own phone. A man in a panic, not thinking, operating on pure animal instinct. The killer had flushed him with the public exposure from Jace's blog, knowing exactly where he'd run, away from the jurisdiction where the murders were happening, toward some imagined safety. It was hurting. But to what end? To kill him on the road, in some lonely rest stop. To force a confrontation with law enforcement, to make his death another public spectacle. Or was he being driven to a specific place, a place that meant something from the old case files? A reservoir, a lake, a stretch of road. Her phone buzzed again, the screen lighting up with Katie's name, cutting through the darkness of the cabin. She tapped the answer icon on the steering wheel, her throat suddenly dry. "Talk to me, Ford." The print came back. Katie's voice was flat, stripped of all inflection, all the usual undercurrent of focused energy or simmering anger. It was the voice of someone reading a meter reading, delivering lab results, not a breakthrough. It was hollow. A very bad sign. Nina felt a chill that had nothing to do with the car's AC vent blowing on her knees. It started in the center of her chest and spread outwards, tightening her skin. "And," she prompted, hearing the impatience in her own voice. "It's a match in IAFIS. Female. Marin Solis. Age 37. Nina processed it. Of a name. It was always a watershed moment, when the shadow acquired a name, a social security number, a date of birth. It made the thing both more real and more strangely manageable. A person could be found. A person had habits, a history, a face. A record. A clean. A spotless. No priors. Not even a parking ticket. Not a single point of contact with law enforcement in the adult database. And she's a ghost. An address. Employment. Nina's mind was already clicking through the logistics, the next steps. She glanced at the speedometer, unconsciously pressing the accelerator a little harder. Last known is a PO. Box in Oakland, 5 years old. And she's a ghost. But she wasn't always. Katie took a slow, audible breath, and Nina could hear the rustle of paper through the phone, the sound of a file being opened on a desk, the squeak of a chair. I ran the name Solis through our case files. Nothing. Then I ran Marin through the victim databases from the original cases. The 1996 Reservoir case. The couple found dead at Mill Creek, ruled a murder-suicide. Their names were Victor and Maria Salinas. Nina's breath caught in her throat, a sharp, involuntary hitch. She saw it an instant before Katie said it. The family photo that would have been in the file, the notation about a minor child, the swift closure of that part of the tragedy. The white lines on the road seemed to converge into a single, terrible point ahead of her. They had a daughter, Katie continued, her words measured heavy, each one dropped into the silence of the car like a stone. She was 8 years old when it happened. Her name was Marin Salinas. Child Protective Services took her. The records show she was placed in foster care in Sonoma County initially, then moved through 2 more homes. She'd have been adopted eventually, name changed to Solace. I'm pulling the juvenile dependency records now, but it's a maze. Sealed courts, closed files. It'll take a judge to pry them open. The pieces didn't just come together. They slammed into place with the force of a collision in the quiet of the moving car. Nina felt the cold understanding settle in her chest, a solid, heavy weight that pressed against her lungs. It wasn't a theory anymore. It wasn't a profile. It was a biography. The killer isn't some abstract avenger for justice, Nina said, her own voice quiet with the realization. She's not an activist. She lost her family to it. They were the original crime. The first ones buried. She was orphaned by the same cover-up, the same network of lies and protected men that got my father killed, Katie said, the words quiet and final, like a verdict being read in an empty courtroom. There was no triumph in it, only a bleak, resonant truth. The highway unspooled ahead, a black ribbon under a starless sky choked with high clouds. Nina's mind raced, overlaying the clinical details of the case files, the ligature marks, the staged poses, the redacted pages, with this new human reality. The meticulous organization of the files, the cross-referencing, the timelines, that was the discipline of someone who had lived with chaos and needed to control the narrative to make the story make sense. The targeted, symbolic executions, they weren't just about exposing corruption. They were about visiting a very specific, very personal form of justice on the people who had taken her parents from her, and then called it an accident, a suicide. The rage was there in the violence, but it was masked, channeled into archival precision. It wasn't ideology. It was grief. A deep, festering, 30-year-old grief. A little girl who grew up in the system, knowing a lie had taken everything from her, and who had spent years, maybe decades, learning how to prove it, how to dismantle the lie piece by piece, person by person. She's cleaning house, Nina said, her voice hushed, as if saying it too loud might break the terrible logic of it. Every name on those redacted pages is directly connected to the lie that destroyed her life. Linden, Voss, Reeves, Rourke, they're not just symbols of a broken system to her. They're the specific people who made her an orphan. Who signed the papers, who buried the report, who pressured the medical examiner. They're the reason she grew up with strangers. And she's almost done, Katie replied. There was a profound weariness in her tone now, the fatigue of a long chase nearing its end at a cliff's edge. The urgency, the shift in method with Voss, the mistake with the print, she's at the end of her list. She's going for the last name. Or she's finished her work and is going to ground. Disappearing back into the ghost identity she built. She might already be gone. We have a name now, Ford. A real name and a face in a DMV database. Nina's tactical mind was already shifting gears, pushing past the emotional shock. Her eyes flicked to the dashboard, calculating distance, time. We find her. We find her before she finishes or before she vanishes. They needed to flood Oakland with the name, check bus stations, train stations, airports under every alias they could extrapolate. They needed to find that PO. Box, track down the adoption records, find any living relatives, old friends, former foster families. The ghost could be made solid. A person left traces, even one as careful as this. There was a long silence on the line, filled only by the whisper of Katie's breathing and the steady roar of road noise in Nina's car. The whine of the engine climbing a slight grade, the hiss of tires on wet pavement from an earlier rain shower, the rhythmic thump-thump-thump over seams in the concrete. Katie, Nina prompted, her eyes flicking down to the phone screen to make sure the call was still connected, the timer still ticking upward. I'm looking at her file photo, Katie said, her voice distant, softened, as if she were talking to herself, describing a dream. From her driver's license. 37. Brown hair pulled back. Brown eyes. A slight smile, the kind you give because the DMV clerk tells you to. She's just a woman. She looks tired. She looks ordinary. She looks like she works in an office or a library. She doesn't look like someone who could do this. Nina understood the tone. It was the hollow, deflated sound of a detective who had chased a monster through shadows and nightmares, constructing a figure of terrifying capability and ruthlessness, only to finally shine a light and find a person. A shattered, vengeful, dangerous person, but a person all the same. A person with a history, with a childhood trauma, with a face you might pass in a grocery store line without a second glance. It was the moment the puzzle became a tragedy, the moment the intellectual pursuit collapsed into empathy, and empathy was a dangerous luxury in the middle of a manhunt. "She's still a killer, Ford," Nina said, her voice firm, needing to anchor them both in the present, in the duty, in the black and white of the law. She straightened her shoulders against the car seat. "She's murdered 5 people that we know of. She stabbed Patricia Voss in the back of the head while she sat at her desk. She hanged Henry Rourke and left him dangling for the gulls. She staged Dana Whitfield and Hank Reeves like mannequins in the fog. She is responsible for their deaths. However it started, that's what she is now. That's what we have to stop." I know, the words were simple, an acknowledgement of the truth but not an embrace of its cold comfort. They held a world of resignation. The line went dead with a soft, definitive click. Nina stared ahead at the road, her mind no longer fully on Arthur Linden huddled in his cheap motel room. She saw instead a little girl with brown eyes, being led away from a reservoir by a social worker, a plastic bag of her belongings in her hand. She saw boxes of files in a dark, windowless room, a lifetime of research spread across a table, a red string connecting faces and dates. She saw the careful, deliberate, unhurried script on the note left on Voss's chest. "You knew." She pressed down on the accelerator, the car surging forward with a low growl, the headlights carving a tunnel through the darkness. 90 minutes to Grant's Pass felt like an eternity. Every mile marker that flashed by felt like a missed opportunity, a closing window. In the sterile, buzzing brightness of the county records office, surrounded by the low murmur of forensics techs packing their kits, and the lingering, metallic scent of death that seemed baked into the air, Katie Ford stared at the printout in her hand. The DMV photo of Marin Salas stared back, a grainy, pixelated image on cheap, absorbent office paper that had already started to curl at the edges from the humidity of her grip. A plain, unremarkable face. A high forehead, a narrow chin. Brown hair that might have been shoulder length, pulled into a simple, practical ponytail at the nape of her neck. A slight, forced smile for the camera, not reaching the eyes. Eyes that held nothing Katie could easily name, not the wildness of madness, not the burning heat of fury. They were dark, calm pools, looking straight at the camera lens without challenge or invitation. Just a profound, settled emptiness. The eyes of someone who had completed a long, difficult task and found no joy, no relief in its conclusion. The eyes of someone who had run out of road. Katie leaned back against a clean section of filing cabinet, the cold metal seeping through her jacket and into the muscles of her shoulder. The room was clearing out, the body of Patricia Voss being zipped into a thick, black vinyl bag by 2 solemn attendants from the coroner's office. The rustle of the heavy plastic was a grotesque, zipping sound that seemed to go on forever. She looked from the photo to the desk, now an empty space marked by tape and a dark stain, to the single, dark hole that had been in the base of Voss's skull, then back to the photo. She tried to superimpose the 2 images, the weary woman from the DMV and the figure in dark clothes moving silently behind a seated woman, a sharp, narrow blade in hand. The connection wouldn't hold. The brain rejected the merge. She thought of an 8-year-old girl named Marin Salinas, being told her parents were gone, that daddy had hurt mommy and then himself, that it was a private tragedy, a family matter. She thought of the confusion, the world collapsing into nonsense, the safe walls of home replaced by the strange smells and sounds of a foster home. She thought of the system swallowing that girl, moving her from home to home, giving her a new name, Solace, a cruel, beautiful irony, a new life built on the buried, rotten foundation of a terrible, official lie. She thought of that girl growing up in the quiet spaces between families, the lie festering inside her like a splinter working its way to the heart, until one day she found a way into the records, into the very files that had erased her parents. What had she felt, sitting in some library or basement, seeing the redactions for the first time? The memos from Lyndon questioning a witness's character. The overruled charging recommendations from Reeves. The accidental stamp on her parents' file. Had her hands shaken? Had she cried? Or had she just gone very, very still and started to make a list? Her hand went to her phone in her pocket, her fingers brushing against its hard, cool case. She thought of her own father's badge, heavy and cool in her desk drawer at home in D.C., tucked away in a box of things she couldn't bear to display but couldn't bring herself to discard. Another man swallowed by a lie, another case buried under procedure and powerful friends. The parallel was a physical ache in her sternum, a bridge of understanding she did not want to cross but could no longer avoid. She was hunting the living consequence of the very corruption her father had died trying to expose. In a twisted way, Marin Salas had finished his work. She had named the names, she had exposed the rot. She had just used a knife and a rope instead of a subpoena. Captain Reyes approached, his footsteps quiet on the linoleum, his shadow falling across her. He'd taken off his duty jacket and stood in his short-sleeved uniform shirt, dark patches of sweat under his arms. Lab confirmed the print is a high-confidence match to Marin Salas. 12 points of comparison. They're running it through some additional databases, military, federal employment, but it's her. I've put out a BOLO to all state and local agencies in Northern California and Oregon. Description: vehicle unknown. I stressed the armed and extremely dangerous. Katie nodded, not looking up from the photo. Her thumb smoothed the edge of the paper. She won't be using that name. She'll have other ID. She's been planning this for years. She'll have exit routes, cash stashes, maybe a vehicle registered to a shell corporation. The P.O. box is a dead end. It'll be clean. What do you want to do? Reyes asked, his voice gentler than usual, the professional edge softened by the late hour and the grim weight in the room. What did she want to do? The professional path was clear, illuminated in the harsh fluorescent light. Escalate, mobilize, treat Marin Salas as an armed and dangerous fugitive, a spree killer. Set up roadblocks, raid the Oakland P.O. box, flood the media with her face and a hotline number. Pressure her, corner her, force a confrontation. The killer had a name. And she had a face. She had a reason, a motive that was a roadmap to her next move, Lyndon. They could predict her now. They could stop her. But the other path, the human one that whispered from the tired eyes in the photo, spoke of a different ending. Of finding her not with sirens and SWAT, but quietly. Of speaking to her. Of looking at the evidence she had compiled, because it was evidence, a brutal, bloody indictment, and acknowledging the truth she had fought so brutally to unveil. Of looking into those empty brown eyes and saying, I believe you. What they did was wrong. They killed my father too. It was a dangerous, sentimental, potentially deadly thought, and Katie shoved it down, locking it away behind the door marked Agent Ford. Patricia Voss's body, now a shapeless black bundle on the gurney, was being wheeled out past the yellow tape, a reminder of the reality of the irreversible acts. "We find her," Katie said, her voice regaining some of its steel, pushing off from the filing cabinet. The movement made her joints ache. "We use everything. Pull all adoption records for Marin Salinas. I want the names of every social worker, every foster family, every therapist she might have seen. I want to know where she went to school, if she ever got a traffic ticket under her old name, if she has a library card, what books she checked out. I want to know what she does for money. She's meticulous. She's a planner. That means bank accounts, maybe under another alias. Utilities. A storage unit. A lease somewhere. We start with Oakland, and we spread out in a grid. And we keep it tight. No leaks to the press. Jace Whitfield doesn't get this name. This stays in-house until we have her in custody." "Understood," Reyes hesitated, shifting his weight. "And Lyndon's. Your partner's play. That's Nina's play. We have our own." Katie finally folded the paper slowly, deliberately, aligning the edges, making the crease sharp and final. She slipped it into the inside pocket of her jacket, over her heart. The armor of professional detachment was gone, shattered by the simple, devastating fact of a stolen childhood, a stolen family. The intellectual puzzle of the archivist had dissolved, leaving the raw, emotional core of Marin Salas. The war was no longer against a shadow, a concept, a clever nickname. It was against a reflection, a woman warped by a loss the system had caused and then ignored, a mirror held up to the darkest, most personal failures of the very institution Katie had sworn to serve and protect. She pushed off from the filing cabinet. The room felt different now, smaller and more oppressive. The fluorescent buzz was an irritant on her nerves. The chemical smell of the fingerprint powder and the coppery scent of blood were suffocating, clinging to the back of her tongue. The case was no longer a series of connected crime scenes. It was the story of Marin Salas, from an 8-year-old orphan in a social worker's car to a 37-year-old executioner leaving a greasy smudge on a photocopy. And Katie Ford, daughter of a betrayed agent, was perhaps the only person who could truly see both ends of that story, who stood on the bridge between the crime and its consequence. The weight of that understanding settled on her shoulders like a lead coat as she walked out of the records office, past the uniformed deputy still guarding the door, into the cool, damp night air that smelled of eucalyptus and distant ocean. She took a deep, cleansing breath that didn't cleanse anything, and turned toward her car to begin the hunt for the ghost who had finally, heartbreakingly, left a fingerprint. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. The conference room smelled of stale coffee, dry erase marker, and the faint, persistent mildew that seeped up from the building's old foundation. The overhead fluorescence buzzed, casting a flat, unforgiving light on the scuffed laminate table littered with empty paper cups and a forgotten legal pad. Katie Ford stood at the head of the table, a single file folder open before her. The air was still and cool, the kind of cold that settled into bones during long night shifts. Nina Shaw leaned against the wall by the door, arms crossed, her shoulder pressing into a faded map of Sonoma County. Her posture was a closed door. Sheriff Reyes sat, his chair tilted back on two legs, his expression a mask of weary expectation, his eyes fixed on Katie, waiting for the other shoe to drop. Katie placed her palms flat on the table, the surface cool and slightly sticky. "Her name is Marin Salas," she said, her voice cutting through the stagnant air. It was louder than she intended. She reached into the folder and slid a DMV photo into the center of the table. The cardboard backing made a soft scraping sound. The woman staring back was in her late 30s, with pale, serious eyes and dark hair pulled into a severe, tight knot at the nape of her neck. No makeup. No smile. 37 years old. Ray's let the front legs of his chair hit the floor with a thump. He leaned forward, the leather of his duty belt creaking, and picked up the photo, holding it under the light. He studied it for a long 5 seconds, his brow furrowed. She doesn't look like a monster. She wasn't made in a vacuum, Katie said, flipping a page in the folder. The paper rustled sharply. She read from the typed summary, her eyes not needing to track the words. Parents died in a murder-suicide when she was 8. Father shot the mother in their bedroom, then turned the gun on himself in the living room. Marin was found 12 hours later by a neighbor, hiding in a hall closet behind winter coats. She hadn't made a sound. She entered the foster system that night. Bounced through 3 homes before aging out. Nina pushed off the wall, the motion fluid and deliberate. She took 2 steps toward the table but didn't sit. Tragic backstories are a dime a dozen, Ford. What's the vector? What turns that into this? She gestured vaguely, encompassing the unseen crime scene photos, the redacted pages, the hanging bodies. The vector, Katie continued, meeting Nina's gaze, is that she grew up, kept her head down, went to Sonoma State on grants and loans, and got a degree in criminal justice. Graduated mid-tier. Nothing remarkable. Then she got a job. She looked from Ray's to Nina, making sure she had their full attention. For 3 years, from 2010 to 2013, she worked as a paralegal in the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office. Specifically, in the Records and Archives Division. Her employee badge gave her access to the physical and digital archives. All of them. Ray's let out a low, slow whistle, running a hand over his close-cropped hair. And sealed cases. Discretionary files. The whole rotten orchard. Every single one, Katie confirmed, her voice dropping. She had the access and the institutional know-how. She knew how files were routed, how copies were made, who signed off on redactions. She quit abruptly 5 years ago. No notice. No forwarding address. Her last paycheck was mailed to a P.O. box that closed a month later. She just dropped off the grid. Katie tapped the address printed on the final sheet of paper. It was a simple printout from a property management database. Then till now. A house rented 6 months ago under the name M. S. Loan. Cash payments delivered by mail. It's on the outskirts of Cloverdale. Isolated. About 30 minutes north of here, up in the Oak Chaparral. Nearest neighbor is half a mile down a private gravel road. That's it, Nina asked, her tone not quite skeptical but probing, testing the edges. That's the play. We drive up and knock. After everything she's done. We need to call this in, Reyes said, his voice leaving no room for argument. He was already reaching for the black desk phone on the conference table, pulling it toward him. This is a federal case. Your director needs to be in the loop, and I need to start mobilizing my people. This isn't a two-agent conversation anymore. He began dialing, the electronic beeps loud in the quiet room. The call was put on speaker after a brief, muffled conversation with Vance's assistant. The tinny, authoritative voice of Robert Vance filled the room, emanating from the small grill. A report. Katie leaned closer to the phone, her shadow falling across the DMV photo. She laid it out concisely, her training keeping her voice level and factual. The identification through latent prints cross-referenced with old county employment records, the background, the psychological profile drawn from the victimology, the physical address. She detailed the match to the partial print lifted from the clean pry bar at Patricia Voss's office. "She's our unsub," Katie finished, the acronym feeling clinical and inadequate. "The fingerprint is a perfect match. She had the means, the access, and the motive. She's the archivist." There was a brief silence on the line, filled only with the faint electronic hum of the connection, the sound of an office hundreds of miles away. Katie could picture Vance at his desk, steepling his fingers, weighing the political fallout against the operational necessity. "Assessment," he asked finally, the word directed at the room. Nina spoke first, moving to stand directly across the table from the phone. Her hands came to rest on the back of a chair, her knuckles white. "She's methodical, patient, and has just escalated to direct, close-contact murder with Patricia Voss. The shift from staged, symbolic killings to a fast, efficient execution suggests she's either feeling time pressure or that Voss possessed a specific, immediate threat. She's proven she can plan and execute complex operations, including surveillance and evasion. She's in a remote location, which she chose for a reason: sight lines, defensibility, early warning. It is likely fortified, or at least prepared with countermeasures. This is a standard high-risk warrant service scenario. My recommendation is a full tactical team. SWAT-style dynamic entry. No negotiation. We contain the structure, isolate the subject, and apprehend with overwhelming force. The goal is to minimize her options and neutralize the threat before she can act." Katie felt the words like a physical pressure in the center of her chest, a constriction that made her take a shallow breath. She saw it instantly: the black helmets, the breaching charge, the flashbang grenade rolling across a floor, a terrified woman in a dark room reaching not for a weapon but for a photograph of her dead mother. "Sir, I'd advise against a dynamic entry." Another pause, heavier this time. "Explain, Ford." Katie straightened up, choosing her words with care, trying to sculpt the profile in the air for them. "She's not a predator in the traditional sense. She's not hunting for gratification. She's a victim who became a killer. This isn't thrill-seeking. It's a mission. A reckoning. She's targeting specific people she believes failed her mother, failed the entire system." Katie leaned toward the speaker phone, her voice intensifying. "If we come in with guns and battering rams, flashbangs and shouted commands, she'll see it as the same corrupt, brutal force she's been fighting all along. It validates her entire worldview. Her response won't be surrender. It'll be fight or flight to the extreme. She'll barricade and fight back with whatever she has, or she'll eat her gun the second she hears the first shout of police. We lose her. We lose any chance of understanding the full why, of mapping the complete network she uncovered, of knowing if there are other conspirators still out there. We turn her into just another body in the count." "Sympathy doesn't change the body count, Ford," Nina said, her voice cool and firm, a scalpel to Katie's blunt instrument. She didn't look at Katie. She addressed the phone, her profile sharp. "She's murdered 4 people that we know of. She butchered 2 young adults at a campsite and posed them like mannequins. She is, by definition, a serial murderer. We apprehend her by the book. The book exists for a reason: to protect officers, to protect the public, and to ensure a clean chain of custody for prosecution. The book also creates body bags when it misreads the subject." Katie shot back, the heat rising in her voice now, frustration bleeding through the professional veneer. She turned slightly to face Nina. A dynamic entry on a barricaded, paranoid subject is one of the highest risk actions we take. It's a last resort, not a first option. She'll surrender if we approach her correctly. Isolate the house. Set a secure perimeter. Call her out. Use a trained negotiator. She wants to be heard. That's what all the letters, the redacted pages, the staged scenes were about. A scream for someone to listen to the record. We can use that. What she wants is irrelevant, Nina countered, her own frustration showing in the tight line of her jaw. She finally looked at Katie, and her eyes were hard. What she's done is all that matters. You're identifying with her rage, Katie. I get it. The system is broken. It failed her. It failed your father. But you can't let that cloud the fact that she's a killer who needs to be stopped with minimal risk to my team, your team, the sheriff's deputies, and any civilians who might be in the area. We don't have the luxury of treating her like a misunderstood philosopher. We have the responsibility to end this cleanly and safely. Advance. The assessment stands. The director's voice came back, final, devoid of debate, the sound of a door slamming shut. Protocol exists for officer safety and operational certainty. The subject has demonstrated lethal capability and escalation. We go with Agent Shaw's recommendation. Full tactical deployment. Sheriff Reyes, I'll have our regional SWAT commander contact you within 10 minutes to coordinate. They will take lead on entry and containment. Agents Shaw and Ford will be embedded in the outer perimeter command post for consultation and identification. Is that clear? Katie's jaw tightened. She felt the muscles in her neck cord. The word felt like gravel in her throat. Yes, sir. Clear, Nina said, the word crisp and satisfied. Move out, Vance ordered, and the line went dead with a definitive click. The room felt suddenly hollow, the silence after the call more oppressive than the quiet before it. The electronic hum of the fluorescent seemed to swell. Reyes stood immediately, the chair scraping loudly, already heading for the door to mobilize his deputies. He paused at the threshold, looking back at them. I'll get the briefing started in the bullpen. Wheels up in 20. Then he was gone, his footsteps echoing down the hall. Nina didn't look at Katie. She gathered her own slim folder from the table, tucking it under her arm. Her movements were efficient, economical. Get your gear from the car. We ride with the sheriff's convoy in the command SUV. You're with me. Nina, Katie said, the name stopping her partner at the door. Nina turned, one eyebrow slightly raised. A question, but not an open one. This is wrong, Katie said, the words simple and bare. Nina's expression didn't change. It's procedure. It's the safest play for the most people. Including her, whether she knows it or not. A bullet from a sniper is cleaner than a self-inflicted GSW after a 6-hour standoff. She held Katie's gaze for a second longer, then shook her head, a tiny, almost imperceptible motion of disappointment. Don't let the past get in the way of the job, Katie. Not tonight, she turned and walked out. Katie was left alone in the stale, bright room. She slowly closed the folder, her fingers pressing down on Marin Salas's DMV photo. The woman, pale eyes stared up, seeing nothing. Katie exhaled, a long, slow breath that did nothing to ease the weight on her sternum. She stacked the folder neatly, placed it in her briefcase, and snapped the latches. The sound was like 2 small gunshots. Outside, the night air was cold and damp, carrying the distant smell of rain on dry hills. The parking lot behind the sheriff's station was a sudden hive of controlled chaos, lit by the harsh white floodlights mounted on the building and the swirling red and blue pulses from light bars on idling vehicles. The scene had a surreal, cinematic quality. Deputies in dark uniforms moved with brisk, purposeful efficiency, their breath pluming in the chill. The metallic clack-clack of a pump-action shotgun being checked and cleared cut through the murmur of voices. Another deputy slammed the trunk of a cruiser shut, the sound echoing off the brick walls. The black armored bulk of the sheriff's MRAP, a mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicle that looked like a prehistoric beast, was being rolled out of its vehicle bay. Its diesel engine rumbled to life with a deep, guttural cough, belching a puff of exhaust that hung in the air. The rear ramp was down, and 2 deputies were loading in heavy black cases, communications gear, ballistic shields, extra ammunition. The air crackled with the static of overlapping radio traffic. Dispatchers' voices, calm and coded, mixed with the sharper, terser exchanges of the deputies on the scene. Copy, Team 2 is assembling at Point Alpha. Need to confirm on that parcel map. The satellite is 10 years old. Fire Department medevac is on standby. 1 bird, location TBD. Katie walked to the unmarked sedan, her footsteps loud on the wet asphalt. She popped the trunk. Inside, next to a spare tire and a roadside emergency kit, was her heavy, olive-drab gear bag. She unzipped it, the sound loud in her ears. The familiar, slightly chemical smell of Kevlar and nylon wafted out. She pulled her tactical vest free. It was heavier than her standard issue, with front, back, and side ceramic trauma plates. The fabric was worn in places, stained with dirt and dried sweat from other nights, other operations. She shrugged into it, the weight immediately settling on her shoulders, a familiar burden. She threaded her arms through the armholes, the material stiff and unyielding. She pulled the front panel across her chest and began fastening the side straps, tightening each one in sequence with a series of sharp, ripping sounds as the Velcro engaged. She cinched them until the vest was snug against her ribs, restrictive but secure, a second skin of anticipated violence. Next came the duty belt. She buckled it around her waist over her jacket, the weight of the cuffs, the spare magazines, the flashlight, and the multi-tool settling on her hips. She checked her service weapon, a Glock 19, with practiced, unconscious movements. Ejecting the magazine, checking the load, slapping it back home, racking the slide just enough to see the glint of brass in the chamber before letting it forward. She holstered it, the click of the retention hood a final, definitive sound. As she fastened the last buckle on her vest, her fingers, cold and slightly numb, brushed against the inner pocket of her jacket. Through the fabric, she felt the stiff, rectangular edge of the photograph. She didn't need to take it out. She knew every pixel of it. Eli's smiling face, frozen in a time before alleys and gunfire and impossible choices, before the world had narrowed to case files and body counts. The memory was a physical ache, a sunny day, his laugh, the smell of grass. She pressed her palm against the pocket, feeling the outline through the layers. A talisman. A warning. She left it there. She looked up. Across the lot, Nina was already at the passenger door of a sheriff's SUV, marked with a magnetic command placard. She was talking to the driver, a young deputy with a serious face, pointing at a tablet in her hand. Nina's profile was sharp, focused, etched in the artificial light. Every gesture was precise, assured, utterly convinced of the path they were on. She had already compartmentalized the debate, filed it away as a resolved tactical disagreement. The ideological gulf between them, in that moment, was not just wide, it was fundamental. It was in the way Nina stood, balanced on the balls of her feet, ready to move, versus the way Katie felt rooted, heavy, seeing the ghost of an 8-year-old girl in a closet superimposed over the tactical schematics. Katie slammed the trunk shut. The sound was swallowed by the growing noise of the mobilization. She grabbed her gear bag and slung it over her shoulder, the added weight making her list slightly. She began walking toward the command SUV. Her boots crunched on gravel, then thudded on asphalt. She passed 2 deputies leaning against a patrol car, one sipping coffee from a paper cup, the other staring into the middle distance, his face blank with pre-op focus. She passed the MRAP, its engine now a constant, vibrating roar, the heat from its exhaust washing over her. A deputy in a helmet and full tactical gear gave her a curt nod as he climbed up the rear ramp, his rifle held close. Nina saw her approach and ended her conversation with the driver. She opened the rear door of the SUV and gestured with her chin for Katie to get in. No words. Katie ducked her head and climbed into the back seat, tossing her bag onto the floor. The interior smelled of stale fast food, coffee, and the sharp, clean scent of vinyl cleaner. The dashboard was a constellation of small green and red lights from the radio console. Katie looked north out the window, toward the dark, invisible hills that hid Cloverdale. The town was just a name on a map, but the house was a specific point. In her mind, she saw it. A small, probably rundown structure, a light in a single window, a woman inside surrounded by her archives of failure. A victim. The killer. A person waiting for the storm she knew, she'd summoned with every redacted page she left behind. And they were coming for her not with questions, but with a war machine, a rumbling armored vehicle, men in helmets with scoped rifles, a protocol designed for containment and elimination. Nina slid into the front passenger seat and pulled the door shut. It closed with a solid, well-made thud. She picked up the radio handset. Command to all units, prepare to roll. Route is as briefed. Code 2 until the county line, then we go quiet. Acknowledge in sequence. One by one, voices crackled back. Team 1 copy, Team 2 copy, K9 copy, Medic copy. The driver, the young deputy, put the SUV in gear. The engine, a quieter hum than the MRAPs, purred to life. He flipped a switch, and the red and blue lights in the grille began to spin, casting swirling shadows across the wet pavement of the parking lot. Katie leaned her head back against the headrest. She felt the vibration of the engine through the seat. She closed her eyes for just a second, but all she saw was the DMV photo, those pale, serious, utterly hopeless eyes. She opened them and stared at the back of Nina's head, at the precise knot of her dark hair. The convoy began to move. The MRAP went first, a hulking shadow, followed by 2 sheriff's cruisers with their light bars dark, but their headlights cutting bright swaths through the night. Their command SUV fell in behind them. In the side mirror, Katie watched as the rest of the procession fell into line. More cruisers, an unmarked detective's car, a van for the tactical team. The procession pulled out of the lot and onto the deserted county road, a silent snake of intent winding its way into the darkness. The radio chatter was minimal now, just occasional check-ins. The deputy driving kept his eyes on the taillights of the MRAP, maintaining a steady 50-yard gap. The world outside the windows became a blur of dark shapes. Fenced pastures, sleeping farmhouses, the occasional glow of a distant yard light. They passed a sign, Cloverdale 22 miles. Nina was studying the tablet again, zooming in on a satellite image of the property. She spoke without turning around, her voice matter-of-fact in the quiet cabin. The road dead ends at her driveway. Woods on 3 sides. The aerial shows one structure, looks like a main house and a detached garage or shed. No vehicles visible in the last pass, but that was 2 days ago. The tactical plan is to establish the inner perimeter here. She tapped the screen, at the tree line, 80 yards out. Snipers here and here. The entry team approaches from the east, using the garage for cover. Breach on command. Katie listened, saying nothing. She watched the dark landscape unfurl. She thought of Marcus Fell's warning about cleaning house, about forces that made evidence vanish. She thought of her father's file, a void. Marin Solis had files too. The whole archive. And they were about to breach her door with explosives. The negotiator is standing by at the command post, Nina continued, as if reading a checklist. But he's a contingency. Vance was clear. We don't initiate contact until the structure is contained and the team is in position for a dynamic entry. If she so much as shows a silhouette in a window with an object in her hand, the rules of engagement are clear. An object, Katie repeated softly, the words barely audible over the road noise. Nina heard her. She half-turned in her seat, her face in shadow. A weapon, Katie. A phone, a remote, anything that could be mistaken for one in low light by a deputy who's scared and hyped on adrenaline. You know how this works. You've been on the other side of the door. Katie did know. The heart-pounding silence before the breach, the tunnel vision, the way every shadow could be a gun barrel. The split-second decisions that were never reviewed with the luxury of hindsight. I have, she said. And that's why I know this is the wrong approach for her. Nina turned fully around now, her arm resting on the seatback. The dashboard lights cast her features in a greenish hue. What's your alternative? Right now. A real one. Not a wish. Katie met her gaze in the dim light. We stop a quarter-mile out. We send a single car, lights off, with me and a deputy. We park in the open, visible from the house. I get out alone, hands visible. I call the house phone if we have the number, or use a bullhorn. I tell her who I am. I tell her I've seen the files. I tell her I know about the redactions, about Lyndon, about Reeves. I tell her I want to hear the rest. I give her a way out that isn't a body bag. And when she starts shooting from the window, Nina's voice was flat. She won't. You can't know that. I can profile it, Katie insisted, the heat returning. She's a planner. An archivist. She doesn't do spontaneous violence. The murders were all planned, staged, deliberate. A panicked shootout isn't in her script. Surrender might be, if it comes with a platform. You're betting her life and potentially hours on a script you read in a file, Nina said, shaking her head. She turned back around, facing the windshield. It's not a bet I'm willing to make. The play is called. We see it through. The conversation was over. The finality was absolute. Katie looked back out the window. They were climbing now, the road winding into foothills. The trees were thicker here, crowding the edges of the pavement. The convoy had slowed, moving more cautiously. The MRAP's massive bulk seemed even more out of place among the oaks and madronas. Katie's hand drifted to her vest, to the pocket where the photo lay. She thought of her father, of the unanswered questions that were a constant, low-grade fever in her blood. Would he have approved of the battering ram? Or would he, the meticulous investigator, have wanted to hear the story first? She didn't know. He was a ghost, and ghosts gave no counsel. The driver spoke for the first time in miles, his voice young but steady. Coming up on the turnoff. 1 miles. Nina picked up the radio. Command to all units. 1 minute to Point Bravo. Go dark. All along the convoy, the headlights of the following vehicles winked out. The MRAP and the lead cruisers kept their parking lights on, just dim red glows. The world plunged into deeper darkness, broken only by the faint starlight and the glow of the dashboard. The engine noise seemed to grow louder in the new quiet. The SUV slowed further, the tires crunching on the gravel shoulder. Katie's heart began to beat a little faster, a primal rhythm kicking in. The weight of the vest, the feel of the gun on her hip, it all became intensely present, no longer just gear but part of her physiology for the fight to come. She took a deep, controlled breath, forcing the air into the tight space the vest allowed. The convoy pulled off the main road onto a narrower, unmarked asphalt lane that quickly turned to hard-packed dirt and gravel. They were in the trees now, branches occasionally scraping the sides of the vehicles. They drove in utter silence for another 3 minutes, a slow, tense procession into the heart of the darkness. The MRAP stopped. Their SUV stopped. Behind them, the line of vehicles ground to a halt. The engines idled, a chorus of low rumbles. "This is it," Nina whispered, though no one could hear them from outside. "Outer perimeter. We walk from here." Katie reached for the door handle. The metal was cold. She pushed the door open and stepped out into the cold, still night air of the woods. The smell was different here, damp earth, pine needles, decay. It was a clean smell, utterly at odds with the purpose of the men and women now spilling quietly from their vehicles. All around her, in the near-total darkness, shapes moved with silent purpose. The tactical team, a dozen figures in black helmets and armor, gathered near the MRAP. She heard the soft clatter of equipment, the muffled click of rifle slings being adjusted, the low, whispered commands of the team leader. They were ghosts assembling. Nina came around the front of the SUV, a small pair of night vision binoculars in her hand. She pointed up the road, which curved and disappeared into the blackness. "The house is around that bend, 300 yards. We set up CP here." She gestured to a small clearing off the side of the road, where a deputy was already unfolding a portable table. Katie stood by the hood of the SUV, feeling the residual heat from the engine. She looked up the dark road, toward where Marin Salas was, right now, probably awake, probably waiting. Was she listening? Did she hear the distant rumble of diesel engines? Did she feel the vibration of their intent through the floorboards? A deputy handed Katie a radio earpiece. She fitted it into her ear. The sudden burst of static made her flinch, then it cleared to a hushed, professional net. "Alpha team in position, no movement, no lights. Bravo has the rear, visual on one window, curtained, no sign. Sniper 1 has a partial on the front door, no obstructions." The operation was a living thing now, unfolding around her according to its own ruthless logic. Katie was just a spectator, embedded in the perimeter. She had a role, consultation, but no agency. The script was written, and it ended with a door being broken down. She leaned against the cold metal of the SUV, her arms crossed over the hard plates of her vest. She watched the shadows move in the woods, coalescing into a tightening noose around a lonely house in the dark. And she waited for the storm to break. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. The night was a cold, black blanket stretched tight over the empty road outside Cloverdale, a darkness so complete it felt like pressure against the windows. Nina Shaw sat in the passenger seat of the unmarked sedan, the engine off, the dashboard dark. The vinyl seat creaked under her slight shift in position. The only light was the faint, ghostly green glow of the radio's standby LED, and far behind them, the distant, lonely pinprick of a farmhouse porch light a mile back. Her focus was a physical thing, a narrowing of her world to the small, rented house at the end of a gravel driveway 200 yards ahead. It was a low, boxy silhouette against the slightly lighter sky, a shadow with sharp angles. Dark. Silent. In the back seat, a tactical officer from the sheriff's ERT shifted his weight, the rustle of his ballistic vest, and the faint click of a buckle adjustment loud in the absolute stillness. Another vehicle, a black SUV, was parked farther back in the tree line, its matte paint swallowing what little ambient light there was, its occupants invisible. 6 officers in total, a coiled spring of potential violence waiting for the order to move. Katie Ford was a tense silhouette in the driver's seat beside her, a cutout of darkness against the window. Nina could see the pale oval of her partner's face, her eyes fixed, unblinking on the same dark window. They'd been there for 47 minutes. Nina had watched the digital clock on the dash change, each minute a grain of sand dropping in an hourglass. She decounted them, each one a deliberate exercise in control. 43. 44. The numbers became a mantra, against the rising tide of everything left unsaid. The only sounds were the occasional, whisper-soft crackle of the encrypted radio on a low receive volume, the slow, patient breathing of professionals holding their positions, and the faint tinnitus ring of deep silence in her own ears. The air in the car was thick with the sense of stale coffee from a long cold travel mug, the synthetic polymer smell of the tactical officer's gear, and the metallic tang of cold anticipation. A faint fog was beginning to form on the inside of the windshield, where their breath met the glass, a slowly expanding bloom that blurred the edges of the world outside. Nina let the silence stretch, feeling its weight, measuring it. It was a silence full of the unspoken things that had been building for days, the sidelong glances, the clipped answers, the careful avoidance of certain topics. The professional veneer was polished to a high shine, but the foundation beneath it felt rotten. She stared at the dark house until its shape burned into her retinas, until she could trace the roofline and the single chimney against the sky with her eyes closed. Then, without looking away from it, she spoke, her voice low and even, a controlled instrument in the quiet. I know you visited Marcus Fell. Katie didn't move, didn't flinch, but Nina felt the sudden, electric stillness that gripped her. It wasn't just a lack of motion, it was a cessation. Katie's breathing hitched in her throat, then stopped entirely for a 3 count. The fingers of her right hand, which had been resting on her thigh, curled inward slowly, deliberately, the knuckles pressing white against the dark fabric of her trousers. The kind of stillness that was louder than any gasp. Her head didn't turn, but her eyes, which had been fixed on the house, went wide for a fraction of a second before they narrowed, as if trying to bring a suddenly blurry target back into focus. I saw the visitor log flag, Nina continued, her tone flat, procedural, the same tone she'd used to recite evidence inventory. She kept her eyes forward, watching the house as if the confession were just another piece of surveillance. When I was processing his file transfer paperwork for the case wrap-up after the farmhouse. The system pings when a high-profile inmate gets a non-cleared visitor. A security notification. It was you. 3 days ago. The timing was notable. She finally turned her head, a slow, deliberate rotation. Katie's profile was pale in the gloom, her jaw rigid, a muscle ticking just below her ear in a steady, frantic rhythm. Her eyes remained locked ahead, as if by not looking at Nina she could make this not be happening. Her lips were pressed into a thin, bloodless line. "I've known for days," Nina said, letting the words hang in the close, cold air. She could see the pulse beating fast in Katie's throat. "I waited to see if you'd tell me." "You didn't. So I'm asking, why?" For a long moment, Katie said nothing. The radio hissed softly with empty carrier wave static. The tactical officer in the back seat had gone preternaturally still, a statue pretending not to listen, but Nina could feel the weight of his attention like a physical pressure against the back of her seat. Then Katie let out a breath, a long, slow exhalation that fogged a small patch of the windshield in front of her. The sound was ragged at the edges, torn. "He sent me a letter. After the Vance interview. It wasn't about him. It was about my father. And she told her." The words didn't come in a rush, but in a slow, painful leak, as if each one had to be extracted from a deep, guarded place. They spilled into the dark, close space between them, underscored by the tense vigil outside the dark windows. The letter was handwritten. On cheap prison paper. The envelope had no return address, just my name and the field office. Katie's voice was a monotone, a recitation, but her hands betrayed her, twisting together in her lap. It said he had information. That it wasn't a random home invasion. That my father had been targeted. She paused, her throat working as she swallowed. I went. I used my mother's maiden name on the log. I told the guards it was a follow-up on his federal cooperation. He looked broken. Scared. Not like the man in the files. His hands shook the whole time. He kept looking at the camera in the corner of the room. Nina listened, her face an unreadable mask in the shadows. She didn't interrupt. She watched Katie's hands as they lay in her lap, fingers now laced together so tightly the tendons stood out like cords. She absorbed the confession, each word a small, precise fracture in the foundation of their partnership. She noted the omissions in the story even as it was told, the emotional weight, the fear, the desperation that must have driven the visit. Katie continued, her gaze fixed on the dark house as if it were a teleprompter. He said my father had been asking questions. For months. About a logistics network. A pipeline for moving contraband, maybe people. He said my father had a list. Names. Local officials, maybe a judge. He was building a conspiracy case, not a burglary. Fell claimed he was just a middleman, that he got spooked when my father started connecting dots that led upward. And you believed him? Nina's question was quiet, but it cut through the narrative like a blade. Katie's eyes flickered, finally breaking from the house to glance at Nina, then away just as fast. I didn't know what to believe. But it was a thread. The only one I've ever had. She took another shaky breath. He gave me a name. A retired detective, Walter Halden. I tracked him down. He's in a VA home outside Sacramento. Dementia ward, but he has lucid moments. I went there last week on my day off. She said the last part quickly, as if ashamed of the admission. He confirmed it. Said my father came to him, worried. Said the case had federal implications, and local hands were getting dirty. Halden told him to back off. He didn't. A week later, he was dead. She swallowed, the sound dry and loud. Then I found the 1997 file. The Salinas case. The margin note. In my father's handwriting. I'd know it anywhere. It said, "Follow the money." It's in the cases they sealed. She stopped. The recitation was over. The truth, or her version of it, was now a third presence in the car, sitting between them in the backseat next to the silent deputy, taking up all the oxygen. The silence returned, but it was different now. Heavier, charged with the fallout of the revealed secret. It was no longer just the silence of waiting. It was the silence of a verdict being weighed. Nina could hear the faint crunch of gravel under the weight of the SUV, 100 yards back as someone inside shifted. She could hear the slow, even tick-tick-tick of the car's engine cooling. She could hear the ragged edge of Katie's breathing trying to steady itself. Nina didn't speak immediately. She processed it, cross-referencing the story against everything she knew. Katie's distraction at the marina, her late-night research in the motel, the haunted, distant look that had been in her eyes since the farmhouse, the way she'd stared at the redacted files as if they held a personal message. The pieces clicked into a damning, coherent picture. When she finally spoke, the professional calm in her voice was still there, but it was now laced with something colder, sharper, like a scalpel held in ice. "You should have told me," she said, and the "should" was an accusation that filled the car. "The second you got that letter. The second you even considered going. We're partners. That means something, or it doesn't." She turned fully in her seat now, her body language closed off, one arm braced against the door, her shoulder angled away from Katie. "It means you don't go behind my back to talk to a convicted murderer about a personal crusade that could compromise an active investigation. It means you trust me with the truth, even when it's ugly. Especially when it's ugly." Katie finally looked at her, and in the dim light, Nina could see the defensive wall in her eyes, but also a flicker of shame beneath it, a raw vulnerability that made her look younger. "I was going to tell you," Katie said, but the words sounded hollow, thin, even to her. "An excuse, not a reason." She lifted a hand, then let it drop back to her lap. I needed to know if it was real first. I didn't want to drag you into my ghost hunt if it was nothing." When? Nina's question was a whip crack, devoid of patience. "When were you going to tell me?" "After you'd gotten what you needed. After you'd decided how much of it to share. After you'd potentially contaminated a federal investigation with a side quest." She shook her head, a short, tight motion of disgust. Her own hands were clenched into fists on her knees. "You lied by omission. For days. You let me work beside you, back to back, while you were carrying this. In our line of work, that's just a lie. It's a breach of protocol. It's a breach of trust. Vance would have you off this case, and in front of an OPR review before sunrise. He'd be right to." "Are you going to?" Katie's voice was barely audible, stripped of its usual certainty, reduced to a whisper. Nina looked back at the dark house, her jaw working. She could feel the heat of anger in her cheeks, a stark contrast to the chill in the car. The tactical team waited on their word. A killer, a woman who staged murders as bloody corrections, might be inside, sleeping or waiting or preparing. The professional in her, the agent who lived by the book because the book kept people alive, warred with the betrayed partner, the woman who had believed they were a team, who had covered for Katie's moods and defended her instincts to raise. The anger was a clean, bright line, easy to follow. It was about rules, safety, the sanctity of the job. The hurt was a duller, deeper ache, a personal betrayal that made her question every interaction of the last week, every shared look, Every moment OF Chinese letter. Had any of it been real, or was she just a useful tool in Katie's personal mission? Her jaw tightened until it ached. She could feel the eyes of the deputy in the back, could sense the waiting tension from the SUV in the trees like a physical vibration in the air. This wasn't the time or place. But the confrontation was here, now, forced into the open by the oppressive weight, by the silence that had finally become too loud to bear. "Not yet," she said finally, the words clipped, bitten off. "Not while this is live. We have a job to do right now in that house. But this isn't over, Ford." She used the last name deliberately, putting professional distance where a first name had been. "You don't get to decide what risks are worth taking for the team. You don't get to play a solo game when your name is next to mine on the report. You jeopardize me, you jeopardize this investigation, you jeopardize any chance of putting this archivist away." For what? A ghost. The fracture was there, now, visible in the air between them. A crack in the trust that had been slowly, painstakingly built over crime scenes and late-night briefings and shared frustrations. It wasn't shattered, not completely, but it was compromised, spiderwebbed with fine lines, and they both knew it would never bear the same weight again. The partnership had become a calculation, a matter of professional necessity rather than mutual confidence. Nina felt the loss of it like a sudden hollow in her chest. "I'm sorry," Katie said, and for the first time it sounded real, stripped of defense and justification. It was just 2 words, heavy with regret. She looked down at her own hands, now lying limp and helpless in her lap. I wasn't thinking about the team. I was only thinking about the answer." "I know how that sounds." Nina didn't acknowledge them. She didn't nod, didn't soften her expression. Accepting the apology felt like condoning the action. It felt like admitting the ghost hunt was worth the cost. She kept her eyes on the target, her profile a stern, unyielding line against the window. "Your father's investigation, if it's even real and not the ramblings of a convict trying to manipulate you, it stays in a box. A locked box. Until this case is closed and Marin Salas is in custody. You will not divert 1 ounce of focus, 1 resource, 1 thought towards it while we are active. Is that clear?" Her voice allowed for no ambiguity, no room for negotiation. "Clear," Katie said, the word a surrender. She nodded, a faint, almost imperceptible movement. Her shoulders slumped slightly, the fight draining out of her, leaving only a weary acceptance. "And when this is done," Nina continued, her voice low and final, "we're having a very long conversation. With Vance in the room. You're going to tell him everything you just told me. Every visit, every name, every file you pulled on your own time. And we'll see what happens next." She let the consequence hang, a guillotine blade waiting to drop. Katie nodded again, more firmly this time. The submission was total. Okay." The standoff held, the 2 of them in the cold car, the team as still as stones in the trees, the dark house a silent sentinel at the end of the drive. The tension of the confrontation bled into the tension of the stakeout, one amplifying the other, creating a feedback loop of strained silence. Nina's chest was tight, her breathing consciously controlled to keep it even and quiet. She focused on the physical sensations, the rough texture of the seat vinyl under her palms, the cool metal of the door handle near her elbow, the dry taste of stale air in her mouth. The partnership had held, but barely. It was a practical, fragile truce, bought only by the immediate threat in the house ahead. It was a ceasefire, not a peace. Minutes dragged by, measured in heartbeats and the slow sweep of the clock's digital numbers. 51. 52. Nina watched a barn owl glide silently over the field to their left, a phantom against the sparse scattering of stars, its wings making no sound as it vanished into the deeper black of a copse of trees. She listened to the faint crunch as the deputy in the back ever so slightly adjusted his boot, the sound of grit grinding under synthetic sole. She felt the cold seeping through the car's metal frame, a deep chill that had little to do with the night air, leaching into her bones. She was aware of Katie's presence beside her as a separate, walled-off entity, a source of heat and regret that she now had to professionally ignore. The space between them, less than 2 feet, felt like a canyon. Her mind replayed the confession in fragments. A list. The pipeline. Follow the money. It was compelling. It was also dangerously personal. She understood the pull, the siren song of a decades-old mystery tied to the most profound loss imaginable. For a fleeting second, she felt a pang of something that wasn't anger, a terrible, empathetic understanding of why Katie had done it. She crushed it immediately. Understanding was a luxury. In this car, on this operation, there was only the job. The personal was a vulnerability, and Katie had just proven how deep that vulnerability ran. The clock ticked to 56. The house remained a dark cutout. Nothing moved in the field. The world was holding its breath. Nina's eyes began to ache from the strain of staring, her vision blurring at the edges. She blinked slowly, forcing moisture back into her eyes. She became hyper-aware of the weight of her sidearm against her rib cage, the snug fit of her ballistic vest, the slight pressure of the radio earpiece. These were the real things. The tools. The procedure. They were what kept you alive when personal ghosts tried to get you killed. Then a change. It wasn't a sound. It was a subtraction of darkness. A soft, yellow light bloomed in the front window of the small house, a living room or kitchen. It wasn't the harsh flare of an overhead. It was the warmer, smaller glow of a lamp being switched on. A defined rectangle of light now existed where before there was only void. It painted the bare ground immediately outside the window a pale ochre, revealing tufts of dry grass and the hard-packed dirt of the driveway. In the car, the atmosphere shifted instantly. The deputy in the back seat inhaled sharply, a short, controlled intake of breath. Nina felt her own pulse kick up a notch, a sudden, heavy thud in her ears. Katie straightened in her seat as if touched by a live wire, her spine going rigid against the seatback. Her hands, which had been limp in her lap, now gripped the bottom curve of the steering wheel, her knuckles standing out pale and stark in the new, indirect light filtering into the car. 5 seconds later, another light winked on in a room farther back, deeper in the house. A hallway or a bedroom. This one was brighter, whiter, perhaps a bathroom light. The 2 illuminated windows created a strange depth to the previously flat silhouette of the house, making it look inhabited, alive. Someone was home. They were moving inside, room to room, awakening the house. Nina's hand moved, a practiced, automatic motion divorced from the churn of her thoughts. Her fingers found the shoulder mic of the radio, the rubberized button cool and familiar under her thumb. She pressed it, and there was a soft, definitive click and a faint crackle of open line in their earpieces before she spoke. The sound was startlingly loud in the sealed quiet. All units stand by. Her voice was all business now, low, calm, authoritative. The personal conflict was sealed away, compartmentalized beneath layers of training and immediate threat. It was a terrifying skill, this partitioning of self, and she performed it flawlessly. We have activity. Lights are on in the front and rear of the structure. Hold positions. Prepare to move on my signal. She released the button. The silence that followed was now charged with a different energy, the sharp, focused anticipation of action. In her peripheral vision, she saw Katie give one firm, sharp nod, her eyes locked on the lit windows. Katie's own regrets and fears were locked down, shoved into the same mental box she'd just been ordered to use. Her face was a mask of concentration, but Nina could see the rapid flutter of a pulse in her temple, the slight tremble in the hands that still gripped the wheel. A shadow passed briefly in front of the front window, a human shape, blurred by distance and curtain, but unmistakable in its movement. Then it was gone. Movement confirmed, front room, Nina said into the mic, her voice barely above a whisper. She didn't need to, everyone had seen it. But saying it made it real, made it part of the operational record. They waited. The lights stayed on. No more shadows crossed. The house was now a beacon in the darkness, a lit stage. The gravel driveway leading up to it seemed longer, more exposed. Every pebble, every rut, was now faintly visible in the spill of light from the windows. Nina ran through the approach in her mind. The two teams converging, the breach at front and back, the shouted commands. The very real possibility that Marin Salas was armed, was desperate, was waiting for them. The possibility that she wasn't alone. All of it filtered through the new lens of a fractured partnership. Would Katie hesitate? Would her focus be split? Nina pushed the doubt away. It didn't matter now. The machinery was in motion. She glanced at the clock. They had given it 2 minutes since the first light. Enough time for a person to settle, to become engrossed in something. Not enough time for them to get ready for a fight. She looked at Katie, a quick, assessing glance. Katie met her eyes. There was no apology there now, no plea. There was only the job. It was the bare minimum, but it was enough. For now. Nina's fingers found the mic button again. The rubber was now warm from her grip. She took one last breath, drawing the cold, still air deep into her lungs, feeling it burn. All units, she said, her voice clear and carrying in the dead quiet of the car. This is Shaw. Move in. Execute, execute, execute. The sound of car doors opening was like a series of gunshots in the silent night. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. Chapter 28. The key turned in the lock with a soft, final click. The sound was definitive, a period at the end of a very long sentence. Marin Salas stepped into the quiet of her rented house, the door closing behind her with a solid, muffled thud of wood against frame, sealing out the world. The sudden absence of outside noise, the distant hum of a highway, the whisper of night insects was immediate. The air inside was still and carried the familiar, dry scent of dust and old paper, of ink and cardboard, undercut by a faint, lingering trace of lemon-scented cleaner she'd used weeks ago. She set her canvas bag down on the scarred wooden floor of the narrow hallway. It landed with a soft thump, the weight of its remaining contents, a wallet, keys, a single folded map settling. She stood perfectly still and listened. Nothing but the low, persistent hum of the refrigerator from the kitchen down the hall, and the faint, dry scritch-scritch of a bare oak branch against the side window, a sound like a rodent gnawing. She knew they would come. She had left the fingerprint for them, a deliberate breadcrumb pressed into the file room of the courthouse annex. Not a smudge, not a partial. A clear, unsmudged loop and whorl, The oil of her skin transferred onto the corner of a page from Judge Linden's sealed juvenile file. She had pressed down firmly, holding for a 3 count, ensuring the ridges transferred perfectly. It was an invitation. A signature. I was here. This was me. A courtesy so there would be no doubt, no frantic searching. So they would come straight here. Before driving home, under the flat, gray light of late afternoon, she had stopped at the Cloverdale post office. It was a small, brick-faced building with a faded flag out front. The air inside smelled of stale coffee and industrial carpet. She approached the counter with the 5 thick, padded manila envelopes cradled in her arms. They were heavy, each one dense with paper. A complete, unredacted dossier in each. Every buried case, every suppressed police report with its margins filled with handwritten notes questioning the official conclusion, every doctored autopsy finding where ligature marks became post-mortem abrasions, every name of every official who had looked at a broken child and seen only a problem to be filed away, a statistic to be smoothed over. The clerk, a middle-aged woman with tired eyes behind bifocals, took the first envelope, weighed it on the scale with a clunk, and tapped at her keyboard. She didn't look at the addresses. She didn't look at Marin. She processed them with the robotic indifference of routine. Stamp, receipt, next. Marin watched each one slide across the counter. To Alicia Chen at the Chronicle. To Ben Waters at the LA Times. To the Sacramento Bee's investigative desk. To the California State Attorney General's Office, Special Investigations Unit. To the FBI's own Office of Professional Responsibility, Internal Affairs Division. The truth was no longer hers to carry, to curate, to protect. It was loose in the world now, a virus of fact, replicating in inboxes and evidence rooms. Her work, her true work, was done. The final envelope dropped into the outgoing bin with a soft, final rustle. She turned and walked out, the bell on the door jingling behind her. The air outside felt different. Lighter and infinitely heavier. She walked now through the front room of the house, her sanctuary of vengeance. The weak glow from the kitchen light spilled into the space, illuminating the walls papered with her maps and timelines, county maps dotted with red pins, strings connecting names to dates to locations, a spider's web of complicity. The tables and even parts of the floor were heavy with cardboard boxes, their flaps open, spilling over with photocopied evidence sheets, transcript binders, and manila folders swollen to bursting. In the dim light, it looked chaotic, the lair of a madwoman, she supposed. A profiler's dream. To her, it was a cathedral of reckoning. Every sheet of paper was a prayer, every red string a verse of condemnation. She did not pause there. She had lived in this room for years. Now she was just passing through. She moved into the small, clean kitchen, the one room she had tried to keep separate, a place for coffee and simple meals, a pathetic mimicry of normal life. Calmness was a physical presence within her, a deep, still pool that had settled in her core. She felt it in the slow, even rhythm of her breath, in the steady pulse she could sense in her own throat. Her hands, which for years had trembled with a constant, low-grade current of fury, were still. They hung loosely at her sides. It was not peace. Peace was for the innocent, for those untouched by the machinery of betrayal. This was the exhaustion of completion. A profound, bone-deep weariness that made her movements deliberate, almost heavy. The murders had been the fuse, a series of brutal, screaming alarms designed to shatter the decades of silence, to grab the world by the collar and force it to look at the graves. The dossier was the real weapon, the bomb itself. Let them call her a monster in the headlines, the documents would tell a different, older story. They would point, with forensic precision, to the original monsters, the ones who wore suits and sat behind benches and signed orders with expensive pens. She pulled out a ladder-back chair from the plain wooden table, its legs scraping softly on the linoleum floor. The kitchen was utilitarian. White metal cabinets with chipped paint, a humming refrigerator with a magnet holding a takeout menu, a sink with a single drip staining the porcelain. A bare bulb hung from a cord in the center of the room, casting a hard, clear light. "Oh," she said. The chair felt solid, real. From the inner pocket of her worn corduroy jacket, she withdrew a single photograph. It was the only artifact she had kept from the before time, from the life that was erased in a single night. She carried it always. The edges were soft and worn to a felt-like texture from a lifetime of handling, the corners rounded. The colors had faded from vibrant Kodachrome to muted pastels, sky a pale robin's egg blue, grass a washed-out yellow-green. Her parents. They were so impossibly young. They stood in the brilliant, washed-out sunshine of a long-ago county fair, holding her between them. Her father, tall and lanky in a plaid shirt with the sleeves rolled up, had his hand on her mother's shoulder, his fingers curled possessively, tenderly. Her mother, her dark hair in a ponytail, was smiling not at the camera but up at him, her head tilted toward his shoulder in an attitude of pure, unguarded affection. And between them, held aloft by their linked hands under her arms, was Marin at 3 years old. She was a blur of dark hair and a gap-toothed grin, a pink cotton dress, her white-socked feet dangling in midair, kicking joyfully. The Ferris wheel was a smudge of white and red in the blurred background. The whole image seemed steeped in cotton candy haze and the smell of popcorn. She placed the photograph on the clean, bare wood of the table. She studied their faces, as she had 10,000 times before. She had done this often over the years, especially in the dark hours, trying to mine their smiling features for some prophecy, some hidden crack, some hint of the fracture to come. Was there a tension in her father's smile? A shadow in her mother's eyes? But there was none. They just looked happy. They looked like people who believed in a future, who trusted that the world was a fundamentally orderly place. She traced the faded line of her mother's smile with her eyes, the earnest, open set of her father's jaw. They were ghosts, but in this 3x5 rectangle of paper, they were still alive. They were still hers. The last tangible proof that she had once been part of a unit, loved, held aloft. A sound from outside. Not the wind. Not the branch. The distinct, dry, multitonal crunch of tires slowly rolling over gravel. The sound of weight being carefully applied. Then another, slightly different pitch, a second vehicle. They were here. The engines cut off almost simultaneously, a pair of low growls that silenced into nothing. But she heard the subtle creaks and sighs as the weight of the vehicles settled on their suspensions on her driveway. The silence that followed was profound and full of intention. She did not move. She did not flinch. She did not run for the unlocked back door that led to the overgrown yard, or to the case file room where a loaded pistol and a sharp hunting knife were within reach in a desk drawer. There was no point. The fuse had burned down to its nub. The truth was in the mail, speeding toward its destinations on trucks and planes. Any move now would be pantomime. It would introduce chaos, violence, struggle into this clean, calm end. She would not give them that. She would not run from the conclusion she herself had authored. She adjusted the photograph on the table with the very tips of her fingers, moving it a 1/4 inch until it was perfectly squared with the edge of the table, directly centered before her. A tiny altar. Then she placed her hands flat on the wood, palms down, fingers slightly spread on either side of it. A posture of waiting, of receipt, of presentation. She felt the cool, slightly rough grain of the wood against her skin. She settled her weight into the chair, into her own spine. She looked at the photograph, but her hearing was now tuned to the world outside the thin walls of the kitchen. They would come in hard and fast. That was their training. They would shout commands, their voices sharp with adrenaline and the perceived threat of the monster inside. They would breach the door, a loud crash of splintering wood. They would flood the hallway, their boots pounding, their bodies armored and faceless behind helmets. They would sweep into this kitchen, weapons raised, and they would see the walls of the front room papered with death, and they would think they understood. They would see the boxes, the maps, the strings, and they would see confirmation of insanity, of obsession. They would not see the little girl in the photograph on the table. They would see only the monster she had deliberately, painstakingly built herself into to reach this moment, to be strong enough to hold a pry bar, to aim a gun, to loop a rope. They would never connect the two. The dossier was her voice. It would speak for her when she no longer could, in the dry, legalistic language of reports and affidavits that the powerful understood. It would name the men who had called her father a drunk, her mother hysterical, their mutual destruction a tragic but private domestic matter to be quietly buried. It would list, in cold columns, the cases they had buried afterward: Dorothy Brennan, Lisa Tran, the others, the children and women whose pain was deemed less important than the reputations, the election chances, the quiet order of men like Linden and Reeves and Voss. Patricia Voss had only filed the papers. Judge Linden had only signed the orders. They were cogs. But she had made the whole machine visible, its gears grimy with blood and lies. Outside, the soft, simultaneous chunk-thunk of two car doors being opened, then carefully closed, not slammed. Quiet, professional sounds. The absence of slamming was more threatening than the noise would have been. It spoke of control, of a plan. Then, the scrape of several pairs of boots on gravel, a gritty, shifting sound as they assembled, as they moved into position. A low murmur, a voice, too muffled to make out words, just a tone of authority. Instructions. Marin Solis looked once more at the photograph. At the three smiling faces suspended in a lost summer, forever holding her aloft. She took a slow, deep breath, inhaling through her nose, filling her lungs with the quiet, dusty air of the house she would now leave forever. She held the breath for a moment, feeling the expansion in her chest, then let it out through parted lips, a long, silent stream. As she waited, the next sounds were closer. The soft, rapid crunch of multiple footsteps moving up the gravel walkway toward her front porch. A pause. She could imagine them stacked on either side of her door, a tactical tableau. The silence stretched, taut as a wire. Then a voice, not a shout but loud, clear and projected, devoid of any identifiable emotion except imperative. The FBI. Marin Solis. We have the house surrounded. Open the door with your hands visible. The voice was female. It hung in the air. Marin did not move her hands from the table. She kept her eyes on the photograph. She counted her heartbeats. 1, 2, 3. The voice came again, the same even tone. This is your last chance to open the door. Another beat of silence. Then a different sound, not at the front. A faint tap-tap from the side of the house, near the living room window. Someone checking for entry points. They were everywhere. The perimeter was sealed. It was exactly as it should be. The front door exploded inward. It wasn't a slow splintering. It was a single, catastrophic bang of force, the deadbolt tearing through the frame with a shriek of tortured wood. The door slammed against the wall inside the hallway. Immediately, the house was filled with sound, the thunder of boots, sharp, overlapping commands. The FBI. Clear. Hallway clear. I'm moving. The boots pounded down the short hallway. A shape filled the kitchen doorway, black, bulky, helmeted, a rifle raised and pointed at her center mass. Another followed, entering and slicing the pie of the room, his weapon covering the corners, the doorway to the living room. They moved with a terrifying, synchronized efficiency. Hands! Let me see your hands, the first figure barked, the voice metallic and distorted from behind the helmet's faceplate. Marin kept her palms flat on the table. She did not look up at them. She kept her gaze on the photograph. She willed her breathing to stay even. Two more figures entered, flooding the small kitchen. The space, which had felt empty and quiet moments before, was now claustrophobic with their presence, with the smell of clean gear, polymer, and adrenaline. The lead agent, the one with the rifle still trained on her, took a step closer. His boots were black, scuffed, planted firmly on her linoleum. Marin Solace. Do not move. Keep your hands on the table. She said nothing. She didn't nod. She simply existed in the space, a still point in their storm. Another agent, slimmer, moved around the side of the table, staying out of his partner's line of fire. He kept his handgun trained on her. Check her, he said, his voice tight. The lead agent did lower his rifle. A third agent, a woman, moved in. She was gloved. Ma'am, I am going to secure you. Do not resist, her hands were quick, professional. They patted down Marin's torso, her legs, her arms, finding nothing but the fabric of her clothes. No visible weapons, the woman announced. Cuff her. The female agent produced rigid plastic flex cuffs from a pouch. She took Marin's right wrist, lifted it from the table. For the first time, Marin resisted, not by pulling away, but by letting her hand remain limp heavy. She wanted the contact with the wood, with the space beside the photograph, to last one more second. The agent pulled it firmly behind her back. Then the left. The plastic zip tightened with a series of tiny, ratcheting clicks, biting into the skin of her wrists. The connection to the table was severed. Stand up slowly. Keep your movements slow. Marin stood. The chair legs scraped back. As she rose, her eyes left the photograph for the first time since she'd sat down. She looked at the lead agent's faceplate, seeing only the reflection of her own kitchen, her own standing form, distorted and small. Clear the rest of the house, he called out, and more boots thundered past the doorway, into the living room, the cathedral of her work. She heard their steps halt, heard a low, audible Jesus Christ from someone seeing the walls for the first time. The agent in front of her finally lowered his rifle, letting it hang on its sling. He reached up and unclipped his helmet, pulling it off. He was older than she expected, with close-cropped gray hair and deep lines around his eyes. He looked at her, then his gaze dropped to the table, to the single, faded photograph sitting alone on the bare wood. His eyes flicked from it to her face, back to it. His expression didn't change, but something in the set of his jaw tightened. He didn't understand, and she saw the moment he decided he didn't need to. It was just another piece of evidence, a prop. Marin Solis, he said, his voice now human, flat, and tired. You are under arrest for the murders of Arthur Linden, Martin Reeves, Henry Rourke, Patricia Voss, and Ray Hollies. You have the right to remain silent. He began the Miranda litany. As she stopped listening, she looked past his shoulder, through the kitchen doorway into the hall, where other dark-clad figures moved with purpose. She heard the rustle of paper, the crinkle of evidence bags being opened in the other room. They were collecting her life's work, itemizing her rage. It was fine. They could have it. The important parts were already gone, in the mail, speeding toward the light. The agent finished reciting her rights. Do you understand these rights as I have explained them to you? Marin looked back at him. She met his eyes, which were the color of flint. She gave a single, small, deliberate nod. Take her out, he said to the female agent beside her. The agent took her firmly by the upper arm. Her grip was impersonal, firm, guiding. They turned her away from the table, away from the photographs. As she was led from the kitchen, she took one last look over her shoulder. The old photograph sat alone under the harsh bulb, the three smiling faces now watched by strangers in body armor. Then she was walked down the hallway, past the gaping, shattered front door, and out into the cool, dark night. The outside air was a shock, crisp and smelling of damp earth and pine. The driveway was a surreal landscape of parked black SUVs, their lights painting the gravel in stark white and flashing red. Figures stood in tactical clusters, speaking in low tones into radios. All of it was for her. This massive, coordinated effort. She was placed in the back of one of the SUVs. The interior was clean, hard plastic and vinyl. The door shut with a solid, muffled thud, sealing her in a bubble of quiet. Through the tinted window, she watched the activity. Agents carried boxes from her house, loading them into another vehicle. The scene had a practiced, efficient rhythm. She leaned her head back against the seat. The plastic cuffs were uncomfortable, pressing into her wrists. She closed her eyes. In the darkness behind her lids, she didn't see the agents or the boxes. She saw the photograph. The washed-out sunshine. The feel of her parents' hands under her arms, holding her aloft. The cotton candy haze. The driver's door opened, and the older agent slid in behind the wheel. He didn't speak to her. He started the engine, a low purr, and put the vehicle in gear. They began to move, slowly crunching down the gravel drive, leaving the rented house, the cathedral, the altar behind. As they turned onto the paved road, heading toward the county jail, toward the interviews, the trial, the endless analysis of her madness, Marin Solis kept her eyes closed. Inside, in the deep, still pool, there was no fear. There was only the faint, fading echo of a child, laughter, and the profound, absolute silence of a story that had, finally, been told. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. Chapter 29. The night was still and cold, the only sound the soft rustle of eucalyptus leaves in the dry Santa Ana wind that swept down from the hills, carrying the scent of dust and distant wildfires. Katie Ford stood behind the armored bulk of a San Jose PD tactical officer, the hard plate of his back rig inches from her face. The rough, ballistic nylon of her own vest chafed against her collarbone, through the thin cotton of her shirt with every shallow breath. Her breath fogged slightly in the air, each exhale a brief, visible signal of the tension coiling in her chest. She could feel the grit of the sidewalk under her boots, a fine layer of dust and dried leaves that shifted with the slightest movement. The rented house on Cypress Lane was a single-story bungalow, its white paint peeling under the glare of the armored vehicle's spotlight, the wood beneath showing through in long, gray scars. It was dark except for a single rectangle of yellow light from a kitchen window at the side, a lone, mundane square of domesticity. The light fell onto a patch of overgrown juniper bushes, making the shadows behind them seem impenetrably black. It looked peaceful. That was the most unnerving part. Nina Shaw was a silent presence beside her, a silhouette against the blue and red strobing lights that painted the neighboring houses in frantic, silent pulses. The lights flashed across the taut skin of Nina's cheek, highlighting the tight set of her jaw, the way her eyes were narrowed to slits as she scanned the roofline. Down the street, a dog barked, a sharp, repetitive sound that no one seemed to hear, followed by the distant, tinny shout of a man telling it to shut up. The tactical team moved with a fluid, wordless precision, black shapes gliding across the patchy lawn, their boots crushing duet grass and dandelions. They stacked up on either side of the weathered front door, a dark flower of armor and weaponry blooming in the stillness. The door was painted a faded green, the brass knocker tarnished black. One officer, broader than the others, hefted a steel battering ram, his gloved hands adjusting their grip on the handles, the leather creaking softly. The team leader, his helmeted head close to the doorframe, listened, his head cocked slightly. He held up a closed fist, then opened it, fingers splayed. A silent count formed on his lips, visible in the periphery of Katie's vision. A 3. Katie's finger rested on the trigger guard of her sidearm, the metal cool and familiar against the pad of her index finger. She inhaled, the air tasting of exhaust and dry grass, and the faint, coppery tang of her own adrenaline. Her mouth was dry. She swallowed, the motion clicking in her throat. "Do?" The officer with the ram shifted his weight onto his back foot, the muscles in his arms corded under the black sleeve. The world seemed to contract to the space around that door, the grain of the wood, the slight warp in the frame, the single keyhole. Katie's pulse thudded in her ears, a steady, pressurized drumming. "One." The crash was a deafening explosion of splintering wood, the deadbolt tearing free with a shriek of tortured metal and a spray of splinters that caught the light like falling needles. The shout of FBI. Search warrant tore the quiet apart, a raw human sound following the mechanical violence. The team flooded inward, a tide of black armor and shouted commands that echoed in the small space, boots pounding on hardwood. Katie felt the concussion of the breach in her chest, a physical thump of displaced air. "Clear left," a voice barked from the immediate darkness, tight and controlled. "Clear right," another answered, closer to the door. "I'm moving." "Hallway clear." The sounds of their progress, the thud of boots, the creak of floorboards under sudden weight, the click of a door being pushed open, the rustle of gear, created a rapid, percussive map of the home's interior. Katie glanced at Nina, who gave a sharp nod, her eyes hard. Together, they entered in the team's wake, sidearms drawn but held low and tight to their bodies, barrels pointed at the floor. The transition was abrupt, from the cool, wind-touched night to the still, indoor air that smelled of closed spaces. It was cooler inside, and it smelled of old paper, lemon-scented cleaner, and beneath that, a faint, sweet odor of mildew and something else, ink, maybe, or the glue from old bindings. The living room was stark, almost ascetic, illuminated now by the powerful flashlight beams sweeping across it like prison searchlights. Dust motes swirled in the intersecting beams. A single, worn armchair with faded floral upholstery faced a small, boxy television on a stand. No books on the bare shelves. No pictures on the beige walls, just a single, faint discoloration where one might have hung. And then, the room to the left. Even from the doorway, Katie saw it. The case file room. Every wall was a mosaic of paper, a chaotic yet meticulously organized archive of horror. Photographs of crime scenes, some stark and forensic, others grainy newspaper prints, were pinned in grids with neat black pushpins. Victims' faces, officials' portraits, maps of Sonoma County marked with red circles, and precise notations in small, blocky handwriting. Newspaper clippings dating back 30 years were laminated and aligned in chronological rows, the plastic sheen catching the light. A sprawling red string timeline connected faces, dates, locations, creating a monstrous, intricate spiderweb across the plaster. The strings pulled so taut they hummed when a draft from the broken door touched them. It was a map of a conspiracy, laid bare with the precision of a master cartographer. In the center of one wall, given pride of place, was a blown-up, grainy photograph of a man in a suit lying in a rain-slicked parking lot, a dark pool around his head, the pavement gleaming under a street lamp. The image was familiar from her own haunted research, but seeing it here, enlarged and pinned like a trophy, was a punch to the diaphragm. Katie's breath hitched. She could see the individual pixels, the blur of motion in the background, the way his hand was curled slightly. She didn't need to see the handwritten caption below it, Kenneth Alastair Ford, 110397, to know it was her father. The cold knot in her stomach tightened, a visceral cramp of recognition. "Kitchen clear," came a shout from the back of the house, pulling her from the vertigo of that image. Katie tore her eyes from the wall, the afterimage of the red strings burning in her vision like neon scars. She followed Nina down the short hall, their shoulders nearly brushing the walls, the space so narrow they had to move single file. The hallway was dark, painted a dull, matte brown, but a pool of bright, fluorescent light spilled from an open doorway ahead, casting their long, distorted shadows back the way they'd come. The kitchen was blindingly bright after the gloom, the overhead lights humming with a steady, electric buzz that set Katie's teeth on edge. It was impeccably, unnervingly clean. The linoleum floor gleamed, a pattern of beige and yellow squares worn smooth in pathways. A single ceramic mug, plain white, sat upside down on a dish towel folded into a perfect square. Dishes dried in a plastic rack by the sink, droplets of water still clinging to a glass. A plain white tea kettle sat on a cold stove burner. It was the kitchen of someone who lived alone and with extreme order, a place where every object had a designated, logical home. Marin Salas was seated at a small formica-topped table, her hands placed flat on the surface, palms down, on either side of a single, framed photograph. She did not startle at the invasion. She did not flinch at the armored men fanning out to secure the room, their weapons trained on her, the red laser dots from their sights dancing over her cardigan like restless insects. She was looking directly at the hallway entrance, waiting, as if she had been listening to the progression of the breach, the living room, the hall, and had timed her gaze to meet the agent's arrival precisely. Her gaze found Katie's. It was a calm, assessing look, devoid of fear or anger or even surprise. It was the look of a researcher examining a specimen under a lens, noting details, cataloging reactions. She was a woman in her late 40s, her hair pulled into a neat, graying bun at the nape of her neck, not a single strand out of place. Her features were sharp and intelligent, with fine lines around her eyes and mouth that spoke of concentration, not laughter. She wore a simple beige cardigan over a collared shirt, buttoned to the throat. She looked like a librarian who had stayed late after hours to finish an indexing project. The tactical team leader approached, his boots silent on the linoleum. His voice was firm, controlled, but held an edge of tension that the stillness of the woman seemed to amplify. Marin Salas, stand up slowly. Keep your hands where I can see them. Marin's eyes flicked toward him for a fraction of a second, a dismissive glance, then returned to Katie. She ignored the command. Her eyes remained locked on Katie's face, studying it with an eerie, detached curiosity, tracing the line of her jaw, the set of her eyes, the way she held her mouth. It was an intimate, violating scrutiny. When she spoke, her voice was clear and measured, cutting through the residual shouts and radio static like a scalpel through gauze. "You're Ken Ford's daughter." The words were not a question. They were a statement of fact, delivered with the weight of a verdict. They hit Katie with the force of a physical blow to the sternum. She felt the air leave her lungs in a short, silent gasp that burned. A coldness, deeper than the night outside, seeped into her bones, starting at the base of her spine and radiating outward until her fingertips tingled with it, numb and distant. The professional mask, the one she had spent a decade perfecting, the calm veneer that could stare down suspects and superiors alike, did not slip. Her expression remained neutral, her posture unchanged, her grip on her sidearm steady. But inside, the ground gave way, a silent, catastrophic collapse. The roaring in her ears muffled the hum of the lights, narrowed her vision to a tunnel focused on the woman's pale, composed face, the slight part of her lips. Katie could feel the sweat cooling on her lower back, a clammy patch under the vest. Her tongue felt thick and useless in her mouth. The team leader took a half step forward, his gloved hand coming up in a staying gesture toward Marin. "Ma'am, I won't ask again. On your feet. Hands on your head." Marin gave a small, almost imperceptible nod, a slight dip of her chin, as if Katie's stunned silence was confirmation enough of her own deduction. She still did not look at the officer. He was the only one who tried to stop it. They killed him for it. She glanced down, not at the armed men surrounding her, but at the photograph beside her hand, a color print of a younger Ken Ford, smiling, his arm around a woman Katie instantly recognized as her mother, both of them squinting in sunlight on a wooden pier. A vacation photo. A private memory. One from a box in her own attic. Here, in the sterile kitchen, under fluorescent light. "I finished what he started." She said it plainly, as if reporting a task completed on a checklist. The team leader moved forward, his patience evaporated by her disregard. He placed a hand on the back of the empty chair opposite her, the metal legs scraping an inch on the linoleum. "Last time. On your feet." Now, his voice dropped, the command leaving no room for further delay. Katie found her voice. It sounded flat, automated, a recording playing from a great distance through the roaring in her head. "Marin Solis, you have the right to remain silent." The words were ash in her mouth, each one dragged up from a dry well. She forced her lungs to expand, to push air past her constricted throat. "Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law." She recited the Miranda warning, the familiar, rhythmic cadence a lifeline to procedure, to a world where things made sense, where agents read rights and suspects were taken into custody, and the past stayed buried. Her eyes never left Marin S., and Marin watched her speak, her head tilted slightly, listening intently as if to a fascinating lecture, her expression one of polite attention. As Katie reached, "With you," Marin stood smoothly, the chair legs scraping softly on the floor. She turned with a natural, unhurried motion, as if rising from a dinner table, and placed her hands behind her back without being asked, wrists together. An officer stepped forward, his movements brisk and professional, and she was cuffed with a metallic double click that echoed sharply in the sudden, watchful quiet of the kitchen. The sound seemed to finalize something. As the officers began to lead her out, a firm hand on each elbow, she passed within a foot of Katie. The scent of lavender soap and old paper wafted from her, a clean, dry smell utterly at odds with the violence of her actions. She stopped. The officers paused, their grips tightening, bodies tensing for resistance, boots scuffing on the floor. Marin leaned in slightly, her movement constrained by the hands on her arms. Her voice dropped to a whisper, meant for Katie alone, so low that Katie had to read the words on her lips as much as hear them over the static of a radio. It was not a taunt. It was an instruction, delivered with the grave, solemn gravity of a last testament. Ask your director about the 1997 file. Ask him who authorized the federal seal. Then she was moving again, guided firmly toward the shattered front door and the waiting transport. Her walk was straight, her shoulders square, her head held high. There was no struggle, no last-minute defiance, not even a stiffening of her posture against the guiding hands. She walked with the calm purpose of a person completing an errand, stepping over the splintered remains of her own front door as if it were a fallen branch. Her surrender was absolute, and in its peacefulness, it was more devastating than any violence could have been. The tactical officers flanking her looked more agitated than she did. Their aggressive readiness, their coiled energy, was suddenly superfluous, almost foolish in the face of her quiet compliance. Katie stood frozen, the whisper ringing in the hollowed-out space behind her eyes. Ask your director. The words attached themselves to the image of the man in the DC office, the one who had called her in, given her the file, sent her here. A fresh wave of cold washed over her, this one laced with a sharp, metallic fear. The team began their methodical search, the energy in the house shifting from high-alert breach to the slower, detailed process of evidence collection. An officer started opening kitchen drawers with gloved hands, the slides rumbling. Another spoke quietly into his shoulder mic, calling for evidence bags and a photography team. But the storm had passed, and it had been a still, silent thing. Nina was watching Katie from across the kitchen, having taken a position near the refrigerator, her sidearm now holstered. Her dark eyes held a question, a concern so deep it looked like a physical pressure. Her lips parted as if to speak, but then she closed them, sealing the words inside. She simply held Katie's gaze for a long, heavy moment, her own face pale under the lights, then gave a minute shake of her head, not in negation, but in shared, wordless disbelief at the surreal calm of the arrest, at the bombshell that had just detonated between them. Katie finally broke the stare, looking down at her own hand. She realized she was still holding her sidearm, her finger still resting on the trigger guard. She made herself holster it, the click of the retention strap loud in her ears. The action felt clumsy, her fingers stiff and cold. She became aware of the relentless fluorescent light bleaching the color from everything, washing the scene in a sterile, surgical white. It highlighted the faint scuff marks on the floor, the dust on the top of the refrigerator, the absolute emptiness of the cabinets as an officer opened them. The words reverberated inside her skull, tectonic plates grinding against one another, reshaping the landscape of her life. You're Ken Ford's daughter. I finished what he started. Ask your director. The professional mask held. To the officers bustling around her, she was Agent Ford, competent and composed, a part of the machinery. She nodded at one, who held up a stack of neatly labeled binders from a pantry shelf. She pointed another toward the case file room. But beneath the skin, beneath the Kevlar and the calm exterior, an earthquake had leveled every internal structure. Her legs felt unsteady, as if the floor itself might tilt. The investigation into a series of murders, a procedural puzzle, a professional challenge, had just collapsed into the crater of her own life. The killer knew her father. The killer had avenged her father. The killer was telling her the conspiracy went higher, into the very building where she worked, into the office of the man who signed her transfer orders. The taste of ash was still in her mouth. From outside came the sounds of the next phase. The crunch of many feet on the gravel driveway, the slam of a heavy vehicle door, the squawk of an amplified voice telling bystanders to step back. The perp walk. Katie didn't need to see it to know how it would look. Marin Salas, looking like a schoolteacher, being led through the gauntlet of flashing lights, her face a mask of serene acceptance, the firm, ritualistic hand on her head as she was placed in the back of the armored transport, the final, definitive slam of the heavy door that sounded like a vault closing. She turned slowly, her movements feeling thick and delayed, as if she were pushing through deep water. She walked back to the case file room, each step an effort. She stood on the threshold, not yet entering, looking at the vast web of red string, at her father's photograph at the center of it all, a silent sun in a galaxy of corruption. The cold in her blood had settled into a hard, permanent knot in her stomach, a lodestone of dread. Up close, the detail was overwhelming. She could see the tiny, precise handwriting on the notes pinned beneath each photo. Names, dates, case numbers, references to evidence logs and court dockets. She saw the name Linden circled in red with a line through it. Reeves the same. Voss with a question mark. And connecting to her father's photo, lines leading to other names she didn't recognize, agencies with acronyms, arrows pointing to a photocopy of a federal document seal. Ford. Nina's voice was close behind her, quiet. Katie didn't turn. You okay? Nina asked. The question was professional, but the tone was stripped bare, allowing the real concern underneath. Katie took a breath, made it even. I'm fine, the words were brittle. That was a lot, Nina said, coming to stand beside her, also staring at the wall. She crossed her arms over her chest, a defensive, closed-off posture. As she knew you. She knew your father. She had the file, Katie said, her voice still that flat, distant thing. She had all the files. It's not magic. It's research. She was trying to rebuild the professional wall, brick by logical brick. It's not just that, Nina pressed, her eyes on Katie's profile. The way she looked at you. The things she said. I finished what he started. Katie, what does that mean? Katie finally looked at her partner. Nina's expression was stark, the questions there plain and urgent. The silent exchange in the kitchen had been a holding action. Now, in the relative privacy of this horrific shrine, it demanded words. It means my father was investigating the same corruption she was. The cover-ups. The 1997 case. His case, she gestured weakly at the wall. It's all here. And the director, Nina's voice dropped even lower. Katie shook her head, a sharp, frustrated motion. I don't know. Oh, a guess. Oh, a tactic. Something to get inside, but she didn't believe it, and the lack of conviction was clear in her voice. Nina studied her for a long moment. The sounds of the evidence team arriving filtered in, the crinkle of plastic bags, the low murmur of technicians. We need to process this, Nina said finally, gesturing at the room. Every inch. But you need a minute. Go outside. Get some air. I'll start the log. It was an offer of grace, a recognition that the ground had shifted. Katie nodded, a tight jerk of her chin. Yeah. Okay. 1 minute. She turned and walked back through the house, past the technicians now laying out numbered placards, past the photographer's flashing camera that froze moments of the sterile kitchen in bursts of white light. She stepped over the wreckage of the front door, the splintered wood catching on her pant leg. The night air hit her face, cooler now, the wind still moving through the eucalyptus trees with a sound like distant rain. The scene outside was a controlled chaos. The armored transport was already pulling away, its red taillights disappearing down the street. Neighbors stood in clusters on the sidewalks, some in robes, their faces illuminated by the screens of their phones as they recorded the aftermath. Local patrol officers held the perimeter, their voices a low, steady rumble of authority. The bright spotlights from the vehicles created pools of stark white light and deep, long shadows. Katie moved away from the house, toward the darker edge of the property line where a row of oleanders grew, their pink flowers invisible in the dark, just a denser blackness. She leaned against the rough stucco of a neighbor's fence, the texture pressing into her back through her shirt. She let her head fall back, staring up at the night sky, where a handful of stars fought against the light pollution. She focused on her breathing, in through the nose, out through the mouth, the way she'd been taught at Quantico for stress management. But the air felt thin, insufficient. The image of her father's photo on that wall wouldn't leave her. The calm, assessing eyes of Marin Solis wouldn't leave her. The whisper. Ask your director. Her father had been a good agent. The straight arrow. He'd believed in the system. His death had been a robbery gone wrong, a tragic, random event in a rainy parking lot. That was the story. The official story. The one that had allowed her to join the bureau, to wear the same badge, to believe she was continuing his work. But Marin Solis, with her red strings and her laminated clippings, had just declared that story a lie. Her father had been killed for digging too deep. And now, the woman who had picked up his digging had just been captured, and in capturing her, had handed Katie a thread that led right back to the heart of the institution she served. The cold knot in her stomach was now a live wire, humming with a dangerous energy. This wasn't over. Marin Solis was in custody. The archivist killings, the public performances were over. But the thing that had spawned them, the corruption, the cover-up, the conspiracy that had killed her father, was not only still alive, but according to Marin, it had roots in the highest level of her own chain of command. A tech walked by, carrying a large, flat box for documents. He gave her a nod. Agent. Tell of a thing in there. Katie pushed off the fence, straightening her spine, pulling the mask back into place. Yeah, she said, her voice regaining some of its normal timbre. It is. Need help with anything? We're good for now. Your partner, S running the show. Katie nodded and walked back toward the shattered doorway, her boots crunching on the gravel of the path. The minute was up. The world of procedure and evidence awaited. As she crossed the threshold back into the house, the smells of old paper and lemon cleaner enveloped her again, now mixed with the scent of the night air on her clothes. She found Nina in the case file room, already wearing purple nitrile gloves, carefully examining a section of the timeline without touching it. I've got the photography team starting in here next, Nina said without looking up. We'll need to document this exactly as it is before we take anything down. She glanced at Katie. And you good? I'm good, Katie said, and this time it sounded more convincing, even to her own ears. She took a pair of gloves from a box on the floor, the latex snapping as she pulled them on. The familiar ritual helped. Let's start a preliminary inventory. Photograph everything in situ. Then we map the connections. They worked in silence for a while, the flash of the camera punctuating the quiet, throwing the grotesque web of the wall into sudden, shocking relief over and over. Katie forced herself to look at her father's photograph each time, to study the lines connecting from it, to read the notations. It was a form of exposure therapy. Each look was a little less of a shock, a little more of a grim, professional analysis. She saw the logic now, the cold, meticulous architecture of Marin's vengeance. It was a monument to failed justice. After an hour, the team leader approached. Agents, the premises are secure. The subject is en route to County Holding. We'll maintain the perimeter until your evidence team is finished. Thank you, Sergeant, Nina said. We appreciate the smooth work. He gave a curt nod, his eyes scanning the wall once with a look of professional distaste before he left. Katie stood back, her arms crossed, taking in the whole room. The earthquake inside had settled into a low, constant tremor. The ground was still unstable, but she was standing on it. Marin Solis was in custody. The immediate threat was neutralized. But as she stared at the wall, at the 30-year history meticulously documented there in ink and string and grainy photo paper, she knew with a certainty that chilled her more than the night air ever could, that for her, something else had just begun. The room seemed to pulse with the silent echo of Marin's words, with the ghost of her father's smile in that vacation photo. The search around her continued, the careful collection of a finished puzzle, but Katie Ford was already somewhere else, staring down a much darker, more personal hallway, holding a key she didn't yet know how to use. The case was closed. Her own was just being opened, and the first file was labeled with her father's name, and the first witness was a killer who had just whispered the name of her boss. She picked up a notepad from a nearby table, the top page filled with Marin's neat, blocky handwriting, a list of names, dates, file numbers. Katie flipped through it, her gloved fingers careful on the paper. This was no longer just about solving murders. It was about uncovering a truth that had been buried with her father. And the path to that truth, she feared, led straight through the very institution she had sworn to protect. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. The street outside Marin's house was a carnival of cold light. Red and blue strobes painted the quiet suburban facades in a silent, urgent rhythm, bleaching the color from manicured lawns and turning bedroom windows into dark, watching eyes. Patrol cars, two deep, blocked the driveway, their engines ticking as they cooled. An unmarked Bureau SUV was parked at the curb, its rear hatch gaping open like a mouth, revealing the black nylon webbing of an empty cargo area. Katie sat on the SUV's bumper, the metal a hard, unyielding bench that transmitted a deep chill through the fabric of her trousers. She wasn't cold, though the night air had a bite that carried the dry, dusty scent of the Santa Anas. She wasn't anything. The adrenaline that had carried her through the breach, the splintering crack of the door, the shouted commands that echoed in the small rooms, the stark shock of the wall in the bedroom, had drained away completely, leaving a hollowed-out vessel. Her hands rested on her knees, palms up, fingers slightly curled. No physical wound, not a scratch. The injury was internal, a deep, psychic laceration that seeped a kind of numb disbelief. She could still feel the ghostly imprint of the rifle's stock against her shoulder, the dry click of the safety in the silent house, but it was all distant, a memory of a sensation happening to someone else. Marin's words played on a loop behind her eyes, a clean, cold audio track over the chaotic visual of the evidence wall. I finished his work. The wall in that bedroom wasn't just evidence of a conspiracy. It was a map leading directly to the crater that had been at the center of her life since she was 9 years old. Her father hadn't just been killed. He'd been erased, his murder folded into the machinery of a system he'd trusted, lubricated by men whose faces were now pinned to corkboard with meticulous notes. The weight of it was immense, a geological pressure settling on her shoulders. She felt it in the slump of her spine, in the way her head wanted to bow forward as if against a gale. She focused on her breathing, on the solid feel of the bumper beneath her, an anchor in a sea of static. Footsteps approached on the asphalt, measured and familiar, a steady cadence that cut through the background radio chatter. Nina came to stand beside the SUV, not sitting, just present. She stopped about a foot away, her own posture weary, one hand coming to rest on the SUV's rear quarter panel. She looked as tired as Katie felt, the sharp, elegant angles of her face softened by exhaustion and the wash of the emergency lights, which painted her skin alternately red then blue, then ghostly white. For a long time, they didn't speak. The sounds of the scene wrapped around them, the crackle of radios spitting codes, the low, professional murmur of officers coordinating the slow pack-up, the distant, solid thump of a car door closing. From down the street, a neighbor's dog barked, a sharp, repetitive protest against the invasion. The silence between them was no longer hostile. It wasn't the tense, wire-tight quiet of the stakeout or the car ride here. It was thicker, heavier, a shared space filled with the same unsettling images. It was the quiet of shared trauma, the aftermath of a blast that had left their ears ringing with the same revelation. They had stood in that room together. They had seen the same wall, the same connections spelled out in photographs and red string. Katie could feel Nina's presence not as a threat, but as a parallel point of reference, another person who had witnessed the thing that had just reordered the universe. Finally, Nina spoke, her voice low and rough from disuse and the dry wind. "We'll look into it," she cleared her throat softly. The 1997 file. Together, she paused, letting the promise hang in the air between them, a tangible offer. Katie didn't look up, but she felt Nina's gaze on the side of her face. "But this time," Nina continued, the words deliberate, each one given its own weight, "you tell me everything." It wasn't a request. It was an olive branch, a condition, and a pact, all in one sentence. Together was the offer, the end of the solitary crusade. Everything was the price of admission, the unburdening. Katie heard the unspoken words beneath it, no more side trips to prisons. No more private files. No more working in the dark. Katie nodded slowly, her eyes fixed on the cracked pavement between her boots, on a discarded plastic glove wrapper that skittered in a faint breeze. She had no fight left. The secret, which had felt like a necessary armor, a layer of Kevlar between her and the world, now just felt like a weight she was too tired to carry alone. It was a stone in her pocket, and she was exhausted from pretending it wasn't there. "Okay," she said, the word barely audible, swallowed by the hum of a nearby idling engine. She forced a deeper breath and looked up, meeting Nina's eyes. The agent's expression was grave, expectant, but the hard edge of betrayal was gone, replaced by a weary resolve. "Everything," Katie repeated, confirming the deal. Another set of footsteps approached, quicker, more official, the sound of sturdy soles on pavement. Officer Reyes appeared, his face illuminated by the screen of his phone, which he then tucked away, pulling a small, leather-bound notepad from his jacket pocket. His uniform was still crisp, but his eyes were shadowed with long hours. "Agents," he said, his voice carrying the flat, efficient tone of a man delivering a briefing. "Update from Oregon State Police. They've located Judge Linden at a private residence outside Grants Pass. A hunting cabin owned by an old law school friend." He glanced at his notes, though he likely didn't need to. "He's cooperating fully. No resistance." Was sitting on the porch with a cup of coffee when they rolled up. Katie looked up, blinking. The procedural world, with its clean lines and orderly updates, located, cooperating, secured, felt surreal, like a play performed on a stage while the real drama churned in the shadows. It was a script, and they were suddenly following it. He's agreed to return voluntarily, Reyes continued, flipping a page. Didn't even wait for extradition paperwork. His attorneys, he's got a whole phalanx of them now, are already on a conference call with the U.S. Attorney's Office in San Francisco, negotiating a formal immunity agreement. Full proffer. He'll testify. Names, dates, the whole network. How cases were steered, how evidence was lost, how pressure was applied. Nina let out a long, controlled breath, her shoulders relaxing a fraction. She gave a slow, weary nod. Good. That's procedurally solid. Her voice was neutral, assessing. It was. On paper, it was pristine. 4 murders, Torrey Pines, Mill Creek, Patricia Voss, and the attempted abduction of Lauren Miller. 1 suspect in custody, 1 cooperating witness turning state's evidence, and a trove of documentary evidence seized from the scene. A prosecutor's dream. A case that would wrap with a neat bow for the press and the public. Headlines would tout the capture of the archivist and the cracking of a decades-old corruption ring. There would be press conferences, maybe a book deal for someone, a tidy narrative of justice served. But the conspiracy investigation, the one that truly mattered, the one that lived on that bedroom wall and in a file from 1997, was only just beginning. It was a darker, deeper thing, a root system that had spread far beyond this county, beyond state lines. That one wouldn't wrap up cleanly. It would be messy and political and painful. It would involve agencies with 3-letter acronyms and men who had retired to golf courses and boardrooms. It would force Katie to excavate her own past with a forensic trowel. Reyes offered a few more details, his voice a steady drone. Evidence logs are being finalized at the scene. The digital team is imaging the hard drives now. Marin Solis's vehicle is being transported to the county yard for processing. The tactical team lead estimates another hour before the street is fully cleared. He closed his notepad with a soft snap. You too should get some downtime. It's been a long 48 hours. Katie managed a faint, acknowledging tilt of her head. Reyes hesitated for a moment, as if he might say something more, a word of thanks, an acknowledgement of the strangeness of it all. But then he just gave a short, professional nod and turned, his footsteps receding back toward the temporary command post that had been set up in a neighbor's driveway, marked by a cluster of bright LED work lights. The flashing lights continued their endless, mindless cycle, painting the scene in relentless, repeating strokes. A county van with a generator on a trailer rumbled to life, its headlights cutting through the swirling dust kicked up by departing vehicles. Katie watched as a young deputy, his face pale with fatigue, began coiling thick yellow extension cords over his elbow. Another officer leaned against a patrol car fender, drinking water from a plastic bottle, his Adam's apple bobbing with each swallow. The carnival was packing up. The show was over. With a grunt that was part effort, part surrender, Katie pushed herself off the bumper. The SUV's suspension gave a soft groan as her weight left it. Her body felt leaden, each muscle protesting as she straightened up, a sharp twinge reminding her of the hours spent crouched and tense. She took a single, unsteady step, her boots scraping on the asphalt before finding her balance. The street was beginning to clear. The tactical teams, anonymous in their dark gear, were loading long rifle cases and black duffels into a nondescript panel van. The medical examiner's van had left long ago with its quiet cargo, Patricia Voss, whose murder had started this final, frantic leg. Now, Marin Solis was in a holding cell downtown, silent and composed, having traded her freedom for the completion of her life's work. Katie wondered what the woman was thinking, staring at the blank wall of a cell. Was there relief? Or just a vast, echoing emptiness where her purpose had been? "We should go," Nina said, but she didn't move. She was watching the same exodus, her arms crossed loosely over her chest. "Yeah," Katie agreed, the word a sigh. They stood there a moment longer, two agents in the aftermath, the frantic, focused energy of the hunt replaced by the heavy, complicated quiet of consequence. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves of a magnolia tree in the yard across the street, carrying the smell of turned earth from a nearby flower bed, and the faint, acrid tang of cordite that still seemed to cling to their clothes. A porch light at the house next door flicked off, plunging that slice of the street into deeper shadow, a small reclamation of normalcy. Katie became aware of the grit in her eyes, the dry paste on her tongue, the specific ache in her lower back from wearing the heavy tactical vest. She felt every minute of the last 2 days in her bones. She glanced at Nina. Her partner's profile was etched against the pulsing lights, her expression unreadable but no longer closed off. There was a partnership here again, fragile and newly defined but present. It was a starting point. The archivist case, the one that had brought them here, that had filled whiteboards and case files and news blogs, was closed. The machinery of justice would grind forward on that track, fueled by Lyndon's testimony and the boxes of evidence being catalogued. It was a victory of a sort. The kind that got noted in performance reviews. But the real work, the work that had been waiting for 25 years, was about to start. It was a colder, quieter investigation. It would live in archives and in whispered conversations, and in the fear of powerful men. It would be her work. Their work now. Katie felt the weight of it, but for the first time, it didn't feel like it would crush her. It felt like a burden she could finally begin to lift, piece by heavy piece. A final patrol car, its light bar now dark, pulled away from the curb with a soft crunch of gravel. The street was almost theirs again, just the two of them and the silent SUV. The flashing lights from the remaining vehicles seemed slower now, less urgent, painting the scene in longer intervals of light and shadow. "Come on," Nina said, her voice softer now. She pushed off from the SUV and walked around to the passenger side, pulling the door open. It let out a low, metallic creak. Katie took one last look at the house, the faded green door now marred by splintered wood around the lock, a single rectangle of light glowing from an upstairs window where a forensic tech was still working. Then she turned, her movement stiff, and walked to the driver's side. She slid in behind the wheel, the leather seat cool, the familiar smell of stale coffee and clean vinyl filling her nostrils. She keyed the ignition, the engine turning over with a subdued purr. She flipped off the interior light, plunging the cabin into a dim gloom lit only by the soft green glow of the dashboard. Nina buckled her seatbelt, the click loud in the quiet. She settled back, her head resting against the seat. "The motel?" she asked, staring out the windshield. "The motel," Katie confirmed. It was a place to regroup, to shower off the night, to maybe sleep for a few hours before the debriefings began. Before the new work began. She put the SUV in drive and pulled slowly away from the curb, leaving the carnival of cold light behind. In the rearview mirror, she saw the lights dwindle, the street returning to its suburban darkness, the only evidence of the night's chaos a few tire marks on the asphalt, and the lingering sense of a wound in the world that had just been exposed to the air. She drove, the hum of the engine a steady monotony, and the silence in the car was no longer empty. It was the silence of companionship, of a path chosen, of a story that was finally, after all these years, ready to be told. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The fluorescent lights in the sheriff's department conference room hummed with a low, persistent drone, a sound that had seeped into Katie's bones over the last week. It was past 11, the building quiet except for the distant, muffled squeak of a janitor's cart and the occasional clatter of a trash can lid. The air smelled of stale coffee grounds, dried on the bottom of a carafe left on the side table, and the sharp, lemon-scented bite of industrial cleaner that couldn't mask a deeper, damp paper smell from the old case files. Case files and evidence bags were neatly stacked at one end of the long, scarred laminate table, a closed chapter. Katie sat across from Nina, the black speakerphone unit between them like a centerpiece, emitting the crisp, authoritative tone of Director Robert Vance. And the Sonoma County District Attorney's Office will be formally referred to the State Attorney General for investigation. Vance's voice filled the room, devoid of static, each word perfectly formed. He spoke with the measured pace of a man reading from a prepared statement. The corruption appears systemic but contained. Judge Linden's cooperation is the linchpin. He's providing names, dates, case numbers. It's a clean sweep. Katie watched the small red light on the speakerphone glow with each syllable. Vance's satisfaction was palpable, a man reviewing a successful balance sheet. 4 homicides. 1 suspect in custody, Marin Salas, currently in a medical ward under suicide watch, awaiting federal transfer. A corrupt judicial apparatus exposed. All loose ends tied with bureaucratic string. Through the slatted blinds of the interior window, the hallway was a tunnel of dark glass, reflecting only the ghostly rectangles of the overhead lights. A good resolution, Nina said, her voice professional and even. She had one elbow on the table, her chin resting on her fist, her eyes fixed on the speaker. She glanced at Katie, a flicker of something unreadable in her eyes, not quite doubt, but a shared, weary cognizance of the gap between what happened and what was being said. She cleared her throat softly. The local PD is handling the evidence chain. We've secured the original 1997 file and all of Salas's documentation. It's all being couriered to Quantico tomorrow morning. Excellent work, both of you. There was a faint rustle of papers on his end, the sound of a pen being set down deliberately. The Bureau looks competent. The press narrative is shifting from copycat terror to justice served. That's the takeaway. I've already briefed the deputy director. He's pleased. Katie watched Nina's face as Vance spoke. Her partner's expression was a mask of focused agreement, but the set of her jaw was tight, a small muscle flexing near her earlobe. Nina's free hand lay flat on the table, her index finger tapping a silent, restless rhythm against the laminate. They had just captured a woman who claimed to have finished her father's work, who had looked at Katie with a chilling, pitying recognition from the back of an ambulance. And now they were on a call, reducing it all to a favorable press narrative and administrative referrals. Ask your director about the 1997 file. Marin's words, whispered through broken lips, coiled in Katie's gut like cold wire. She looked at the speakerphone as if it were a live thing, a conduit to a world where truth was a matter of strategic presentation. Vance's tone carried no hesitation, no subterranean flicker of unease. Just the polished, rolling satisfaction of a case closed, a box checked, a problem contained. But listening to him now, in the sterile, overly bright quiet of the late-night office, Katie heard a faint note of ambiguity. It wasn't in the words themselves, but in their cadence. The slight, almost imperceptible emphasis on contained. The brisk efficiency with which he moved past the subject of the secured files to the subject of press perception. The way he said "justice served," it sounded like a headline, not a conclusion. Her own breathing felt too shallow. She consciously drew in a slow breath through her nose, the lemon cleaner scent sharp in her sinuses. Was he pleased because the violence was over and the corrupt were being rooted out? Or was he pleased because the specific, dangerous thread Marin had dangled, the one about a federal seal, about his own name on a routing slip, had been neatly snipped and filed away with the rest of the evidence? The answer was deliberately, expertly unclear. He was a man who knew how to talk in layers, and the top layer was flawless. Katie felt her throat tighten. She pressed her tongue to the roof of her mouth, her eyes dropping to her own hands, which were clasped loosely on the table. She saw the faint tremor in her right thumb and willed it to stop. "We'll wrap up the final reports here," Nina said, her gaze dropping to the legal pad in front of her where she doodled a series of interlocking boxes. She picked up her pen and circled one of the boxes, the nib scratching loudly on the paper. "Agent Ford has the lead on the closing summary. We should have it to you by end of day tomorrow." "See that you do." A chair creaked on his end of the line, a leathery sigh. "Get some rest." "You've earned it." A brief pause then directed with pointed warmth. "Welcome back to DC, Agent Ford. Your desk's been waiting." The line went dead with a soft digital click. The little red light winked out. The silence that followed was heavier than before, filled now with the returning, aggressive hum of the lights and the rush of blood in Katie's ears. It was a dense, waiting silence. The air conditioner in the ceiling vent kicked on with a sudden rattle, blowing a stream of chilled air down onto the back of Katie's neck. Nina let out a long, controlled breath through her nose, a sound that was almost a sigh but too disciplined to be one. She leaned back in her chair, the vinyl squeaking in protest. She brought both hands up, fingers pressing into her temples, her eyes closed. For a moment she just sat like that, a statue of fatigue. Then she lowered her hands, letting them fall into her lap. "He's happy," she said, her voice flat. She looked across at Katie, her dark eyes searching. "Case closed, no blown operations, no dead feds. A wind. A clean wind." "Yeah," Katie said, her own voice sounding distant to her, as if it came from the other side of the room. She reached out and straightened a stack of blank incident forms that didn't need straightening, aligning the edges with meticulous care against the wood grain of the table. Her fingers felt cold. "The wind. That's what it is." She said nothing about the federal seal. She said nothing about Marin's accusation. The urge to voice it, to throw the grenade into the middle of the debrief, and see how Vance's polished tone would fracture, had been acute. For a moment during the call, her throat had constricted, her tongue pressing against the back of her teeth as she formed the question. "Sir, what can you tell us about the federal seal applied to the evidence log in the 1997 case file?" She had even drawn a slight breath, her shoulders tensing to speak. But the professional instinct, honed over years in rooms just like this one, was stronger. It was a physical restraint, a hand on her own wrist. "You didn't accuse the director of the Violent Criminal Apprehension Program based on the word of a murder suspect, no matter how certain her eyes had been. You investigated. You got proof. You needed to know what you were dealing with, who was listening, and where the walls were before you ever stepped into the ring." So she had remained silent, her face a placid mirror of Nina's professional attention, her unasked question a hard, cold knot behind her breastbone. "You're quiet," Nina observed, dropping her hands and letting her gaze land on Katie. It was sharp, assessing, missing nothing. She didn't blink. "Quieter than usual." And you've been staring at that stack of forms for a full minute. Katie met her eyes briefly, a flash of contact that felt like a challenge, then looked down at her own hands. She flexed her fingers on the tabletop, watching the tendons move under the skin. She could feel the weight of Nina's stare. Just tired, she lied, injecting a note of weary finality into the words. She rubbed at her eyes with thumb and forefinger, a gesture she hoped sold the exhaustion. It's been a long week. A long month. My brain's just shutting down the systems. She attempted a small, unconvincing smile that didn't reach her eyes. Nina held the look for a beat longer, her head tilting slightly to one side. She didn't believe her. Katie could see the skepticism in the slight purse of her lips, the way her eyes narrowed just a fraction, carving fine lines at the corners. Nina's own fingers drummed once, twice on the table. But Nina also understood boundaries, the unspoken lines between partners, the private vaults everyone carried. She gave a single, slow nod, accepting the lie because it was offered, not because it was bought. The acceptance itself was a form of communication. It has, she agreed, her tone carefully neutral. The adrenaline dump after something like this, it's a crash. You feel hollowed out. Something like that, Katie murmured, looking past Nina to the whiteboard on the wall. It had been wiped clean, a faint ghost of red and blue marker still visible in the right light. A blank slate. Nina pushed her chair back, the legs scraping loudly on the linoleum floor, a jarring sound in the quiet room. She stood, the movement fluid, but with a slight stiffness that betrayed her own fatigue. She reached for her navy blazer, draped over the chair next to her. She slid one arm in, then the other, giving her shoulders a slight roll to settle the fabric. She buttoned the single button, a precise, habitual motion. The offer stands, she said, not looking at Katie as she adjusted her cuffs, her focus on the alignment of the striped silk against her wrist. You show me the 1997 file when it lands, we look at it together. No sidelining. No solo runs. Now she looked up, her gaze direct and unwavering. I mean that, Ford. Together. You don't go digging into federal seals and old routing slips by yourself. That's how people get buried. The direct mention of the seal, of the slips, was a jolt. Katie's breath hitched just for a second. Nina had been listening, not just to Vance, but to the silence around Katie's silence. She had heard the unasked question. Katie felt a flush of heat climb her neck. I know, Katie said, and she meant it. The gratitude was real, a small, warm stone in the cold pit of her suspicion. It was undercut by a spike of guilt for the lie she was already living, for the flight she had just booked in her mind. Thank you. I will. Nina gave a final, sweeping glance around the room, at the stacked boxes sealed with evidence tape, the empty whiteboard, the forlorn coffee pot on a side table with a single, forgotten mug beside it. Her eyes came to rest on Katie again. She seemed on the verge of saying something else, her mouth opening slightly, then closing into a firm line. Her brow furrowed. Instead, she just nodded again, a curt, decisive motion. Get some sleep, Ford. An actual sleep. Not just lying there staring at the ceiling. Then she turned and walked out, her footsteps firm and measured on the hard floor. Katie listened to the sound recede. The crisp tap of heels on linoleum, growing fainter down the hall, a pause at the heavy fire door, the push bar clunking, the hydraulic hiss, then the definitive thud of the door swinging shut and sealing. The silence that rushed in to fill the space she left behind was profound. It was a different silence now, lonelier. It was just Katie and the relentless fluorescent hum, and the dark window reflecting a ghostly version of the room, and the ghost of Vance's voice still hanging in the air-conditioned chill. She sat there for a full 5 minutes, not moving, just breathing and listening to the building settle around her. The janitor's cart was gone now. Somewhere, a water heater or a furnace kicked on with a distant thump and a low rumble through the pipes in the walls. She looked at her hands, at the faint, pale line of a scar across her right knuckle, a souvenir from a chain-link fence years ago. She traced it with her thumb. "Welcome back to DC." The words were a repatriation, a recall to order, but they felt like a revocation of a temporary passport. Her time in the field, on this personal edge, was being officially concluded. The permission was being withdrawn. With a slow, deliberate motion that felt like a violation of the room's stillness, she pulled her personal phone from her pocket. The screen was blindingly bright in the dim room, illuminating a swirl of dust motes in the air. She blinked against the glare, her pupils contracting. She opened her browser, then her airline app, her fingers moving with methodical precision over the cool glass. She selected a one-way flight. A one-seat. Washington Dulles. Departing San Jose International at 10:15 the next morning. She paid extra for a window seat near the front, not for the view, but for the quicker exit. The glow of the screen lit her face, casting deep, bluish shadows under her eyes and hollowing her cheeks. She hovered her thumb over the purchase button for a long second, feeling the weight of the decision in the pad of her thumb. This wasn't just a flight home. It was the first move on a new, hidden board, a direct contradiction of the promise she had just made. A sour taste filled her mouth. She tapped it. A confirmation screen flashed white, then green. A cheerful chime sounded, absurdly loud. "Your trip is booked." An email receipt followed instantly, vibrating in her hand. She lowered the phone's brightness to minimum and stared at the itinerary. Flight 114. Seat 7A. The reality of it was a cold, concrete thing in her stomach. She needed to be home in her own sparse, unpacked space, with her own laptop on her own table, with her own secure lines, or as secure as she could make them. She needed to start digging where no one could see, where no one would think to look over her shoulder. The official file was going to Quantico, into the vast, swallowing system. But her father's name, and the questions Marin Salas had given her, belonged to her alone. They were a debt and a danger that she couldn't share, not even with Nina. Not yet. Pocketing the phone, she stood. Her body felt stiff, every muscle protesting as if she'd been sitting for days. Her knees popped. She walked slowly to the computer terminal at the end of the table, a bulky, beige, county-issued desktop. The screen was dark. She moved the mouse, a cheap plastic thing, and the screen flickered to life with a groan, displaying the standard Sheriff's Department login screen against a backdrop of rolling green hills. She clicked Log Out, watching as the session ended and the screen returned to a blue login prompt, the cursor blinking steadily in the password field. She then leaned down and pressed the power button on the tower itself. A green light died. A whirring sound from the internal fan spooled down into a guttural silence, a final, electronic sigh. The machine was off. The room felt deader without its subtle background noise. She walked back to her seat and gathered her own few belongings from the table. A single black bureau pen, her FBI credentials case worn smooth at the edges, the plastic motel keycard she needed to return. She slipped them into the pockets of her jacket. She placed her chair neatly under the table, pushing it in until the backrest tapped the laminate. The action was rote final. Then she walked to the light switch by the door, a long panel of plastic toggles. Her shadow, elongated and stark, moved ahead of her on the wall. She found the one controlling the bank of fluorescence overhead, her finger resting on the cool plastic. She took one last look around the room. The evidence boxes were dark shapes. The speakerphone was a black monolith. The empty coffee mug caught a sliver of hall light. As she flipped the switch, the click was loud and definitive in the emptiness. The relentless hum ceased instantly, replaced by a fading, electric sizzle from the tubes that lingered for a second in her ears. Darkness plunged into the room, absolute and thick for a heartbeat before her eyes began to adjust. Pale, grayish light filtered in from the hallway through the slatted window, painting bars of shadow across the table and the stacks of sealed evidence. The room was now just a shape, a container for concluded things, a stage after the actors had left. It smelled more strongly now of dust and old paper. Director Vance was satisfied. The case was resolved. The paperwork would flow, the referrals would be made, the press would get its tidy ending. Standing in the doorway, one hand on the frame, looking back at the dark, silent conference room, Katie understood with a cold, crystalline clarity that her real work, the work that mattered, the work her father had started and Marin Salas had died to continue, was just beginning. And it would not be logged in any bureau file. It would live in the shadows of official records, in the gaps between words, in the silence after a phone call ended. She pulled the door shut behind her, the latch engaging with a solid metallic thunk that echoed down the empty, sleeping hall, a sound like a period at the end of a sentence. The echo faded, leaving only the faint, ever-present hum of the building, a sound she now carried with her, inside her, as she walked alone toward the exit. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. The hum of the jet engines was a low, constant thrum, a physical vibration that traveled up through the frame of the seat and into her bones, a resonance that seemed to find the old ache in her molars from a long ago filling. It was a white noise that filled the pressurized cabin, a deep, metallic drone that made her teeth feel slightly fuzzy, her skull a hollow chamber for the sound. Outside Katie's window, the continent was a vast, dark plain, a black ocean beneath a starless sky bruised purple at the distant horizon. It was punctuated by the occasional lonely cluster of lights, a town like a spilled handful of diamonds, the twin serpents of a highway interchange glowing amber, a single bright beacon that was a nowhere place, a farm or a gas station holding out against the immense emptiness. Between these islands of human habitation lay perfect geometric grids of farmland, invisible but implied, and once the moon's cold reflection slithered across a distant, meandering river. The cabin itself was dim, most passengers asleep or feigning it, their faces washed in the pale blue glow of seatback screens or the intermittent red pinpricks of exit signs above the aisles. The light etched the lines of fatigue around their eyes, the slackness of their jaws. In 12A, Katie Ford was wide awake, every nerve ending tuned to a frequency of quiet dread, her body refusing the surrender of sleep. She had the window. The middle seat was empty, a small mercy that felt like a provocation, a space meant for a ghost. The seatbelt sign glowed faintly on the headrest in front of her. An elderly man in the aisle seat snored softly, a rough, rhythmic sound that hitched every third breath, a gray airline blanket tucked up under his chin, his veined hands resting on his stomach. The space felt both public and profoundly private, a bubble 35,000 feet above the earth where she could finally, deliberately, think without the immediate pressure of another person's gaze. The dry, recirculated air carried the ghost of 100 meals, stale peanuts, reheated pasta, bitter coffee, overlaid with a chemical lemon sent from the lavatories. The scratchy wool of the blanket they'd offered, and she'd refused lay folded on the empty seat, a texture that promised no comfort, its coarse fibers visible in the dim light. She was encased in a tube of manufactured atmosphere, hurtling through a void, and it was the first true stillness she'd known in weeks. Yet within it, her mind was a riot. The case was closed. The words echoed in the hollow of her chest, a flat, administrative verdict that landed with the weight of a dead thing. She tested them silently, feeling their wrongness. The case is closed. The archivist was in custody. Director Vance had said so himself, his voice crisp and final over the speakerphone in that sterile conference room, with that paternal, closing the book tone that brooked no argument, a tone that had always before sounded like wisdom and now sounded like a lid being screwed shut. The paperwork would be a mountain, the press briefings a chore, but the great machinery of the Bureau was already shifting its immense weight, moving on to the next crisis, the next headline. Case closed. File it. Her mind rejected the syntax. It was a period where she knew there should only be a comma, a semicolon, a series of ellipses leading into a darker, more tangled sentence. Her fingers, resting on her thigh, curled slightly, nails pressing into her palm through the fabric of her slacks. Her left shoulder ached dully, where Marin Solis's blade had gone in. It was a deep, persistent throb that pulsed in time with her heartbeat, a tactile reminder that cut through the mental fog, a counter-rhythm to the engine's drone. The bandage beneath her shirt and blazer was a tangible anchor, a thick pad of gauze and tape that pulled at her skin with every slight shift, a constant, prickling awareness. It was a receipt for the violence, a proof of purchase. But the deeper wound was invisible, a fissure that had opened up inside her the moment Marin had looked at her with those calm, knowing eyes in the stark light of the evidence room. The memory brought a physical reaction, a cold flush across her scalp, a tightening in her throat. The woman's voice, devoid of malice, purely factual, played on a loop inside her skull, syncing with the throb in her shoulder. I finished your father's work. The words had bypassed her analytical mind and lodged somewhere more primal, in the gut. They conjured a physical sensation, not pain, but a cold hollowness behind her sternum, as if a vital organ had been carefully removed, leaving a cavity filled with static. Her father's work, his obsession, his ruin. And this stranger, this furious archivist of grief, had picked up the scattered pages of his life and compiled them into a damning indictment. Katie had spent a career building a wall between the personal and the professional, brick by meticulous brick. Marin Solis had not just breached it, she had revealed it was built on a foundation of someone else's lies. The realization made her feel physically off balance, as if the plane had banked sharply though the wings were level. She pressed her right foot flat against the floor, seeking solidity that wasn't there. Katie let her head rest against the cool, slightly textured plastic of the bulkhead. She closed her eyes, not to sleep, but to see more clearly in the dark behind her lids, to escape the dim blue light and the passive, sleeping forms. The darkness under her eyelids was a deeper blue, shot through with afterimages of the cabin lights. In that private dark, the images were sharper, more insistent. She began to catalog, the way her father had taught her on those long-ago weekends in his study, sorting through boxes of cold case photocopies that smelled of dust and old paper. Separate the threads, Katie. One at a time. Don't let them tangle. Not evidence for a court, not yet. That was for later. This was about threads, loose, dangling, and dangerous. She visualized them, 3 distinct filaments, each a different color, each leading off into a separate, shadowy labyrinth. She imagined them in her hands, feeling their texture, their tensile strength. Thread 1. The color of cold steel, of a gun barrel. Marin Solis's claim, delivered with the chilling, precise diction of a seasoned paralegal, her hands resting calmly on the table. Someone had authorized a federal seal on the 1997 case file. A procedural ghost. A lock placed from the inside. Katie's mind replayed the scene. The hum of the evidence room's fluorescent lights, the smell of old paper and new ink from the printer. And Marin's pointed, almost courteous reference lingered, each word a deliberate placement. Your director, not the director. Your director. A personal pronoun, a subtle arrow shot across the room that had quivered in the air between them. Robert Vance had personally shut down the post-arrest debrief, had steered the conversation toward institutional victories and press narratives with the smooth, practiced ease of a man directing traffic. He had declared the matter settled with the finality of a judge's gavel. Was it the efficiency of a man managing 1,000 crises, a man who saw the bigger picture and needed to move on? Or was it containment? The sealing of a file required authority, but also motive. Who benefited from Ken Ford's investigation into a local corruption ring being classified, buried in a vault where even FOIA requests would die? Who had that kind of reach and the will to use it? The question made her skin feel tight across her shoulders, a prickling sensation that had nothing to do with the cabin's dry air. A thread, too. The color of faded, sun-bleached paper, of a photograph left on a dashboard too long. The anonymous envelope slipped into her father's personal effects after his death, a haunting he never got to see. Her fingers twitched, remembering the feel of the cheap paper stock, the crisp edge of the photograph. Postmarked from a town she'd never heard of, Willow Creek, in a county she now knew too well. Eli Ford alive. Her uncle, a ghost she'd been told was a casualty of his own demons, a man who drank himself into an early grave and was buried under a simple marker in a veteran's cemetery. He stared back at her from a sun-drenched porch, older, wearier, the lines on his face like a map of hard years, but undeniably present, his eyes squinting against the light. The postmark placed him in Humboldt County, a neighbor to the Sonoma County that held the wooded graves of the couples Marin had avenged. That was not a coincidence. It was a signature. Someone had wanted Ken Ford, or his daughter, to know Eli was out there. Le taunt. A piece of bait dangled to see if she would bite. Or a clue left by someone who knew the truth was a weapon too heavy for them to carry alone, a secret past like a burning coal. The photograph felt hot in her memory, as if it could still burn her fingers. She could smell the faint, imagined scent of pine and damp earth from that porch. A threads 3. The color of concrete and stale air, of institutional green paint and floor wax. Marcus Fell's graveled voice in the sterile visiting room, the smell of industrial cleaner so strong it coated her tongue. The memory brought a tang of metal to her mouth. Someone inside helped bury it. Someone with the rank to make a problem disappear. He hadn't given her a name, only the shape of a shadow with authority, with access to the levers of federal justice, with the power to redirect an agent's obsession into a file drawer and turn the key. He had been terrified of that shadow, his eyes darting to the corners of the room as if it might be listening. Now she had to consider if that shadow had a name, a face, a hand that could sign an order sealing her father's life's work away from prying eyes. Fell's warning had been about the past, but shadows were long. They could stretch across decades, growing longer in the low light of a closed case. She felt a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning vent above her, a cold spot on the back of her neck. 3 threads. Each pointed toward a different dimension of the conspiracy Marin had laid bare on her wall of string and photocopies. One pointed upward, into the polished, hierarchical heart of her own agency, into the carpeted halls and secure elevators of the Hoover Building. One pointed outward, into the misty, forgotten towns of Northern California, to a missing man and a deliberate, ghostly signal sent across the years. One pointed backward, into the buried, corrupted history of her father's ruin, a history that someone had taken great pains to keep buried, pouring concrete over it and calling it a foundation. The approaches they demanded were different, too, each a unique kind of solitude that settled in her chest like a different type of cold. The first required stealth, a quiet, digital audit of internal systems older than she was, a search for administrative fingerprints on a decades-old seal. It meant navigating databases with a false smile plastered on her face, asking casual, collegial questions that would not trigger alerts, playing the part of the dutiful agent wrapping up loose ends for her final report while her real hands worked in the dark, keys clicking in an empty office at midnight. The second required fieldwork, but of a solitary, almost archaic kind, driving back roads where the asphalt gave way to gravel, showing a crumpled photograph in dusty diners that smelled of fried food and coffee, asking careful, oblique questions of bartenders and postal clerks, knowing with absolute certainty she could trust no official channel, no police bulletin, no friendly sheriff's deputy who might make a phone call. The third required something else entirely, a psychological willingness to re-examine every assumption, to look at familiar faces in the hallway, Vance's calm authority at the morning briefing, the assistant director's brusque efficiency, even the avuncular smile of the records chief who always had a mint on his desk, and wonder what they had known and when they had known it. It required treating her professional home, the place that had given her purpose and identity, as potentially hostile territory, reading every memo and casual remark for subtext. A flight attendant moved softly down the aisle, her low heels whispering on the thin carpet, a rhythmic shush-shush that grew louder, then faded. Katie heard the faint rustle of her nylons, caught a fleeting scent of floral perfume and stale coffee as the woman passed, a shadow briefly darkening the light from the aisle, crossing over Katie's closed eyelids. The attendant paused, and Katie sensed her presence hovering. She heard the soft click of a seatbelt being checked on the row behind, the gentle, maternal adjustment of a blanket over a sleeping passenger. Katie kept her eyes closed, her breathing even and deep, the picture of exhausted sleep, a performance for an audience of one. Her fingers, resting on her thigh, were completely still, deliberately relaxed. Inside, her mind was a riot of motion, a silent shouting argument. The decision did not crystallize all at once. It did not form like ice, clear and sudden. It emerged from a turbulent churn of doubt and fear, a slow sedimentation. Walk away, a part of her begged, a voice that sounded small and desperate in the cavern of her thoughts. The voice sounded like Chloe's, reasonable and worried over the phone. It sounded like Glenn S., offering the quiet peace of his workshop. You have the answer. Marin is caught. The old crimes are exposed. You can go home. You have a home to go to. But another voice, older, etched with grief and cigarette smoke and the smell of whiskey on late-night breath, answered from a place deep in her memory. You have the question. Not the answer. The question is, who helped them bury me? She saw her father's face, not the haunted man at the end, but the focused, intense agent bending over his desk, a single lamp pooling light on a photograph. She saw Nina's face, professional, capable, loyal, but loyal to what? To the bureau. To the chain of command. To the system. Could she ask Nina to step into the shadow with her? To potentially investigate their own director. The risk was not just professional suicide. It was a betrayal of the trust that held their partnership together, a demand that could shatter it. She thought of Chloe, finally building a stable life with her partner, painting nurseries and planning futures, and the toxic cloud that would descend on that bright world if Katie started digging into sanctioned corruption. She pictured Glenn's workshop, the smell of sawdust and clear varnish, the orderly racks of tools, a sanctuary of simple, honest creation. To bring this darkness to his doorstep, to let its tendrils curl around the legs of his workbenches, felt like a profound violation, a sin. The arguments clashed, a silent war behind her placid eyelids. The cost of knowing. The greater cost of not knowing. Of living the rest of her life in the house of lies someone else had built for her, polishing the furniture, pretending not to see the cracks in the walls. The image that broke the stalemate was not of her father, but of Marin Solis, standing calmly in the epicenter of her own destruction, her mission complete, her truth told, her body already surrendering to the cuffs and the cell. There was a terrible, absolute freedom in it. A freedom Katie had never allowed herself. The decision hardened in the dark behind her lids, not like a crystal forming from clear solution, but like molten metal cooling in a mold, taking on its final, unyielding shape, solidifying from the outside in. It was hard and clear, and it left a taste of iron in her mouth, as if she'd bitten her own cheek. A finality settled in her stomach, a heavy, cold knot. She would investigate the 1997 file herself. Not through Nina, not through any official request that would flash on some supervisor's monitor in the Office of Professional Responsibility, leaving a digital trail as bright as a flare against a night sky. She would use her own credentials, her own after-hours access to the physical and digital archives, and she would trace the seal to its source, following the electronic breadcrumbs through systems that logged every click. She would become a ghost in the machine, a silent query in the database, looking for the hand that had thrown the switch, the name on the authorization form. She would find Eli. Not through missing persons, not through a flag in the NCIC database that would ping in a dozen offices, sending up alerts like startled birds. She would go to Humboldt County, to Willow Creek and every speck on the map around it, and she would look with her own eyes. She would be a tourist with a photograph, a niece seeking a lost relative, a story simple enough to be true. A private, personal quest conducted in cash, with burner phones and motel rooms paid for day by day. And she would tell no one. The resolution settled on her with the weight of a sentence, a life term. Not Nina, whose loyalty, however fierce, was ultimately to the institution, to the badge, no matter her personal code. To ask her would be to force an impossible choice, to put a crack in the foundation of the one professional relationship that had ever felt solid. Not Vance, who was now a question mark framed by a mahogany desk, his paternal smile suddenly reevaluated as a possible mask, his reassuring claps on the shoulder now feeling like the placement of a tracking device. Not Chloe, who deserved to be protected from the storm Katie was about to walk into, whose world needed to remain bright and untroubled, a place Katie could maybe visit someday if she needed to remember what color looked like. Not even Glenn, whose solid, uncomplicated world of grain and glue and finish felt like a sanctuary she could no longer afford to visit, a clean room she would only contaminate. To bring him into this was to paint a target on everything he'd built, to taint the simple wood with blood and secrets. Until she knew who inside her own house she could trust, she would work alone. It was the most basic, primal rule of tradecraft, one she'd somehow forgotten in the camaraderie of the field office, in the rhythm of being part of a team, in the comforting illusion of backup that was always a radio call away. Her father had worked alone at the end. He had known why. He had known the walls had ears, and the hands that patted your back could also hold a knife. He had learned it too late. She had forgotten, lulled by procedure and partnership. She would not forget again. The solitude wrapped around her now, not as loneliness but as armor. She adjusted to its weight. The plane hit a patch of turbulence, a sudden, shuddering drop that felt like the bottom falling out of the world. Her stomach lurched up into her throat. The cabin gave a metallic groan of protest. The overhead bins rattled, a loose latch chattering. The snoring man in the aisle seat grunted, shifted heavily, the blanket slipping, and fell silent again. Katie's eyes flew open. Her right hand had instinctively gripped the armrest, her knuckles standing out white and sharp against her skin. Her left arm, protectively drawn across her sore shoulder, tightened. Outside the window, the darkness was absolute, a pure void offering no horizon, no point of reference, no up or down. For a terrifying second, they were simply falling through nothing, weightless. Then the wings caught the air again with a jolt, the shuddering eased back to the steady, vibrating hum, and the world righted itself, the floor solid once more beneath her feet. In the window, she saw her own faint reflection superimposed over the abyss, pale, tired, the circles under her eyes like smudges of ash, but her jaw was set, her gaze direct, looking past her own ghost into the dark. Irresolved. She closed her eyes again, but sleep was a foreign country, its borders closed to her. She did not sleep. She held the three threads in her mind, felt their separate tensions. The sharp, metallic pull of institutional threat, the elusive, papery tug of the photograph, the heavy, gritty drag of historical truth. She began, in the silent, private theater of her mind, to plan her first, solitary moves, mapping the steps like a heist. The 1997 file first. A late night in the J. Edgar Hoover building, the halls empty, her footsteps echoing. A friendly, tired smile for the night duty records officer. A story about cross-referencing for her final report. A shared complaint about paperwork over a cup of bad vending machine coffee. She would need to access the metadata, the audit trail of who had touched the file and when, the digital fingerprints. She visualized the login screens, the search parameters she would use, the way she would obscure her true query within a dozen legitimate ones. July 2nd. A rental car from a non-airport location, paid in cash. Maps, the old paper kind bought at a gas station, unfolded on a motel bed. A list of every post office, every general store, every tavern in a 50-mile radius of Willow Creek. She imagined the feel of the steering wheel, the smell of pine and damp earth rolling in through the car window, the way she would hold the photograph, her thumb over the postmark date. She pictured the faces of clerks and bartenders, the careful neutrality she would wear, the slight, wistful smile of a woman on a personal journey. The secrets settled onto her shoulders one by one, a familiar, heavy weight she had carried since she was 18 years old, and they handed her a folded flag, but now refined, focused, honed into a purpose as sharp as Marin's blade. It was no longer a burden of grief, but a tool of excavation. The hum of the engines was the only sound in the world, a mechanical lullaby carrying her east, toward a city of monuments and marble that hid its own dark foundations, toward an apartment that no longer felt like a sanctuary, but a temporary holding cell, toward an office that might be a house of mirrors where every reflection could lie. It carried her toward a home that no longer felt safe, and a fight she now understood, in her bones and in the ache of her healing wound, and in the cold, resolved hollow of her chest, had always been hers, waiting for her to grow into it, to grow strong enough to lift its weight. The case was closed. For everyone else. For the bureau, for the press, for the tidy narratives of justice served. For Katie Ford, it had just been opened, the lock picked by a woman in an evidence room, and the first page was blank, waiting for her to write the truth in her own hand, in invisible ink, in a language only she would understand, alone in the humming dark. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. Chapter 33. The key turned in the lock with a sound like a breaking bone, a dry, metallic snap that echoed in the hollow core door. Katie pushed the door open and stepped into the dark, one hand automatically finding the light switch on the wall. Her fingers traced the familiar plastic plate, the smooth toggle. As she flicked it up, nothing happened. The bulb in the overhead fixture had burned out weeks ago, a task perpetually at the bottom of her list. She left it, the switch making a hollow click as she released it back to the off position. Her apartment was a tomb of quiet. The air was still and tasted faintly of the Chinese takeout she'd eaten 3 nights ago. The sweet, cloying ghost of orange chicken and the underlying grease that had seeped into the cardboard container, now clinging to the fabric of the couch. It was layered underneath with the more persistent ghost of Chloe's perfume, something floral and expensive, jasmine and sandalwood, that never quite dissipated, woven into the curtains and the throw pillows. The only light came from the street lamp outside, slicing through the slats of the cheap vinyl blinds and laying stark, parallel bars across the scuffed laminate floor. She dropped her heavy go-bag by the door, the thud of nylon and equipment swallowed by the thick stillness. The bag slumped against the wall, a dark mound. From behind the closed bedroom door, she could hear the faint, even rhythm of Chloe's breathing, a slow in, a slow out, a soft, almost imperceptible sigh on the exhale. Asleep. Unaware. A world away. Katie stood for a moment in the entryway, letting her eyes adjust to the deep blue gloom. She could feel the grit of travel on her skin, a fine layer of airport and airplane cabin that itched at her neck and wrists. She toed off her boots, one then the other, using her foot to nudge them against the baseboard. The cool, smooth floorboards met her socked feet, a small shock of temperature. She moved through the shadows, her path memorized, 3 steps to clear the entryway, a slight pivot to avoid the corner of the coffee table. Past the couch with its blanket still tangled from her last fitful nap, a gray woolen heap she hadn't bothered to fold. Past the silent television screen, a black rectangle that reflected a distorted, warped slice of window light, making the bars of illumination curve like ribs. The kitchen was a narrow galley, and she went to the sink, her shoulder brushing the edge of the counter, feeling the solid, unyielding laminate. As she turned the faucet, the pipes groaned in the wall, a deep, shuddering protest that traveled up through the floor, then spat out a stream of water that smelled faintly of chlorine and minerals. She filled a glass, the sound of the water hitting the bottom impossibly loud in the hush, a cascading roar that then settled to a trickle. She drank half of it in one long, desperate pull, her throat working. The cold was a shock to her system, a line of ice hitting her empty stomach, washing the stale, recycled taste of airplane air from her throat. She poured the remaining water carefully into the terracotta pot of the pothos on the windowsill, watching the dark soil drink it in, the surface turning from pale brown to rich umber in a slow, expanding blot. The plant was thriving, a lush, cascading riot of heart-shaped leaves that seemed to mock the barrenness of the rest of the room. The survivor. She ran a finger along a waxy leaf, feeling its cool, rubbery resilience, the prominent central vein, then let her hand fall to her side, her fingers brushing the rough texture of her jeans. She pulled out a chair at the small, square kitchen table. It was cheap, particle board with a wood-grain laminate veneer chipped at one corner, and it groaned a low, wooden complaint under her weight as she sat. The surface was faintly sticky near where Chloe sometimes set her morning coffee mug, a ring of residual sugar and cream. Katie opened her laptop, the metal latch clicking open with a definitive snick. She pressed the power button, her finger holding it down for a full second. The machine whirred to life, its fan emitting a thin, high-pitched sigh that quickly settled into a steady, background hum. The screen flared to life, a blue-white rectangle that pushed the darkness back a few feet, illuminating the pothos so its leaves cast long, jagged shadows on the wall, like grasping fingers. The light fell on the empty chair opposite her, highlighting a stray crumb on the seat, and on the silent, dark phone she placed beside the trackpad. Her fingers moved on autopilot muscle memory from 10,000 late nights. The keyboard clacked softly, a percussive rhythm in the quiet, as she logged into the FBI's secure internal portal. The password screen vanished, replaced by the rotating seal, and then the case file database loaded with its familiar, stark, utilitarian interface. A world of drop-down menus, search bars in stark Arial font, and alphanumeric case codes. She took a slow, deliberate breath, inhaling air that tasted of dust and her own exhaustion, of cheap laminate and the ozone-like scent of dormant electronics warming up. In the search field, her index finger tapped out the letters, each press a soft, decisive click. VICTOR space SALINAS. She tabbed, the cursor jumping with a blink. She typed Sonoma County. She tabbed again, the field for year highlighting in blue. She entered 1997. Her thumb hovered over the enter key, a millimeter above the smooth, concave plastic. For a second, she just looked at the words she'd typed, this digital incantation. The name of a dead man. Of a place. Of a year. It looked so small, so innocuous in the white rectangle. Then she pressed down. The cursor transformed into a spinning blue circle, a tiny, relentless pinwheel. It turned once, twice, 3 times, a hypnotic loop in the center of the screen. The fan on her laptop whirred slightly louder, a rising pitch as the processor worked. Katie held her breath without meaning to, her lungs still, her shoulders drawing up tight near her ears, her eyes locked on that spinning icon, willing it to resolve into something, anything. The light from the screen made the fine hairs on her forearms seem to glow. Then the screen refreshed with a soft, almost inaudible click, a digital page turn. Access DNID. Federal Seal, classified. The words were in a standard, unadorned font, black and final against the pale gray background of the portal page. No case summary. No evidence log. No agent notes or attached photographs. Just this wall. This absolute digital no. The letters seemed to pulse slightly against the static field. Katie didn't blink. She leaned closer, the blue light washing out the color in her face, highlighting the fine lines at the corners of her eyes, the pallor of her skin. Her jaw was set, a muscle flexing once then twice along its edge, a tiny, rhythmic tick. She navigated with quick, precise clicks, her index finger stabbing the trackpad, to the authorization metadata, the administrative trail baked into every digital file the Bureau maintained. A new window opened. Date of creation. Date of last modification. Custodial chain. And there it was, listed in the same bland, bureaucratic typeface. Seal applied, November 14, 1997. She read the date once. Her eyes scanned the numbers, 11/14/1997. Then again, slower, as if deciphering a code. Her eyes tracked back to the words Access DNID, then down to the seal date, then back up. A cold, precise needle of understanding pierced the fog of her fatigue, a sharp, clinical point of clarity, and in its wake, an anger began to crystallize. It started as a tightness in her throat, a constriction that made her swallow hard. Then it settled as a hard, frozen knot in the center of her chest, just below her sternum, a weight of pure, cold fury. Her breathing shallowed, coming in short, controlled sips of air through her nose. Bureaucracy moved like glacial ice. Forms required signatures. Signatures required reviews. Reviews required committees. For a local county file, a suicide, an accident, whatever it had been falsely labeled, to be ingested into the federal system and classified, sealed from all internal review in 72 hours. That wasn't process. That wasn't procedure. It was physically impossible through normal channels. That was panic. That was someone with the authority to wield a federal seal seeing a threat. Ken Ford's investigation, his questions, his persistence, and slamming a vault door shut the moment he was in the ground. It was a containment action. A surgical. A brutal. Efficient. Her father died on the 11th. The seal was applied on the 14th. 3 days to bury the man and bury his work. Someone who knew. Someone who had the power to act. Someone who was afraid. She stared at the denial screen until the black letters seemed to float, detaching from the pale background, swimming in her vision. The blue light from the monitor reflected in her eyes, twin rectangles of cold illumination in the dark. It glinted off the half-empty glass of water, casting a wobbly, bright ellipse on the table, and shone in the dark window behind the pothos, creating a second, ghostly screen in the night, a faint echo of the one before her. Her fingers resting on the edge of the laptop curled inward slowly, her nails digging into her palms, pressing pale, bloodless half-moons into the skin. The pressure was a grounding pain, a focal point against the spreading chill in her core. She opened a new tab. Her personal browser, its homepage set to a blank, dark field. The search bar was empty, a tiny vertical cursor blinking with a slow, patient rhythm, like a heartbeat on a monitor. Infinite possibility in a blank line. Her right hand lifted from the trackpad, hovered over the keys, the tendons on the back of her hand standing out in the screen's glow. She typed 2 words, the letters appearing in stark white against the dark background, each keystroke a loud clack in the silent room. Zeli Ford. She didn't press enter. Not yet. She let the name sit there, a ghost in the machine, a question mark hanging in the digital ether. Her uncle. The charming, restless silhouette in old family stories, the one who smelled of leather and distant cities. The man who sent postcards from places that never seemed to have a return address, a blurry photo of the Alps, a cartoonish lobster from Maine. The one who vanished not with a bang, but a gradual fading, like a radio signal lost to static, the calls coming less frequently, the stories growing vaguer, until he was just a memory referenced at holidays with a shrug. Who was he, really? The fun uncle of family lore, the wanderer. Or was he something else? A thread that, if pulled, might not just unravel a sweater, but the whole, terrible tapestry her father had died trying to expose. Her index finger rested on the enter key, the plastic smooth and cool. She applied the slightest pressure, feeling the key's initial give, the microscopic travel before it would engage and send her query out into the vast, recording datascape. Her phone buzzed on the table. The vibration was a violent, electric intrusion in the silence. It wasn't a gentle hum. It was a frantic, skittering rattle as the device shimmied against the laminate surface, dancing in a half-circle. The screen lit up with a cold, white flash, illuminating a small circle of the sticky tabletop, highlighting a coffee ring she hadn't noticed before. Katie flinched, a full-body startle that jerked her shoulders back and made the chair legs scrape an inch on the floor with a short, sharp squeal. Her hand, poised over the keyboard, snapped away as if burned, flying back to clutch at the edge of the table. A sharp gasp caught in her throat, cut off into a choked silence. Her heart gave a single, hard, painful knock against her ribs, a thump she felt in her ears. Her eyes darted from the laptop screen to the phone, seeing it not as an object but as a sudden, animate threat in the dark room, a lit-up beetle scuttling on its back. It buzzed again. Once. A shorter final pulse. Then was still. The notification glowed on the locked screen, bold white text against the default wallpaper. Text message, unknown sender. For 5 long seconds, she didn't move. She listened, her head cocked slightly, every sense straining. The faint whir of the laptop fan. The distant, oceanic sigh of Chloe's breathing from the bedroom, unchanged. The low, persistent thrum of her own blood in her ears, a rushing sound. Her gaze was fixed on the phone, on that glowing line of text. Slowly, deliberately, she unclenched her hand from the table edge. She reached for the phone. Her fingertips were cold, almost numb. She picked it up, the weight familiar and yet suddenly alien, the glass screen slick. She tapped the screen, her thumbprint unlocking it with a quick haptic vibration, and opened the messaging app, her thumb moving by rote. The thread was new. No history. At the top, just the words unknown sender in gray, impersonal font. Below, no greetings. No warnings. No demand. Just a photograph. She touched the image, expanding it to full screen. She zoomed in with a 2-finger spread, the motion fluid. It was a house. A modest, 1-story suburban home with beige siding and a brown shingle roof. The siding looked like vinyl, the kind that would make a hollow sound if you tapped it. A single concrete step, stained with dark, asymmetrical patches of moisture or age, led to a plain front door painted a faded, weathered blue. A large picture window, its interior a pool of absolute black, reflected a gray, featureless sky, giving no hint of what lay within. A scraggly birch tree, its white bark ghostly in the photograph, stood sentinel in the front yard, a few dead, brown leaves clinging stubbornly to its lower branches like forgotten flags. The lawn was patchy, more dirt and dry, yellowing weeds than grass, with a bald spot near the foundation where nothing grew. It looked like 1,000 other houses in 1,000 anonymous towns, somewhere rural, somewhere quiet, a place people left more often than they arrived. She scanned every detail, the style of the mailbox, a standard black tube on a wooden post, the post slightly tilted, the absence of a car in the short, cracked asphalt driveway, the pattern of the shingles, 3-tab, many curled at the edges, the gutters half detached on the left side. Nothing sparked recognition. No distinctive landscaping, no visible house number, no car in the driveway to check plates. It was utterly generic, and therefore utterly menacing in its anonymity. A place designed not to be found, or a place waiting to be discovered. Her pulse, which had settled into a dull, weary rhythm after the initial shock of the alert, now kicked back into a hard, steady drumbeat against her sternum, a rapid tap-tap-tap she could feel in her throat. A tactical calm descended, a familiar, icy overlay that smoothed the rough edges of fear, overriding the spike of adrenaline. A procedure. Analyze. Lagged. She took a screenshot, her thumb and forefinger pinching the screen in a practiced motion, the soft, artificial shutter click sound absurdly mundane in the context. The phone gave a slight vibratory confirmation. She placed the phone face up next to the laptop, the haunting image of the house still displayed, a silent square of potential threat. Then she turned back to the computer, her movements becoming quick, efficient, driven by purpose. With a sharp click, she navigated away from her search browser, leaving Eli Ford's name still hovering, unsent, to a reverse image search app she used for work, a tool bookmarked for quick access. The interface opened, clean and minimal. She clicked the drag and drop window, a dotted rectangle in the center of the screen. Then she reached for the phone again, her movements sure now. Unlocking it with a glance, she found the screenshot in her gallery, a thumbnail of the lonely house. She pressed and held until the option menu appeared in a small, white box. She selected Share, scrolled through the icons, chose the laptop's airdrop-like function. On the laptop, a notification popped up. Image JPEG received from Katie's iPhone. The image appeared on her laptop screen with a soft digital ping. She clicked and dragged the file from her Downloads folder into the search window. The app accepted it, the icon changing from an upload arrow to a pulsating magnifying glass. Processing, a status bar appeared below it, green and empty. Analyzing image data. Searching for visual matches. Text scrolled in a smaller font, creating digital signature, comparing to index sources. The app began its invisible work, pixelating the image, breaking it down into a hash of data. A unique digital fingerprint defined by the arrangement of light and shadow, the angles of the roof, the pattern of the siding. It would now be scouring the vast, indexed corners of the internet. Real estate listings, satellite imagery, street view archives, social media geotags, public records photos for a match. For an address. For a name. For a history. The progress bar remained at 0%. The magnifying glass pulsed, a slow, rhythmic heartbeat of light. Katie sat back in the groaning chair, but her posture was anything but relaxed. She was erect, her spine straight, not touching the chair back, her hands now flat on the table on either side of the laptop, fingers splayed as if bracing herself. Her shoulders were squared. The apartment was dark around her, a capsule of night suspended in the sleeping city, the street lamp bars now seeming like the bars of a cage. The only light was the glow from her laptop screen, painting her face in stark relief, hollowing her cheeks, deepening her eye sockets into dark wells, catching the brittle edge of every strand of hair that had escaped her ponytail and framing her head in a fuzzy, silver halo. It lit the pothos leaves from behind, turning their deep green into an eerie, translucent, electric jade, each leaf a veined lantern. The quiet was no longer empty. It was charged, dense with potential energy, humming with the laptop's fan and the silent, digital hunt unfolding on its screen. It was waiting. Waiting for the next vibration, the next click, the next terrible revelation. She was alone at her kitchen table. On one screen, the impenetrable wall of a federal seal, a bureaucratic kill switch thrown 25 years ago to silence her father. On another, the spinning icon of a search hunting for the location of a house she'd never seen, sent by a person she didn't know, a probe from the darkness. And in a third, dormant tab, the name of her vanished uncle still sat, unsent, in a search bar, a question she had been too afraid or too respectful of family memory to ask out loud until this very moment. 3 separate mysteries, converging here in the stale, dark room. The flight back, the stiff debrief with Vance, the sterile, polished closure of the case file, it all receded, became meaningless noise, a staged performance for an audience of one. This was the signal. The sealed file was a wound, old and institutional. The photograph was a probe, fresh and intimate. Eli's name was a key, or a trap, or both. She was not going home from a case. She was arriving at one. The hunt was no longer out there, in the redwoods or the marinas or the dusty archives of Sonoma County. It was here, in this silent, stale room that smelled of old food and lost perfume. It was in the cold data on her screen and the ghostly image on her phone. It was in the blood connection she carried and the institutional walls built to keep her out. The weight of her service weapon on her hip, tucked into its holster at the small of her back, was no longer just standard issue, a part of the uniform. It was a stark, physical reminder of the divide between the official world she served, the world of seals and denials, and the hidden, violent one she was now entering, the world of anonymous messages and lonely houses. She leaned forward, elbows planting on the sticky table, her face moving to within inches of the laptop screen. The light bleached her vision, washing out all color. Her eyes were fixed, unblinking, on the spinning magnifying glass icon, on the slowly creeping progress bar that had just ticked to 1%. Every percentage point was a step deeper into the unknown, a step closer to whoever had sent that image. Outside, a car passed on the street below, its engine a low growl, its headlights briefly sweeping across the ceiling like a searchlight, making the shadows of the pothos leaves leap and swirl. As she didn't notice, her entire world had contracted to the 12-inch rectangle of the screen, to the pulse of the icon, to the waiting, to the terrible, opening maw of secrets that had found her, here in the dark, at her own kitchen table. The air felt thick, difficult to breathe. She realized she was leaning so far forward her chest was almost pressed against the table's edge, her body coiled like a spring, ready for the screen to deliver its verdict, for the progress bar to fill, for the unknown to become known, no matter the cost. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. Chapter 34. The phone rang. It was a single, sharp trill that cut the silence of the room like a blade. The sound seemed to hang in the air, vibrating against the bare walls. The man's hand, pale and veined under the green glass shade of the desk lamp, reached for the receiver. His movement was economical, devoid of haste. His fingers were perfectly manicured, the nails buffed to a dull sheen. A silver watch with a simple face glinted at his wrist, and on his other hand, a heavy university-class ring sat against the knuckle. He lifted the receiver to his ear but said nothing. He simply waited, his breathing so shallow it was imperceptible. A voice came through the line, filtered by distance and perhaps technology, calm and devoid of inflection. The Solace woman is in custody. The dossier was intercepted at the regional sorting facility before it reached the AG's office. 2 of the 3 journalist copies were recovered from private mailboxes. The 3rd is being tracked. The recipient is a freelance writer in Sacramento. We have a team en route. The man did not respond immediately. He let the information settle. The only sound in the room was the faint, dry hum of the building's air circulation, a white noise that emphasized the emptiness. He could hear the faintest hint of static on the line, a soft hiss like falling sand. His eyes, flat and dark, remained fixed on a point on the blank leather blotter before him. "And Ford's daughter?" he finally asked. His own voice was quiet, a low baritone that carried no emphasis. There was a slight pause on the other end, the briefest intake of breath. "She's been asking questions. She visited Fell at FCI Dublin 3 weeks ago." The visitor log was flagged, but the alert was buried in routine traffic. "We've since corrected the protocol," the voice continued methodical. She found the handwriting annotation in the original Salinas file. Cross-referenced it with a memo from the Brennan case. She accessed the sealed 1997 record from a terminal in Sonoma County 12 hours ago. The system flagged her query automatically. It was a deep pull, sir. Not a casual browse. Another pause, longer this time. The man's free hand came to rest on the polished wood of the desk, his fingers splayed. The lamplight gleamed on the varnish, on the blank expanse of the leather blotter, on the single black telephone. There were no windows in this office. No photographs, no diplomas, no mementos. The walls were painted a neutral, eggshell gray. A single filing cabinet, gunmetal gray, stood in one corner. The room smelled of lemon polish, old paper, and the sterile, conditioned air pumped through the vents. It was the smell of bureaucracy, of controlled environments, of things kept in order. The man processed the report. Katie Ford was following the trail of breadcrumbs, as he had known she might. She was connecting dots that had been deliberately scattered. The visit to Marcus Fell was a concern. Fell was a loose thread but a contained one. The access to the sealed record was more significant. It showed initiative, a pattern of deduction that moved beyond standard procedure. She wasn't just reviewing a case, she was excavating it. He considered the variables. The solace problem was contained, the narrative successfully redirected. The press was already spinning the story of a disturbed vigilante, a lone wolf. The recovered dossiers would be sanitized, their most dangerous truths reduced to the ravings of a conspiracy theorist. But Katie Ford was a federal agent, one with a personal, toxic investment. She had the institutional authority to keep digging, and now she had a specific target, the 1997 file. He could feel the weight of the quiet in the room, the hum of the lamp now seeming louder. The caller waited on the line, the silence itself a form of pressure. "Is she a threat?" the man asked, his tone inviting a professional assessment, not an emotional one. "Potentially," the voice replied, careful. "She is motivated. She is skilled. And she is now in possession of contextual information that could lead her to ask the wrong questions in the right places. Her partner, Shaw, appears to be a stabilizing influence, but Ford is the driver. The director is pleased with the case closure, but Ford, she is not satisfied. Her after-action report is pending. Our analysis suggests it will contain reservations." The man absorbed this. A dissatisfied agent was a vector for instability. A dissatisfied agent with a personal vendetta and a growing pile of evidence was a spark near a powder keg. The official story was a delicate construct. It could withstand scrutiny, but not a sustained, targeted demolition. Not from the inside. He saw the path forward with cold clarity. There were two options: redirect her or remove her. Redirecting an agent with her specific psychological profile was complex and unreliable. It would require creating a new, compelling narrative, a fresh crime, or a more immediate threat to consume her attention. It was possible, but it was work. It was management. Removal was cleaner. It was final. His gaze drifted to the top drawer of the desk. He didn't need to open it to see what was inside. He knew the weight of it, the texture of the folder, the faded red ink of the stamp. "Handle it," the man said. The two words were delivered without heat, without malice. They were an administrative directive. The tone was the same one might use to say file the report or schedule the meeting. But in the sterile silence of the office, they landed with the finality of a tomb door closing. There was no acknowledgement from the other end. No "yes, sir" or "understood." The line simply went dead with a soft, hollow click. He held the receiver for a 3 count, listening to the dead air, ensuring the connection was fully severed. Then he moved. His finger pressed down on the telephone hook with deliberate pressure, the mechanism giving a faint metallic snick. He returned the handset to its cradle with a slow, controlled motion, settling it perfectly into the impression it had left on the blotter. The resulting click was soft, precise, and utterly final. For a full minute, he did not move. He sat perfectly still in the pool of lamplight, a statue in a tailored suit. His hands rested on the arms of his chair. His breathing remained even and silent. He was processing the decision, not reconsidering it, but cataloging its implications, its necessary next steps. The handle it directive would set a sequence in motion. People would move. Resources would be allocated. A problem would be assessed, a solution engineered, and then it would be implemented. He trusted the mechanism. He had built it piece by piece over the years. Finally, he leaned forward. The leather of his chair sighed softly, a protest against the movement. He reached for the brushed nickel handle of the top desk drawer. His hand hovered for a second, his index finger just above the cool metal. Then he pulled. The drawer slid open on well-oiled runners, soundless and smooth. The interior was a study in ordered utility. Neat stacks of plain, cream-colored stationery were aligned to the left. A row of government-issue black pens sat in a groove beside them. A stainless steel letter opener. A small, leather-bound notebook. And to the right, set apart slightly as if in its own category, was a single manila folder. It was worn at the edges, the corners softened and frayed from age and handling. The color had faded from a bright tan to a dull oatmeal. Stamped across its front in faded, rust-red ink was a federal seal. The label on the tab was typed on an old manual machine, the letters striking hard into the paper. Ford, K-N-N-E-T-H-J. 1997. He did not take it out. He did not open it. He simply looked at the name, his expression unreadable in the shadow cast by the lamp's green glass shade. Yet, in the slanting light, certain details were visible. The tight, bloodless line of his lips. The complete absence of any flicker in his eyes, which reflected the lamplight like chips of obsidian. There was no nostalgia here, no guilt, no triumph. There was only the cold acknowledgement of a persistent variable. The file had been in that drawer, or one like it in a different office, in a different city, for a very long time. He knew its contents by heart, not because he revisited them often, but because they were simple, and simplicity was easy to remember. It was not a thick file. It contained just enough to be plausible, a narrative of a troubled agent, a personal life unraveling, the pressures of the job, and just enough to be dangerous if one knew how to read between the lines that weren't there. It was a masterpiece of omission. A story told by what had been removed, not by what remained. He remembered the night it had been finalized. A different office, with a window that looked out over a parking lot glittering with rain. The smell of coffee and cigarette smoke. The sound of a paper shredder whirring in another room. He had stamped the seal himself, the rubber leaving its crisp, red impression. Case closed. It had been an act of preservation then. Of protecting an institution from the scandal of a rogue agent, from the inconvenient truth of a corruption that went higher and deeper than anyone could publicly acknowledge. It was gardening. Pruning a diseased branch to save the tree. Now, the branch had sprouted anew. Kenneth Ford's daughter was digging at the roots. His hand, which had been resting on the edge of the drawer, moved. He placed his fingertips on the worn folder. He could feel the texture of the paper, the slight raise of the stamped seal. He felt the weight of it, which was not the physical weight of paper and ink, but the gravitational pull of history, of decisions made in dark rooms that cast long shadows into the present. For a fleeting second, a memory surfaced, not of Kenneth Ford, whom he had met only once, a tense, formal meeting in a hallway, but of the report on Ford's daughter. Her academy scores. Her psych eval. A photograph from her file, a serious young woman with her father's eyes, staring into the camera with a focus that was almost challenging. He had noted it at the time. A footnote. A potential future complication. The complication was now present tense. He could open the folder, review the elegant fiction, remind himself of the details. But he didn't need to. The story was fixed. The only question was whether the new chapter would be written by Katie Ford or by him. His fingers slid from the folder to the side of the drawer. With a firm, steady pressure, he pushed. The drawer slid closed on its silent runners. The manila folder disappeared into the darkness of the desk's interior. The front of the drawer met the frame with a solid, well-made thud that resonated softly in the bare room. It was a definitive sound. A period at the end of a sentence. He kept his hand on the drawer handle for a moment longer, his knuckles pale. Then he withdrew, leaning back into his chair. The leather sighed again. He steepled his fingers before his face, the tips just touching his chin. His gaze was directed at the blank wall opposite him, but he was seeing none of it. He was seeing logistics. Timelines. The delicate choreography of making a problem go quietly away. The office was silent again. The phone did not ring. The man did not move. The green glass lamp continued to cast its pool of light, leaving the corners of the room in deep shadow. The hum of the air circulation was a constant, soothing drone. The smell of lemon polish and paper was unchanged. The only thing that had changed was the implication. It hung in the sterile, conditioned air, thicker than dust. It was a verdict that had just been passed in a courtroom of one. The work was not finished. It had never been finished. It was merely being managed, as it had been for decades, by hands that knew how to trim, to prune, to suppress. By a mind that understood that true order was not the absence of chaos, but the constant, careful application of pressure to keep chaos contained. The folder in the drawer was a testament to that. And soon, its legacy would be addressed with the same calm, surgical precision. Chapter 35. Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Paul Regan's footsteps echoed, a solitary metronomic tap-tap-tap that bounced off the low, duct-riddled ceiling and the endless lines of painted pillars, returning to him as a faint, mocking chorus. He was a thin man of 54, his overcoat a little too large on his shoulders, the wool collar turned up against the garage chill that seeped through the fabric. His face was pale and drawn under the harsh light, the skin around his eyes tight and webbed with fine lines, a fatigue that was more than physical, etched into the bone. He carried a standard-issue, scuffed leather briefcase in his left hand, his grip so tight the tendons stood in ridges, white-knuckled on the handle. His right hand was shoved deep in his coat pocket, thumb working compulsively over the smooth, cool plastic of the thumb drive, tracing its rectangular edges, its USB port, as if memorizing its shape for the last time, a blind man reading Braille of his own folly. He had spent the last 2 hours in his office on the 7th floor, shredding 3 years of working files. The industrial shredder in the document room had eaten the paper with a low, hungry growl, its mechanical teeth reducing audit trails, interview notes, and cross-reference spreadsheets to a soft, curling rain of confetti into the clear plastic bin. He'd fed it methodically, his shoulders and arms aching from the repetitive motion of lifting, aligning, and releasing, the dust of pulverized paper coating his fingers with a fine gray grit and rising in a haze to tickle his throat, making him cough dryly into his sleeve. Each file folder had felt like a piece of his own history, a case closed, a question answered, a small order imposed on the chaos. Now they were just noise, a slurry of meaningless fiber. Between batches, he had wiped the thumb drive using a Department of Justice protocol, a 7-pass overwrite that turned the data into meaningless digital noise. The progress bar on his screen had crawled with agonizing slowness, pixel by pixel, and he'd watched it, his knee jiggling under the desk, his ears straining for any sound. A footstep, a cleared throat, in the silent, empty hallway outside his door. The only thing left was in the briefcase now. A single, unmarked manila folder, its contents a distillation of all that shredded paper and wiped data. The conclusion. The single, damning question that had started it all. The text had come at 9:47 p.m., the buzz of his personal phone against the wooden desk a physical shock in the quiet room, making his heart stutter against his ribs. From a number he didn't recognize, just 10 digits with no area code he knew. He picked it up, the device cool and slick in his palm, expecting a spam alert or a wrong number. The message was 3 sentences. Stop asking. To go home. Forget. He had stared at the screen, the blue-white light washing over his face in the dark office, the words not computing. He read them again, his lips moving silently. And a third time, parsing each word as if it were in a foreign language. His mind, trained to deconstruct complex financial statements and follow labyrinthine audit trails, stumbled over the blunt, brutal simplicity. Stop asking about the 1997 file. Go home and do nothing. Forget as if memory was a switch to be thrown, a file to be deleted. For a full minute he was perfectly still, his breathing so shallow his chest barely moved. Then the cold had settled in his stomach, not a chill but a solid, leaden weight, as if he'd swallowed a piece of machinery, a cold engine block. He felt a sharp, involuntary intake of breath that hitched in his chest, his free hand going to his abdomen, pressing against the wool of his coat as if he could push the sensation away. His mouth went dry, his tongue a thick, clumsy thing sticking to the roof of his mouth. The phone's screen dimmed, then went black, leaving him in the solitary, orange pool of his desk lamp, the shadows in the corners of the room seeming to press closer. He was a mid-level auditor with the Inspector General's office. His job was to follow the money, to trace the lines on a spreadsheet to their logical, and often illogical, conclusions. He was a bloodhound for decimal points, a finder of ghosts in the machinery of government. He had been asking questions about a sealed 1997 case file, a procurement anomaly during a joint agency operation that had been officially written off as a clerical error, a rounding mistake in a time of paper records. His questions, polite and persistent in the way of auditors, emails phrased as seeking clarification, memos requesting, supporting documentation, had led him down a rabbit hole of interagency, budget transfers, and reappropriated funds. He found a series of unauthorized expenditures, a quiet, consistent diversion of funds over 2 decades, siphoned off in amounts just small enough to avoid automatic flags, but regular as a heartbeat. The numbers were not astronomical, but they were precise. They were professional. They told a story of patience and purpose, a story of a hidden tenant living in the walls of the budget, and that story had now answered him with 3 terse commands on a phone, a response more terrifying than any angry phone call or official reprimand. He was not going home. The weight in his gut told him that home was no longer a sanctuary, just another location, another set of doors and windows that could no longer be trusted. He was driving to a journalist's house in Bethesda. Martin Clay. He'd met him twice at policy forums, a rumpled man with a skeptical eye and a reputation for digging, a man who asked the questions everyone else pretended not to hear. A calculated risk. The only one left. The only move that felt like forward motion instead of surrender, a pass thrown into the end zone when the clock was running out. His car, a 4-year-old sedan in a nondescript gray the color of primer, was parked in its assigned spot, B34. The space felt like a trap now, hemmed in by the rough, cold concrete of the pillar on one side and a faded yellow line on the other, a coffin slot. He used the fob, his thumb pressing the button with deliberate force. The locks clunked open with a sound like a hammer strike in the profound stillness, the noise echoing once and dying. He glanced around, his eyes scanning the shadows between the pillars, his neck stiff, seeing nothing but stationary cars and concrete and the occasional dark puddle of indeterminate origin. He opened the driver's door, the hinge creaking slightly, a familiar, unoiled sound. He tossed the briefcase onto the passenger seat, where it landed with a soft thud on the gray cloth, sliding a few inches toward the door. He slid behind the wheel, the familiar, worn feel of the seat settling around him, the cushion giving with a sigh. The air inside held the familiar, permanent scent of stale coffee from a spilled travel mug months ago, undercut by the smell of synthetic leather and the faint, dusty odor of the cabin air filter, with a top note of his own sweat, sharp from the long, tense day. He inserted the key, the metal cold and slightly rough against his fingers, and turned it. The engine coughed, caught, and rumbled to life, the vibration coming up through the seat and into his spine. The dashboard lights glowed a soft green and orange, illuminating the speedometer and the fuel gauge, which showed just under half a tank. The check engine light was on, a persistent, amber eye, as it had been for weeks, a minor sensor issue he kept meaning to fix, a mundane annoyance that now felt like a part of the car's character. He blew out a long breath, watching it fog the air for a second before dissipating. He reached for the gear shift, his hand closing around the familiar, worn plastic knob, his palm fitting into the grooves. He moved it from park, the mechanism clicking with solid, mechanical certainty. The wire came from behind, over the headrest. There was no warning rustle of clothing, no intake of breath from the backseat. Just a sudden whisper of something slicing the air near his right ear, a faint asterisk hiss asterisk of friction, and then a line of cold, terrible pressure against his throat, settling into the hollow just above his Adam's apple. It was thin, coated, efficient, like a bicycle brake cable. It looped around his neck and pulled back in one fluid, brutal motion, the force slamming the back of his skull against the headrest with a dull asterisk thump. It cut off his breath and his shout simultaneously, reducing the gasp in his lungs to a choked, wet click, a sound that died in the closed space of his throat. Regan's hands flew up, instinct overriding terror, his fingers scrambling, clawing at the garrote. They found not a length of cord he could pry up, but a wire already embedded in the swelling flesh of his neck, slick with his own sweat and unyielding as a steel bar. His nails scraped uselessly against his own skin, against the thin, deadly strand, raising fiery lines of pain on his neck but gaining no purchase. A burning line of fire, immediate and intense, encircled his throat, a necklace of pure agony. His body convulsed, a violent, uncoordinated jerk, his spine arching against the seat. His legs kicked out, his dress shoes jamming against the brake and the accelerator pedals simultaneously, the sole of his left shoe squeaking against the rubber. The engine roared, a sudden, deafening scream in the enclosed space, the tachometer needle spiking into the red. The car, still in drive, lurched forward with a jerk that strained the parking brake. The front left quarter panel struck the concrete pillar beside the parking space, with a dull, metallic asterisk crunch crack of buckling metal and shattering plastic. The impact threw him forward against the constricting wire, which bit deeper, then slammed him back into the seat, his head snapping. The engine stalled abruptly, the roar cutting off into a shocked silence broken only by a rapid, metallic asterisk pinging from the hot engine block. The headlights died, leaving only the sickly yellow of the overhead fluorescence bleeding in through the windshield, painting the dashboard in stark, shadowed relief. The check engine, light glowing brighter in the sudden gloom. The struggle was brief, a frantic, terrible puppetry. Auditors do not have the musculature for such contests. His thrashing, the drumming of his heels on the floor mat, the frantic clawing at his neck, the desperate fish-like arching of his back, weakened rapidly, becoming spasmodic, uncoordinated twitches. A pounding roar filled his ears, the sound of his own desperate blood rushing, a waterfall in a cave. Black specks danced at the edges of his vision, which began to tunnel, the periphery darkening into a velvet blackness that crept inward, focusing with a terrible, narrowing clarity on the single, glowing amber icon on the dash. The check engine light. It pulsed in his dimming sight, a distant, unwavering star. The burning in his throat was everywhere now, a full-body ache for air that would not come, his lungs screaming vacuums in his chest. He tasted copper, he'd bitten his tongue, the blood warm and salty at the back of his mouth. A final, wet gurgle escaped him, a sound that was less than a sigh, a bubble bursting. Then a deep, heavy lethargy washed over him, and stillness settled, heavy and absolute, a blanket of light. The figure in the backseat maintained pressure for a 30 count, leaning forward, gloved hands steady on the wire handles, applying constant, even tension. Professional. No theatrics, no unnecessary tightening to sever anything, just sustained, lethal force, a clinical deprivation of oxygen. Then precisely, the wire went slack. One gloved hand, black leather, released its handle, letting it fall silently onto the seat beside Regan's slumped shoulder. The other hand reached forward, past Regan's head, its movement economical, avoiding contact with the body. It unlatched the briefcase with a quiet snick asterisk, lifted the manila folder out, and withdrew, the paper making a soft whisk sound. The figure did not look at Regan's purpling face, the open eyes already filming over. There was no need. The job was the folder. The rest was simply cleanup, the removal of a faulty component. The driver's side door opened with a soft, precise pull, the interior dome light not coming on. The bulb had been removed earlier in the evening. The figure stepped out into the chill garage air, closed the door with a gentle but firm push until the latch clicked home with a solid, final sound. The figure adjusted the cuff of a dark jacket, then walked at a normal, unhurried pace toward the stairwell exit at the far end of the aisle, the soles of practical shoes making soft, almost inaudible scuffs on the concrete. The footsteps, solid and even, echoed for a moment between the pillars, then faded as the figure turned a corner, disappearing from the immediate frame of the tragedy. A heavy metal door side shut with a deep, muffled thump and the definitive sound of a lock engaging, a heavy clunk. In the security office on sublevel 1, a small, windowless room lit by the ghostly glow of a bank of monitors, the screen for camera 17 showed a frozen, unchanging image. An empty aisle between pillars, the same gray sedan visible at the edge of the frame, taken 47 minutes prior. The digital time stamp in the corner blinked steadily, advancing seconds that did not match the stillness of the picture. The loop was seamless, a perfect digital lie. The other angles showed nothing of consequence. A vacant entrance ramp lit by a single bulb, an empty elevator lobby with scuffed linoleum, a still life of parked vehicles under the unchanging fluorescence. Paul Regan sat slumped against the steering wheel, his head tilted at an awkward, broken angle, his left cheek pressed against the cold, textured plastic. His eyes were open, staring without sight at the darkened dial of the speedometer, frozen at 0. His hands had fallen to his lap, palms up, fingers slightly curled as if in vague supplication. The briefcase sat open on the passenger seat, empty, its interior a void of black nylon webbing. The manila folder was gone. The garage was quiet again, save for the persistent, low hum of the lights, that same flat, dead note. A faint wisp of steam or condensation escaped from the front of the car's crumpled hood near the grille, a ghostly breath that curled once, white against the gray, and dissipated quickly in the cold, still air. Under the hum, a new, faint sound emerged. A slow, rhythmic drip, drip, drip of coolant or perhaps transmission fluid from the wounded car, hitting a small puddle on the concrete, marking time in the emptiness. It was a cleanup operation. It was complete. Chapter 36. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. The low brick buildings of the Federal Correctional Facility in Alderson were stark and squat against a bright, cold West Virginia sky. Razor wire coiled along the tops of chain-link fences glittered with a crust of morning frost, catching the low sun like broken glass. Katie Ford guided her rental car into a visitor's slot, the tires crunching over gravel frozen hard as cement. She turned the key, and the silence after the engine cut felt heavy and deliberate, a vacuum she had to force herself to break. She hadn't told Nina. She certainly hadn't told Director Vance. This visit was a breach of protocol, a personal debt, and a professional risk, all knotted together in a tight, uncomfortable ball in her stomach. She'd rehearsed what to say on the 2-hour drive, the words sounding hollow even in the privacy of the car. "I owe you a report, that was all." That was the cover. But the real reason was a compulsion, a need to look into the eyes of the woman who had handed her a puzzle made of shadows and see if the shadows looked back. Katie's fingers tightened on the steering wheel, her knuckles pale, before she released it and reached for the door handle. The metal was shockingly cold, even through her gloves. She stepped out into air that smelled of distant wood smoke and damp earth, the wind slicing through her wool coat. A distant, metallic clang echoed from somewhere within the facility, followed by a muffled shout. Normal prison sounds. They did nothing to settle her nerves. Visitor processing was a numbingly standard ritual, but today each step felt amplified, scrutinized. She presented her FBI credentials and driver's license to a corrections officer behind thick plexiglass. His eyes, bored and heavy-lidded, flicked from her photo to her face and back. He pushed a clipboard through a metal slot. Sign in. Purpose of visit. Attorney consultation, Katie said, her voice flat and professional. She printed her name, the date, the time. The lie was a minor one, a technicality given her status, but it still felt like a first, small crack in her foundation. Briefcase, the guard asked. No. All personal items in the locker. Keys, phone, wallet. The weapon. Katie nodded, working the combination lock on a small, battered locker. She placed her phone inside, then her wallet. She unclipped her service weapon from her hip, the weight of it familiar and reassuring. Laying it in the metal box felt like surrendering a piece of her authority. She closed the door with a solid asterisk clunk that echoed in the tiled room. Through there, the guard said, jerking his thumb toward a heavy metal door. Another officer, a woman with a stern, impassive face, waited. Arms out. Katie complied, standing spread-eagle as the guard passed a wand around her body. It buzzed sharply, near the metal zipper of her coat. The guard patted her down with efficient, impersonal hands. Clear. Follow me. They moved through a series of buzzing doors, each one sealing behind them with a definitive thud of magnetic locks. The air changed, growing warmer, closer, carrying the faint, ever-present smells of institutional life. Old coffee, industrial floor wax, bleach, and beneath it all, the sour tang of crowded humanity. The hallway was lit by flickering fluorescent tubes that cast a sickly greenish light on the scuffed linoleum floor. The attorney visit room they led her to was a small, soundproofed box. The walls were a dull beige, padded with a material that absorbed sound, giving the space an eerie, dead-aired quiet. A single bolted-down table, its surface scratched and stained with old coffee rings, dominated the center. Two vinyl-padded chairs, the orange vinyl cracked and repaired with silver tape, were fastened to the floor on opposite sides. There was no window, only a recessed light in the ceiling behind a wire cage. The room was cold, a dry, artificial chill that seeped through her clothes. Katie took the chair facing the door, placing her hands flat on the cold tabletop. As she waited, the door buzzed and opened. Marin Solis entered with a quiet guard who took up a post just inside, his back to the wall, his expression blank. Marin was thinner than she had been at her arrest 6 months ago, her cheekbones sharp beneath skin that had lost its outdoor hue, gone sallow under artificial light. The orange jumpsuit hung on her frame. But her calm was absolute. It wasn't the serenity of peace. It was the stillness of a settled fact, a boulder that had come to rest and would not be moved again. She moved with a deliberate, unhurried grace, as if the concrete and steel around her were of no more consequence than the weather. She sat, the vinyl sighing under her weight, and folded her hands on the table. Her nails were short, clean. Her eyes, a pale, focused gray, found Katie's and held them. She offered a small, acknowledging nod, nothing more. "Agent Ford, I didn't expect to see you again." Katie felt the guard's presence like a physical pressure. She kept her posture straight, her shoulders squared, the model of official business. She let a beat pass, her own gaze steady. "I owe you a report," she said, her voice low but clear in the muffled room. She watched Marin's face for any reaction, any crack in that composed surface. There was none. 2 of the 3 journalist copies of your dossier were intercepted. The packages were tracked, rerouted, and disappeared. They never arrived. The 3rd recipient has gone silent. No response to secure attempts at contact for over a month. Marin absorbed this. Her eyes didn't widen, her breathing didn't hitch. She simply blinked once slowly, as if processing a mildly interesting but not unexpected piece of data. And the 1997 file. My father's murder. Sealed, the word was a stone dropped in the quiet room. Federal classification. Level above my clearance. Locked 3 days after his death. Katie leaned forward slightly, her elbows on the table, her voice dropping further, forcing Marin to lean in minutely to hear. Who has that kind of reach, Marin? To classify a small-town sheriff's homicide file as a matter of national security decades after the fact. To make it vanish from its own system. A faint, weary smile touched Marin's lips, a dry crack in desert soil. It held no humor. You're asking the wrong question. You're asking who, you should be asking how. The network isn't a person. It's a system. A process. A self-preserving organism. She paused, her gaze steady and unnervingly direct on Katie. Her hands remained folded, perfectly still. Your father wasn't the only investigator who looked into these anomalies over the years. The misplaced funds. The ghost contracts. The witnesses who changed their stories or vanished. Some were silenced like mine. Some were bought promotions, early pensions, quiet consulting gigs that paid too well. And a very few, learned to operate inside the system, to wear its uniform, to speak its language, to protect the organism from within. They're still there. In offices like yours. In records departments. In classification committees. They're why that file is sealed. Not a person. A function. The words landed not with a dramatic crash, but with a cold, logical weight, like an ice block settling in Katie's gut. It was the confirmation of a fear she had carried since her father's own frustrated, whispered suspicions, a fear she had never voiced, not even in the privacy of her own thoughts, that the enemy wasn't just outside, a foreign agent or a criminal syndicate, but woven into the very fabric she was sworn to protect. The fabric of her own life. Her hands, still flat on the table, felt suddenly cold. She resisted the urge to pull them back, to rub them together. She kept them there, a testament to her control. "Why tell me this?" Katie asked, her voice carefully neutral. She tilted her head a fraction. "You've given me a problem with no tools to solve it. A ghost in the machine. What am I supposed to do with that?" "I'm offering you a trade," Marin said, her tone shifting from lecturer to negotiator. It was subtle, a slight hardening around the eyes, a new precision in her words. "The starting point. You want names. I'll give you a path to them. Not a gift. A transaction. Investigate something for me. Something current. Something your own work may have inadvertently triggered." Katie remained silent. She didn't nod, didn't encourage. She just waited, her body perfectly still, her eyes locked on Marin's. The hum of the overhead light was the only sound. Marin watched her for a 3 count, reading her silence as assent to continue. She leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a near whisper that the soundproofing swallowed greedily. "There have been 4 deaths in the last 6 weeks. Men found dead in their vehicles along the I-95 corridor in Maryland. Ruled as heart attacks, carbon monoxide poisoning from faulty exhaust, a single-car accident where the driver supposedly fell asleep. Nonspecific. Tidy. The kind of deaths that generate a police report, a brief obituary, and no further questions." Katie's mind immediately presented the image of Paul Regan, slumped in his car in a government garage. The silenced auditor. Her pulse, which had been steady, gave a hard, single thump against her ribs. She kept her expression impassive. "How do you know about this?" "You're in here." She gestured slightly with her chin, indicating the walls. "I read the news. All of it. Local papers, police blotters, traffic incident reports that get a single paragraph online." Marin's voice was dry. "I cross-reference. I have time." These men had disparate lives on paper. A retired accountant from Bethesda, a freelance IT consultant from Baltimore, a former long-haul trucker, a small business owner selling security equipment. But they shared a certain vocational history. Private logistics. Inventory management for sensitive materials. Security consulting for defunct government contractors whose names only appear in archived budget appendices. Marin's eyes were sharp now, lit from within by a fierce, intellectual intensity. "Your Book 3 investigation, the one about procurement fraud and the private military pipelines through Eastern Europe. You filed subpoenas, you interviewed former procurement officers. You rattled the cage, Agent Ford. You asked questions in channels that hadn't been disturbed in a long, long time. I believe these men were silenced because your questions prompted someone, somewhere, to start a quiet audit of their own. To review old connections. To clean house." Clean house, the phrase echoed in the silent room. Katie's mind raced, connecting dots with swift, clinical efficiency. The murder of Paul Regan in his government garage. A series of tidy, unremarkable highway deaths. Both were methods of silencing. One was a blunt message, a bullet in a deserted place. The other was a quiet erasure, a making the problem go away. The pattern. Her professional instinct, the part that sifted chaos for order, seized on it. But alongside it rose a cold splash of personal dread. Your own work may have triggered this. If Marin was right, she hadn't just been investigating, she'd been poking a beehive, and now people were being stung to death. Give me the details, Katie said, the decision made in the space between heartbeats. Her voice was all business. She pulled a small, black moleskine notebook and a cheap ballpoint pen from the inside pocket of her jacket. The familiar actions were grounding. Marin didn't hesitate. She recited dates, approximate mile markers, vehicle makes and models. A silver Lexus, a blue Ford pickup, a white panel van, a green Jeep Cherokee. She listed the names the men had died under: Alan Cray, Robert Duvall, Marcus Green, Samuel Finch. Katie wrote swiftly, her handwriting tight and angular, pressing the pen hard enough to leave indentations on the page. The information was precise, memorized. This was no theory, this was intelligence. And in return, Katie asked without looking up from her notes. She filled in a margin, underlining a vehicle description. You find the thread, Marin said, her voice low and urgent. The thread that connects these roadside graves to the people who buried them. You follow it. Use your resources. Follow the money, the shell companies, the security clearances that shouldn't have been granted. And when you have a name, a real name, not an alias or a front, you come back. You tell me. And I'll give you the next one. The one inside the machine. Katie finished writing and finally looked up. The guard by the door, who had been a statue, shifted his weight. It was a small movement, the squeak of a rubber sole on linoleum, a slight adjustment of his shoulders. A silent signal that time was short. Both women registered it. Katie saw Marin's eyes flicker toward the guard and then back to her, the unspoken understanding passing between them. The negotiation was over, the deal was struck. Katie closed her notebook with a soft snap. The sound was final. She stood, sliding the notebook and pen back into her coat. She met Marin's gaze one last time. No gratitude passed between them, there were no nods of mutual respect. This was a transaction, an alliance of necessity forged in a cold, quiet room. Katie was the hand on the outside, Marin was the eyes on the inside. That was all. I'll look into it, Katie said. I know you will, Marin replied, that weary, knowing smile touching her lips again. She didn't move to stand. It's what you do. The guard stepped forward, his keys jangling. Time's up. Katie turned and followed him out without a backward glance. The door buzzed and thudded shut behind her, sealing Marin solace back into her world of concrete and silence. Processing out was the ritual in reverse, a slow unlocking. Retrieving her items from the locker, she clipped her service weapon back onto her belt. The weight was a relief, a return of self. She signed out on the clipboard, her signature a quick slashing line. Then she was through the final door, stepping back into the world. The cold morning air hit her like a slap, sharp and cleansing after the stale, climate-controlled interior. She drew in a deep breath, the cold burning her lungs. The sky was still that hard, bright blue, the sun higher now, doing little to warm the earth. Her footsteps crunched loudly on the gravel as she walked back to her rental car, the sound stark and solitary. She unlocked the car, slid inside, and closed the door. The interior was icy, the seats stiff with cold. She didn't start the engine. She just sat, her gloved hands resting on the cold curve of the steering wheel, her breath pluming in small, quick clouds in the still air. The notebook lay on the passenger seat, a simple, black-covered object containing a lethal hypothesis. It seemed to radiate a danger all its own. Her mind replayed the meeting, not in words, but in sensations and implications. 2 intercepted packages vanished without a trace. A small-town murder file, sealed for decades under a national security stamp. A murdered federal auditor in a government garage. Now 4 men, dead on the highway, their deaths arranged to look like nothing. Marin's theory echoed like a cold chant in her mind, a self-preserving organism. It meant the thing she was hunting was alive. It had instincts. It could feel threat. And it was cleaning house, methodically, quietly, ruthlessly. It had been doing so for decades. And her investigation, her diligent, by-the-book FBI work, might have been the spark that started this latest round of killings. The weight of it settled over her, immense and invisible. It was no longer a case file, a series of irregularities to be documented and presented. It was a war, hidden in plain sight, waged in paperwork and parking garages, and on the shoulders of interstate highways. And she had just accepted a mission from a general in prison blues, a mission that would require her to turn her tools against the very institution that provided them. A shiver that had nothing to do with the cold traced its way down her spine. She reached out, her movement slow, and turned the key in the ignition. The engine coughed to life. The heater fan blasted air that was, at first, even colder than the ambient chill, then slowly began to warm. She had to move. She had to start. But for one more long moment, she just sat, her eyes on the stark brick buildings and the glittering razor wire, feeling the architecture of the conspiracy not as a diagram, but as a presence. It was in the sealed file, in the silent journalist, in the dead men on I-95. It was in the system itself. And she was now committed to finding its heart, knowing that with every step she took, she might be forcing it to clean house again. The notebook on the seat beside her was no longer just a notebook. It was a map into a labyrinth, and she had just agreed to walk in alone. Chapter 37. Chapter 3. Chapter 3. The pothos on her windowsill was the only thing in the apartment with any will to live. Its vines trailed over the cheap plastic pot, leaves a vibrant, defiant green against the beige wall. Katie sat at her kitchen table, the glow of her laptop the sole light in the room, a blue-white rectangle that bleached the color from her hands and cast long, distorted shadows of the salt and pepper shakers across the table. Its cord snaked across the worn linoleum floor to an outlet, a tripping hazard she never bothered to secure. Her go-bag, a compact, weathered black duffel, waited by the front door like a patient dog. She could see its outline from where she sat, a familiar shadow in the deeper dark of the hallway. Marin's tip was a pebble in her shoe. A persistent, grating pressure. Check the highway deaths. She took a slow sip of cold coffee, grimaced at the bitter, oily taste, and set the mug down. It left a faint, ghostly ring on the laminate tabletop. Her fingers began to move, the click of the keys loud and deliberate in the thick quiet. The apartment held its breath. The only other sound was the faint, constant hum of the refrigerator from the kitchenette. She started with a simple news search. I-95 rest stop fatalities Maryland, Virginia. The results loaded with a soft asterisk chime asterisk, a blur of minor accidents, DUIs, a hit and run from 6 months ago. Useless. She exhaled, a short puff of frustration that fogged the screen for a second. She refined it, adding dates, narrowing the window to the last 3 weeks. The search engine thought, a spinning wheel of blue dots. 3 articles surfaced, each from a different local news affiliate, none making more than a ripple. Headlines in bland, serious fonts. Man found deceased at Jessup Rest Area, tragedy on I-95, fatal carjacking at Lorton Stop. She opened the first. Howard County, Maryland. The page was cluttered with autoplay video ads for a local car dealership. A man in a too-bright suit grinned silently after she muted the tab. The article was 4 paragraphs. A man found deceased in his sedan at the Jessup Rest Area off I-95. Found by a state trooper on routine patrol just after dawn. Apparent cardiac events. Victim, Martin Riggs, 44, a logistics manager for a regional shipping firm. Survived by wife and 2 children. Police reported no signs of foul play, no forced entry, nothing disturbed. The car was locked from the inside. A tragic, natural end for a man pulling over, perhaps feeling unwell. Katie's eyes scanned the text twice, her index finger tracing the lines on the screen, looking for the crack. The name of the trooper. The exact time. The make of the sedan. Nothing. It was smooth, sanitized copy. She leaned closer, squinting at the single, grainy Associated Press photo of the rest area entrance, a generic sign under a gray sky. She opened the second tab. Prince George's County, 2 days later. Another man, another sedan, this time at the College Park northbound service plaza. Found by a family stopping for bathroom breaks, the kids had noticed the man slumped over the wheel. This one was ruled a possible carbon monoxide leak from a faulty exhaust, though the medical examiner's report was pending. Victim, David Chen, 41, an insurance adjuster. Married, 1 child. The article was slightly longer, the tone tinged with more uncertainty. It mentioned Maryland State Police were looking into possible connections to the Riggs case, but the quote from the spokesperson was pure boilerplate, said in bold, "We are exploring all avenues as part of a thorough investigation." No details. No commitment. Katie scrolled to the comments section, a barren wasteland of 3 generic thoughts and prayers posts. As she closed it, the third tab was across the river in Virginia. Fairfax County. The week after Chen. This one had a different flavor. The headline was bolder, in a heavier font. Carjacking turns fatal at Lorton Rest Stop. The victim, identified as Samuel Porter, 46, a dispatcher for a long-haul trucking fleet, was found in his SUV with a single gunshot wound to the head. His wallet, phone, and a briefcase were missing. Virginia State Police and county authorities were treating it as an armed robbery. The article quoted a detective, saying the rest stop was known for occasional petty theft, but nothing this violent. No mention of the Maryland cases. No connection drawn. A closed loop. Katie's jaw tightened. She could feel the muscles along her neck cord with tension. A carjacking with a single gunshot to the head, execution style, and nothing else taken from the vehicle. It was a narrative that prioritized neatness over sense. Katie leaned back, the old wooden chair groaning a protest under her weight. She stretched her arms over her head, feeling the pull in her shoulders, the stiffness of sitting too long in one position. 3 men. All in their 40s. All married fathers. All driving alone on I-95, the great concrete artery that threaded the coast. A logistics manager, an insurance adjuster, a fleet dispatcher. Jobs that spoke of spreadsheets, routing slips, invoices, and middle management. Not high-risk profiles. Not diplomats or couriers. Civilians. The kind of men who drove to work, drove home, drove to see family. The backbone of the mundane. She minimized the browser and brought up the FBI's internal database on her work laptop, the screen flickering to life with the official seal. The blue light seemed harsher, more clinical. She ran a low-level query on the three names, a background ping that wouldn't raise flags, the digital equivalent of a casual glance. The system churned, a progress bar inching across the screen. She watched it, her thumb tapping a slow, absent rhythm on the edge of the table. Results: no criminal records. No red flags for financial crimes, terrorism watch lists, or protective details. No obvious links between them. Different employers in different industries, different hometowns, different daily commutes. Martin Riggs lived north of Baltimore. David Chen lived in Silver Spring. Samuel Porter in Springfield, Virginia. 3 points on a map. But the geography was a stitch. A line drawn straight down the spine of the eastern seaboard. In Jessup. College Park. Lorton. She could visualize it, the exits blurring past. And the timing, 2 weeks, 3 deaths. The Maryland cases were a whisper of a pattern, a question mark hanging in the dry official language. Virginia had slapped a convenient, closed label on theirs: carjacking. Case neat, boxed, shelved. Too neat. Coincidence was the lazy answer. It usually was. But Marin Solis, from a prison cell, had pointed her here. That meant the pattern was visible from the inside looking out. It meant someone else somewhere thought these men were connected too. The thought was a cold spot in the room, a draft that raised the fine hairs on her forearms. Katie rubbed her eyes with the heels of her hands, pressing until she saw bursts of color. The screen's glare left phantom streaks on her vision, green and purple ghosts floating in the dark. She could hear the distant, rhythmic thump of bass from a neighbor's stereo, a muffled annoyance through the walls that seemed to sync with the slow, anxious pulse in her own temples. Her phone rang, the vibration a sudden, aggressive buzz that skittered the device across the tabletop, shattering the silent focus. It rattled against her coffee mug. The screen flashed, Robert Vance. She let it ring a second time, a full, resonant cycle, a beat to compartmentalize, to shift from solitary researcher to agent. She drew in a breath, held it, and let it out slowly through her nose before answering. Director. Ford. Where are you? Vance's voice was all business, a blunt instrument. She could picture him in his office at this hour, the desk lamp on, casting a pool of yellow light on a polished wood surface, paperwork in a precise stack at his elbow. Home, sir, she kept her voice flat, neutral ground. Good. You're with Shaw, it wasn't a question. It was a statement of fact, a deployment order. I'm sending you both a case file now. Maryland State Police have formally requested assistance. 3 fatalities at I-95 rest areas over the past fortnight. They've got 2 they can't explain. Virginia has a 3rd they're calling a robbery. The locals are spooked, think it might be a serial, but they don't have the resources to tie it together. He paused, and she could hear the faint rustle of paper. You read the briefing. Not yet, sir. Just got in. The lie came easily, a smooth stone. Oh, it's thin. Autopsies are inconclusive on the first 2. The 3rd has a bullet. No witnesses, no useful forensics at the scenes. Just 3 dead men in cars, another pause longer. She could feel him weighing something. The MSP, Major Crimes Lieutenant, is a former MP. By the book, but he's asking for help, which means he's worried. I want you 2 on a plane to Baltimore first thing. Liaise, assess, and get a handle on this before it turns into a media circus or someone decides it's a highway phantom. Understood. Katie's hand tightened around the phone, the plastic case creaking slightly in her grip. Her stomach performed a slow, cold roll, a visceral lurch that made her press her free hand flat against her abdomen, as if to hold herself together. The coffee she drank threatened to come back up, acidic in her throat. She took a deep breath, but the air in her sparse apartment seemed to thin, tasted stale and metallic. She was acutely aware of the darkness pressing at the edges of the laptop's glow, the empty chair opposite her, the sheer, staggering coincidence that was now crashing down with the weight of official sanction. Understood, sir. The I-95 cases. She kept her voice level, a neutral report, forcing her jaw to unclench. What's the threshold for escalation? Your judgment, Ford. But if this is a pattern, I want it identified and contained before a fourth body shows up. Shaw will handle the local politics. You find the thread. The file has what little they've got. Scene photos, witness statements from the finds. Make it more. Keep me updated. There was no goodbye, no pleasantry. The line went dead with a soft, definitive click. She lowered the phone slowly, staring at the dark screen as her own reflection, pale, features blurred and hollowed by the overhead kitchen light, stared back. The case Marin had dangled, the one she'd just spent the last hour piecing together from public scraps and gut feeling, was now her official assignment. It was no longer a curiosity. It was a directive printed on bureau letterhead, a case number, a per diem allowance. The coincidence was gone, vaporized, replaced by the cold, grinding machinery of procedure. Vance's order had just legitimized the very trail Marin wanted her to follow. The prison inmate was now, indirectly, tasking the FBI. The symmetry was perfect, and it felt like a trap whose walls were still invisible, a path laid with two convenient stepping stones. A chill that had nothing to do with the room temperature traced her spine. She sat there for a full minute, motionless, listening to the hum of the laptops and the fading echo of Vance's voice in her head. Then she stood, her movements automatic, pushing the chair back with a harsh scrape against the linoleum that made her wince. Before she could think too hard about the implications, before the questions of how asterisk and why asterisk could fully root and tangle, she walked to her bedroom. The floorboards sighed under her weight. The bedroom was dark, the bed neatly made, a dark gray comforter pulled taut. The streetlight from the alley behind her building sliced through the blinds, painting bars of orange yellow light across the floor. She booted up her personal laptop, a sleek silver machine never connected to the bureau network. It hummed to life quietly, a softer, gentler sound than the workhorse on the kitchen table. The glow from its screen was warmer. She logged into her FBI portal from it, the process requiring the dual-factor authentication that chimed on her government phone, now lying on the kitchen table. She waited, her fingers drumming on the edge of the laptop. She navigated through the directories, past the flashing red icon of the new case file from Vance, past current cases, past administrative files, down to the archival search function. The cursor blinked in the blank field, a steady, patient pulse. She typed the file name, each letter a deliberate, heavy tap that echoed in the quiet room, REGANTHOMAS. HOMICID. 1997. As she hit enter, the system processed for a moment, a spinning icon of a tiny, turning vault door. Her breath caught, held in her chest despite herself. A foolish, childish hope flickered, that this time with this new case swirling around her, a key might have magically turned. Then the same stark banner filled the screen, black text on a gray background, Access D and IED. Classification level exceeds user authority. File sealed under National Security Protocol 12A. No change. No crack in the wall. No additional line of text. No hint of who had sealed it or why. No list of authorized personnel. Her father's death remained a black box, its contents deemed more dangerous than the truth. She stared at the words until they lost meaning, dissolving into abstract shapes on the screen. A part of her, a young girl's part buried deep, still expected something to change, for a door to swing open. The adult agent, the one who had seen how the machinery worked, knew better. The denial was the only fact that mattered. Her right index finger hovered over the print screen key. She glanced over her shoulder at the bedroom door, half open, leading to the dark living room. She listened, not for a sound, but for a quality of silence. The normal sounds, the refrigerator's hum, the faint traffic murmur from 6 stories down, were still there, but they felt like a curtain now, a screen. The silence behind them felt watchful, charged. She turned her head slowly, scanning the slice of dark living room she could see. Nothing. Just the familiar shapes of her couch, the table, the duffel bag by the door. Still, her heartbeat was a thick drum in her ears. As she pressed the key, the screen flickered almost imperceptibly, a quick digital blink. With quick, precise movements, her fingers suddenly steady, she opened a basic photo editing program, pasted the screenshot, and cropped it to just the access denied banner and the file name. The image was a perfect, sterile replica of the wall she could not scale. She saved the image not to the laptop's hard drive, but to a small, matte black encrypted thumb drive she kept buried in a box of old charging cables and dead headphones in the bottom drawer of her nightstand. She dug it out, the cables cool and tangled, and plugged the drive in. The computer chimed softly. She dragged the file over. A progress bar zipped across the screen and vanished. She labeled it not with her father's name, but with a string of meaningless numbers and letters she would remember. XJ722, Q883. Ejected the drive. The physical act of pulling it from the USB port felt final, like chambering around. The drive was warm from the transfer. She walked back to the front hall, her socks whispering on the floor. She unzipped the main compartment of her go bag, the sound loud in the stillness, and felt along the interior lining until she found the small, sewn-in inner pocket, its opening secured with a subtle Velcro flap. She peeled it back, slipped the thumb drive inside, her fingers brushing against the folded, waxy texture of the cache and the smooth, laminated cover of the backup passport already stored there. She pressed the Velcro closed, ensuring it was secure. The actions were a ritual now, performed maybe twice a year. A tiny, futile rebellion against the DENIED. It proved nothing, changed nothing. But it was a record. Her record. A whisper in a vault saying I was here, I asked, I was denied. She turned her attention to the bag itself. It was time to make it more than a shadow by the door. She hefted it onto the kitchen table, the weight familiar and comforting, a solid anchor. Unzipping it, she began the methodical, tactile check. Her hand went first to the side pocket, feeling through the tough nylon for the hard, rectangular shape of her backup firearm, a compact Glock 26, wrapped in a soft, oiled cloth. Next to it, 2 loaded magazines, the cool metal of the cartridges just detectable through the polymer. She didn't unwrap it, just confirmed its presence, the weight and shape correct. Her fingers traced the interior seams to the hidden compartment along the back panel, finding the bundle of cash, 5,000 in mixed, non-sequential bills, and the 2 alternate IDs, their laminated faces strangers with her eyes. She pulled them out, held them under the kitchen light. She flipped through them, a driver's license from Pennsylvania for a Karen Mitchell, a private investigator's credential from Delaware for Dana Shaw. The names were bland, forgettable. The photos showed her with different hair, a blanker expression. She studied them for a moment, committing the details to muscle memory, then slid them back into their sleeve. She moved to the main compartment. A change of dark, durable clothing, jeans, black tee, gray sweater, socks, underwear, all rolled tightly to save space. A basic first aid kit, smaller than her palm, zippered shut. A multi-tool, its hinges stiff. A high-lumen flashlight. She clicked it on, a blinding white spot that illuminated the ceiling before she shut it off. A power bank and a tangle of cables. A small, hardcover notebook and 2 black pens. A box of 9 ammunition, the heavy cardboard box sealed with a paper strip. She brought it close to her face, checking the seal under the light. It was intact, the glue unbroken. Every item had its place, secured with straps or elastic loops to prevent shifting and rattling. This was the architecture of readiness, built over years of sudden departures, of nights ending with a phone call and a scramble. She ran her hands along the interior, a final tactile sweep, pressing into every corner. Nothing loose. Nothing missing. The bag was a promise of self-sufficiency. She zipped the bag shut, the sound a long, satisfying rasp that seemed to seal her intent, and slung it over her shoulder. The weight settled against her hip, a grounding, familiar pull. She adjusted the strap, the padded nylon ruff against her palm. The pothos on the windowsill was a dark silhouette against the city's sodium vapor evening glow, the vibrant green of the leaves now a deep, velvety black. She walked over to it, reached out and touched a leaf. It was cool, waxy, resilient. It needed water. She'd forgotten. Oh, again. She gave the empty apartment one last look. The clean table with its lone coffee ring, the dark laptop screens like blind eyes, the single plant that thrived on neglect. Her home was a place to sleep and store gear, a way station. She had never bothered to make it more, and now, standing there with the bag on her shoulder, she understood why. It was easier to leave a shell. She reached for the light switch on the wall, the plastic cool and slightly gritty under her thumb. And she switched it off. The blue-white glow vanished, plunging the room into a deeper gloom. Shapes resolved slowly from the ambient light bleeding around the window blinds. The couch became a hulking mass, the table a square shadow. Her eyes adjusted. She turned, her shoes quiet on the linoleum, and grasped the cool metal of the front door handle. She opened the door. The hallway air was different, cooler, carrying the faint, chemical smell of lemon-scented disinfectant and the older, deeper odor of dust trapped in the carpet pile. She stepped out, pulling the door closed behind her until she heard the latch click. She turned the deadbolt with her key, feeling the heavy, solid mechanism engage with a deep, resonant asterisk thunk that echoed slightly in the tiled corridor. She tested the handle, pushing and pulling. Locked. Secure. In the hallway, the door locked behind her, a final barrier between herself and the empty space. The fluorescent lights overhead buzzed faintly, casting a sickly greenish pallor. The case was waiting, a file now buzzing on her official phone in her pocket. The highway was waiting, a stretch of asphalt dotted with rest stops that had become quiet, unmarked graves. And somewhere in the dark, the reason these men had died was waiting, too, a truth that had already reached out from a prison cell to tap her on the shoulder, a truth that had now been handed to her on a silver platter by her own boss. The coincidence was a knot in her stomach she couldn't untie, not yet. She adjusted the strap of the duffel, the weight a comfort and a burden, and started down the hall towards the elevator. Her footsteps were the only sound in the long corridor, a soft, steady tread on the worn industrial carpet. Each step was a step closer to the stitch of geography, to the points on the map, and to the questions that lay at their center, waiting in the silence of parked cars. Chapter 38. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. The Washington field office briefing room smelled of stale coffee and industrial cleaner, undercut by the sharp, astringent scent of the lemon-scented gel someone had used to wipe down the whiteboard. The ghost of the previous case's work, names, dates, arrows in red and black, still smudged the surface in a faint, chaotic palimpsest. Katie arrived just after 8, the dull, persistent ache in her shoulder, a constant companion beneath the structured wool of her jacket. The room was utilitarian and cold. A scuffed laminate table that reflected the harsh fluorescent tubes overhead, a wall-mounted monitor powered down to a blank, dark eye, and a single, high window offering a sliver of gray DC. Sky. The air was dry and still, carrying the faint, metallic hum of the building's climate control. Nina Shaw was already there, standing at the head of the table with a manila file open in her hands. She didn't look up at the sound of the door. Her focus on the pages was absolute, one finger tracing a line of text. Ford. You're late. Traffic on the bridge, Katie said, her voice flat as she let the door swing shut behind her with a soft hydraulic sigh. They both knew it was a lie. The real delay had been the physical therapy appointment in a sterile, bright clinic room an hour before. She could still feel the clinical press of the therapist's hands guiding her arm, the sharp, electric protest of her healing muscles as she worked through the careful, painful rotations. Again, Katie. Slow and controlled. You're regaining range, not winning a race. The wound from Mimic was healing, but it was a slow, stubborn process that announced itself with every twist and reach. The session had run long, the therapist insisting on one more set of resisted exercises that left her jaw clenched and her palm damp with sweat. She'd driven straight here, the steering wheel a challenge to turn, the familiar streets a blur of pain-fueled focus. A third person sat at the table, a man Katie didn't recognize. He was in his early 30s, with a quiet, observant stillness that seemed to absorb the room's energy rather than contribute to it. His suit was a mid-gray, crisp and perfectly fitted, his posture erect without being rigid. His hands rested on the table, fingers laced loosely. He gave her a polite, professional nod as she entered, his eyes, a cool, assessing blue, tracking her movement to a chair. His gaze was a quick, comprehensive sweep. Her face, the slight stiffness in her left side, the way she held her arm close to her body. It lasted only a second before returning to the file in front of him, but it felt like an inventory. "This is Agent Cole Braddock," Nina said, finally glancing up. She closed the file with one hand, the sound a dry slap in the quiet room. Her expression was its usual impassive mask. Transferred from Counterintelligence Division 2 weeks ago. Director Vance assigned him to assist while you're recovering. She let the last word hang, a clinical term that covered a multitude of sins. Her tone was neutral, but the slight pause before it was a deliberate placement, a marker on the conversational map. The name landed with a quiet thud in the silent room. Counterintelligence. Vance's old division. Katie felt the pieces click into place with an almost audible snap. She pulled out a chair, the metal legs scraping against the thin industrial carpet with a sound like tearing fabric, and lowered herself carefully. She controlled the descent, using her good arm for support, masking the slight wince as her shoulder protested the motion. She kept her expression neutral, a practiced blankness, but her gaze held Braddock's for a half-second longer than strictly necessary, taking in the clean line of his jaw, the perfectly trimmed hair, the the utter absence of anything out of place. His tie was a solid navy, knotted with geometric precision. "Agent Braddock." "Agent Ford," he said. His voice was calm, measured, with a neutral mid-Atlantic accent that gave nothing away. He didn't smile. His mouth moved just enough to form the words. "I've reviewed the preliminary files from Maryland State Police." He paused, his eyes meeting hers again, a flicker of acknowledgement that felt procedural. "I took the liberty of compiling a timeline." He leaned forward slightly, the movement economical, and slid a single printed sheet across the table toward her. His fingers were long, clean, with neatly trimmed nails. There was no wedding band. Katie reached for the paper, her own movement slower, more deliberate. The sheet was warm where it had been resting under his hand. It was meticulous, cleanly formatted with columns for times, locations, and known facts about the two I-95 homicides. The font was small but legible, the data points aligned with precision. It was the work of someone who valued order above all, who believed the chaos of violence could be captured, contained, and understood through spreadsheets and chronologies. In the margin, in the same precise script, was a note: "Digital forensics pending, devices sent to Quantico." "Competent," Nina remarked from the head of the table. She hadn't moved. It was a note of faint, grudging surprise in her tone, the closest she usually came to praise. She tapped the file in front of her with a blunt fingernail. "Two victims. Both men. Mid-40s. Both found in their vehicles at rest stops along the I-95 corridor in Maryland. First was Martin Riggs, 44, a sales manager from Wilmington, found Tuesday last week just after dawn. Second was David Chen, 41, a freelance IT consultant from Baltimore, found early Thursday morning. She opened the file again, her eyes scanning. Multiple stab wounds to the torso. No robbery, wallets, phones, laptops present. No obvious signs of struggle in the vehicles. No broken glass, no blood spatter suggesting a fight. It's as if they just sat there and let it happen. Katie studied Braddock's timeline, her finger tracing the cold, hard facts. The two locations were highlighted in soft yellow. In Jessup. College Park. Close proximity, she said, thinking aloud. 3 days apart. Same MO. Almost the same time of discovery. Pre-dawn, she looked up at Braddock. "What's the estimated time of death window?" "For Riggs, between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., Braddock said without consulting his notes. His hands returned to their laced position on the table. Chen, between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. Both were discovered by rest stop maintenance or early morning travelers. The vehicles were locked from the inside. Maryland State Police's primary theory is a highway predator, Braddock continued, his voice even, delivering facts. They're leaning toward the use of a dating or hookup app as a lure. Establish contact, arrange a meeting, get the victim to pull over for a rendezvous, then attack. It would explain the lack of forced entry and the minimal defensive wounds noted in the ME's initial report. The victim is expecting company, just not the kind they get. It's a workable hypothesis, Nina conceded, closing the file with a soft asterisk thwap asterisk. She leaned back, the chair creaking under her weight. But it's thin. App-based lures usually leave a digital footprint: messages, profiles, GPS pings. MSP's cyber unit hasn't found anything concrete on the victim's devices yet. No new contacts in the days prior. No suspicious app downloads. She looked at Braddock, her dark eyes sharp. And it doesn't explain the selection. Why these two? a sales manager, and an IT consultant. Different worlds. Her gaze shifted to Katie, a silent command to weigh in to confirm she was tracking and up for it. Katie held Nina's look and gave a single, short nod. She turned back to Braddock. Families. Any reports of distress, changes in behavior. Braddock shook his head once, a tight, economical motion. Riggs was divorced, shared custody of a teenage daughter. According to his ex-wife, he was reliable, predictable. Chen was single, lived alone. His sister said he was a homebody, worked long hours remotely. No known conflicts. No debts beyond a mortgage and student loans. Both men were, by all accounts, unremarkable. Unremarkable men don't get carved up in highway rest stops, Nina said flatly. She pushed the file away from her, as if it were contaminated. We need to see the scenes, talk to the medical examiner, get a feel for the ground. Ford and I will handle the field work in Maryland. Her gaze locked onto Katie again, this time lingering on the set of her shoulders, the careful way she held herself. It was an assessment, not of readiness, but of durability. You're cleared for light duty. Observation and consultation. You don't touch anything unless I say so. Understood. Understood, Katie said, the word coming out tighter than she intended. She felt Braddock's eyes on her, that cool blue assessment again. She kept her own hands still on the table, resisting the urge to rub the ache that was now a hot knot beneath her collarbone. Nina looked back at Braddock. You're on DC. Support. I want you running the background deep dive. Phone records, financials, any digital forensics the locals have pulled but maybe haven't connected. Cross-reference the victims' lives. Look for intersections beyond geography. Jobs, hobbies, alumni networks, online affiliations, charitable donations. Did they use the same bank? Shop at the same grocery store. Get their cars serviced at the same chain. Anything that links Martin Riggs to David Chen, besides a stretch of asphalt. Understood, Braddock said. He pulled a legal pad closer, uncapped a black pen, and made a note with precise, efficient script. No flourish. The pen made a soft, consistent scratch. I'll coordinate with the cyber team and have a preliminary report by end of day. I'll also request full evidence logs from both jurisdictions for cross-referencing. The MSP detective in charge is a Lieutenant Grayson. I've already established contact. Of course you have, Nina muttered, almost to herself. She stood up, the legs of her chair squealing against the linoleum floor. The sound was jarring in the contained space. Our flight leaves from Reagan in 90 minutes. Grab your go bags, Ford. We'll cab together. I want to be on the ground in Baltimore before the local detectives have their second coffee and start getting proprietary about their crime scenes. She began gathering her own things, a slim tablet, a charger, the manila folder. Katie pushed back from the table, using her right hand to lever herself up. The movement sent a fresh, hot twinge from her shoulder down to her fingertips, a bright wire of pain. She controlled her breathing, kept her face smooth, a mask of mild concentration. She caught Braddock's eye as she stood. He was already looking at her, having finished his note. He offered another slight, polite nod, his expression one of focused professionalism. No warmth, no curiosity, just a machine awaiting its next input. But in that brief glance she saw it, the complete absence of concern for her pain, or even acknowledgement of it as a human factor. It was just another data point, a variable with potential to affect efficiency. Safe travels, agents, he said, his voice perfectly modulated, a recorded message from a very polite system. "Get me those intersections, Braddock," Nina said, not looking back as she headed for the door. In the hallway, the atmosphere changed. The oppressive, recycled quiet of the briefing room was replaced by the distant, rhythmic hum of printers, the muffled murmur of phone conversations from open doorways, the squeak of shoes on polished linoleum. The light was the same harsh fluorescence, but it felt different without the confines of the four windowless walls. Nina fell into step beside her, their pace brisk, a synchronized march toward the elevators. "He's efficient." "I'll give him that," Nina said, her eyes forward, watching the numbers above the elevator door descend. "He's from counterintelligence," Katie said, keeping her voice low, beneath the ambient office noise of a ringing phone and a burst of laughter from a break room. "I read his jacket. Vance's personal recommendation. Makes logical sense. You're not at full capacity." "He is. He has a clearance that lets him see everything, and he knows how to organize chaos." The elevator arrived with a soft chime. They stepped in alone. The doors closed, sealing them in a brushed steel box. "And it just feels calculated," Nina finished for her, a hint of dryness in her tone as she pressed the button for the sublevel. She glanced sideways at Katie, her profile sharp in the elevator's dim light. "Everything Vance does is calculated. It's why he's the director. Your job is to heal and get back to work. My job is to solve 2 homicides before this guy sticks a third." "His job," she said, with a minimal jerk of her thumb back toward the upper floors, "is to push paper and connect digital dots until you're back at 100%. Don't overcomplicate it." The elevator descended, a slight drop in the stomach. "Paranoia is a counterintelligence agent's tool, not ours. We deal in evidence." The doors opened to a colder, concrete-scented air. The parking level was mostly empty, their footsteps echoing sharply. They reached the bank of gray metal lockers lining one wall. Katie stopped at hers, number 147. The familiar routine was a small anchor in the morning's disquiet. She stood before the locker, taking a brief moment. She could feel Nina's impatience like a physical pressure a few feet away, but she ignored it. She spun the combination lock left, right, left again, feeling the metallic clicks through her fingers, the familiar resistance of the dial. The latch released with a solid, satisfying clunk asterisk. She pulled the heavy door open, a small puff of stale air wafting out. Inside, her ready kit sat on the top shelf. A black, durable duffel, its nylon straps worn smooth in places from years of use. Next to it was her armored vest, folded neatly into a tight rectangle. She ignored the vest for now, knowing the constricting pressure on her shoulder would be unbearable for a long cab and plane ride. She lifted the duffel out by its handle, feeling the satisfying, substantial heft of it, the weight of her spare clothes, toiletries, notebook, charger cords, a compact flashlight, the basic tools of her trade. She maneuvered the strap over her good shoulder, the weight settling against her ribs with a familiar, almost comforting pressure. She closed the locker door, the metal echoing in the cavernous space, and secured the lock with a final twist. Nina was already walking toward the pedestrian exit to the street, her own small roller bag trailing behind her with a steady, rhythmic rumble. Katie fell in step, the duffel bumping gently against her hip with each stride. Out on the street, the cold DC. Air was a slap, carrying the damp, gritty smell of city winter and exhaust. The sky was a uniform sheet of pale gray. Hailing a cab took only a moment. Nina stepped off the curb, arm raised, and a yellow sedan swerved over with practiced indifference. 40 minutes later, They were in the back of that cab, its interior smelling of overpowering pine air freshener and old, cracked vinyl. The driver had argued briefly about the fare to Reagan National, claiming the airport traffic was a nightmare, his voice a weary grumble. You take the tunnel, maybe better, but is extra, with the toll and the time, you understand. A single, steely, silent look from Nina in the rearview mirror had shut down the negotiation. He'd muttered something inaudible and pulled into traffic. Now they were merged into the sluggish, stop-start flow of morning traffic on the 14th Street Bridge. The Potomac stretched out beside them to the right, steel gray and choppy under the flat sky, dotted with white caps that looked like chips of ice. To the left, the monumental core of the city receded, the Capitol dome a pale ghost in the haze. The city blurred past Katie's window, a monochrome streak of concrete, glass, and the bare, intricate skeletons of winter trees. She watched without seeing, her mind circling back to the briefing room like a needle finding a groove. Braddock's impeccable timeline. His calm, uninflected voice, which hadn't risen or fallen once. The way he'd looked at her, not as a person, not as a wounded colleague, but as a data point, a variable in an equation he was solving. A potential liability to be factored. Nina was probably right. It was logical. Vance needed the case worked, she was impaired, so he sent a capable replacement part. But logic from Vance always had a second, hidden layer, a move being made on a board only he could see. She consciously relaxed her shoulders, feeling the deep, familiar pull of the scar tissue, a tightness that had settled into her very bones. She let out a slow, quiet breath that fogged the cold window glass for a second, obscuring the view. Nina was silent beside her, scrolling through messages on her phone, the blue-white glow illuminating the sharp planes of her face, the tight line of her mouth. Her thumb moved with rapid, impatient flicks. The only sounds in the cab were the deep rumble of the engine, the intermittent hiss of the police scanner under the dash, and the rhythmic asterisk thump-thump-thump of tires over the bridge's expansion joints. The driver had the heat on too high, and the dry, blowing air made Katie's eyes feel gritty. The traffic finally broke free of the worst congestion near the Pentagon, the cab speeding up along the George Washington Memorial Parkway. The river view gave way to wooded slopes, the trees a blur of brown and gray. Soon, the signs for airport terminals began to flash by in quick succession. Terminal A, B, C parking. The cab swung into the departures lane, joining a chaotic, noisy ballet of vehicles. Hulking airport buses belching diesel fumes, families wrestling with oversized suitcases, shuttle vans cutting across traffic with aggressive honks. The air outside, when Katie cracked her window an inch, was a complex cold cocktail of burnt exhaust, sharp jet fuel, and the damp, oily smell of wet asphalt. As they pulled up to the curb for their airline, the cab lurching to a halt behind a line of cars, Katie shouldered her bag, the duffel strap pressing a deep groove into the wool of her jacket. She pushed the door open, the outside noise rushing in, a roar of engines shouted greetings, the distant, echoing loudspeaker announcements. She climbed out into the brisk, chaotic air, her boots hitting the concrete with a solid tap. She leaned back in, grabbing the printed receipt from the driver, and handed a share of the fare through the window to Nina, who was already out on the curb, her roller bag upright, scanning the terminal doors as if assessing a breach point. The cab pulled away, immediately swallowed by the relentless river of traffic. Katie hefted her bag into a more comfortable position, the muscles in her neck protesting. She glanced back, her gaze instinctively drawn southeast, across the river. The sleek, modern lines of the FBI's Washington Field Office building were just visible in the distance, a geometric slab of glass and steel reflecting the dull sky like a monolith. It looked small from here, impersonal. Somewhere in a windowless interior office on one of those floors, Cole Braddock was already at work, building his orderly timelines, tracing digital ghosts through phone records and financial statements, establishing contact with Lieutenant Grayson. A competent, polite stranger placed exactly where the director wanted him. A placeholder. The monitor. A solution to a problem she wasn't sure she understood. She turned away from the view, the movement final, a physical severing from the headquarters gaze. Nina was already striding toward the automatic doors, which slid open with a whisper to admit a stream of people. Katie followed, her boots clicking on the concrete, the noise of the airport rising up to meet her and then enveloping her. The echoing, tinny announcements about security and final boarding calls, the whine of electric baggage carts, the deep, visceral rumble of a plane taking off nearby that vibrated in her chest. The itch of suspicion didn't fade. It settled deeper, transforming from a nagging thought into a cold, familiar weight in her gut, a lodestone of caution she would carry with her onto the plane and into the Maryland case. It was the weight of knowing the landscape you operated in was never just about the crime in front of you. It was about the unseen structures behind you, the quiet men in crisp suits who mapped everything into neat columns, and the directors who moved them like pieces on a board only they could see. She adjusted the strap on her shoulder, felt the ache bloom anew with the pressure, and walked into the terminal's bright, artificial light, leaving the cold gray day behind. This concludes the audiobook recording of Mimic by Sam Barron. Narrated by Virtual Voice Sky. We hope you enjoyed this audiobook. Visit bookempathy.com for free books daily.